The first book, The Most Fearsome Life of the Great Gargantua, father of Pantagruel, composed many years ago by Master Alcofribus, abstractor of the Quintessence, a book full of Pantagruelism. Advice to readers. Good friends who come to read this book, strip yourselves first of affectation. Do not assume a pained, shocked look, for it contains no foul infection, yet teaches you no great perfection, but lessons in the mirthful art, the only subject for my heart. When I see grief consume and rot, you, mirth's my theme, and tears are not, for laughter is man's proper lot. The author's prologue. Most noble boozers, and you, my very esteemed and poxy friends, for to you and you alone are my writings dedicated. When Alcibiades, in that dialogue of Plato's entitled The Symposium, praises his master, Socrates, beyond all doubt the prince of philosophers, he compares him, among other things, to a Silenus. Now a Silenus in ancient days was a little box of the kind we see today in apothecaries' shops, painted on the outside with such gay comical figures as harpies, satyrs, bridled geese, horned hares, saddled ducks, flying goats, stags in harness, and other devices of that sort, light-heartedly invented for the purpose of mirth, as was Silenus himself, the master of good old Bacchus. But inside these boxes were kept rare drugs, such as balm, ambergris, cardamom, musk, civet, mineral essences, and other precious things. Just such an object, according to Plato, was Socrates, for to view him from the outside and judge by his external appearance, no one would have given a shred of an onion for him, so ugly was his body and so absurd his appearance, with his pointed nose, his bovine expression, and his idiotic face. Moreover, his manners were plain and his clothes boorish. He was blessed with little wealth, was unlucky in his wives, and unfit for any public office. What is more, he was always laughing, always drinking, glass for glass with everybody, always playing the fool, and always concealing his divine wisdom. But had you opened that box, you would have found inside a heavenly and priceless drug, a superhuman understanding, miraculous virtue, invincible courage, unrivaled sobriety, unfailing contentment, perfect confidence, and an incredible contempt for all those things men so watch for, pursue, work for, sail after, and struggle for. Now, what do you think is the purpose of this preamble, of this preliminary flourish? Is it that you, my good disciples, and other leisured fools, in reading the pleasant titles of certain books of our invention, such as Gargantua, Pantagruel, Tossprint, on the dignity of codpieces, of peas and bacon, cum commento, etc., may not too easily conclude that they treat of nothing but mockery, fooling, and pleasant fictions, seeing that their outward signs, their titles that is, are commonly greeted, without further investigation, with smiles of derision. It is wrong, however, to set such small store by the works of men. For, as you yourself say, the habit does not make the monk. Some wear a monkish cloak, who are the very reverse of monkish inside, and some sport a Spanish cape, who are far from Spanish in their courage. That is the reason why you must open this book and carefully weigh up its contents. You will discover then that the drug within is far more valuable than the box promised. That is to say that the subjects here treated are not so foolish as the title on the cover suggested. But even suppose that in the literal meanings you find jolly enough nonsense, in perfect keeping with the title, you must still not be deterred by the siren's song, but must interpret in a more sublime sense what you may possibly have thought at first was uttered in mere lightheartedness. Have you ever picked a lock to steal a bottle? Good for you. Call to mind your expression at the time. Or did you ever see a dog, which is, as Plato says, in the second book of his Republic, the most philosophical creature in the world? Discover a marrow-bone? If ever you did, you will have noticed how devotedly he eyes it, how carefully he guards it, how fervently he holds it, how circumspectly he begins to gnaw it, how lovingly he breaks it, and how diligently he licks it. What induces him to do all this? What hope is there in his labor? What benefit does he expect? Nothing more than a little marrow. It is true that this little is more delicious than great quantities of any other meat. For, as Galen says in his third book, on the natural faculties, and in his 11th, on the parts of the body and their functions, marrow is the perfect food concocted by nature. Now you must follow this dog's example and be wise in smelling out, sampling, and relishing these fine and most juicy books, which are easy to run down but hard to bring to bay. Then, by diligent reading and frequent meditation, you must break the bone and lick out the substantial marrow. That is to say, the meaning which I intend to convey by these Pythagorean symbols, in the hope and assurance of becoming both wiser and more courageous by such reading. For here you will find an individual savor and abstruse teaching, which will initiate you into certain very high sacraments and dread mysteries, concerning not only our religion, but also our public and private life. But do you faithfully believe that Homer, in writing his Iliad and Odyssey, ever had in mind the allegories squeezed out of him by Plutarch, Heraclides, Ponticus, Eustathius, and Fortunatus, and which politician afterwards stole from them in his turn? If you do, you are not within a hand's or a foot's length of my opinion, for I believe them to have been as little dreamed of by Homer as the gospel mysteries were by Ovid in his Metamorphoses, a case which a certain Friar Lubin, a true bacon-picker, has actually tried to prove, in the hope that he may meet others as crazy as himself and, as the proverb says, a lid to fit his kettle. If you do not believe in those arguments, what reason is there that you should not treat these new and jolly chronicles of mine with the same reserve, seeing that, as I dictated them, I gave no more thought to the matter than you, who were probably drinking at the time, as I was, for I never spent or wasted any more or other time in the composing of this lordly book than that fixed for the taking of my bodily refreshment, that is to say, for eating and drinking. Indeed, this is the proper time for writing of such high matters and abstruse sciences, as Homer, who was the paragon of all philologers, very well knew, and Ennius, the father of Latin poets too, as Horace testifies, although a certain imbecile declared that his verses smack rather of wine than of oil. There is an upstart who says as much of my books, but a turd for him. How much more appetizing, alluring, and enticing, how much more heavenly and delicious is the smell of wine than the smell of oil. I shall be as proud when men say of me that I spent more on wine than on oil, as was Demosthenes, when he was told that he spent more on oil than on wine. To be called a good companion and fellow boozer is to me pure honor and glory, for with that reputation I am welcome in all choice companies of Pantagruelists. It was said against Demosthenes by some envious wretch that his oration smelled like the rag stopper of some foul and filthy oil lamp. Interpret all my deeds and words, therefore, in the most perfect sense. Show deep respect for the cheese-like brain that feeds you on these delicate maggots, and do your best to keep me always merry. Now be cheerful, my dear boys, and read joyfully on for your bodily comfort and to the profit of your digestions. But listen to me, you dunderheads. God wrought you. Do not forget to drink my health for the favor, and I'll return you the toast, post-haste. 1. For knowledge of Gargantua's genealogy and of the antiquity of his descent, I refer you to the great Pantagruelian Chronicle, from which you will learn at greater length how the giants were born into this world, and how from them by a direct line issued Gargantua, the father of Pantagruel. Do not take it amiss, therefore, if for the moment I pass this over, though it is such an attractive subject that the more often it were gone over, the better it would please your lordships. For which fact you have the authority of Plato in his Philebus and his Gorgias, and of Horace, who says that there are some things, and these are no doubt of that kind, that become more delightful with each repetition. Would to God that everyone had a certain knowledge of his genealogy, from Noah's Ark to the present age. I think there are many today among the emperors, dukes, kings, princes, and popes of this world whose ancestors were mere peddlers of pardons and firewood. As on the contrary, there are many almshouse beggars, poor suffering wretches, who are descended from the blood and lineage of great kings and emperors, which seems likely enough when we consider the amazing transferences of crowns and empires. from the Assyrians to the Medes, from the Medes to the Persians, from the Persians to the Macedonians, from the Macedonians to the Romans, from the Romans to the Greeks, and from the Greeks to the French. And to give you some information about myself, who address you, believe that I am descended from some wealthy king or prince of the olden days, for you have never met a man with a greater desire to be a king or to be rich than I have, so that I may entertain liberally, do no work, have no worries, and plentifully reward my friends, as well as all worthy and learned men. But I comfort myself with one thought, that in the other world I shall be all this, and greater still that at present I dare even wish. So console yourselves in your misfortunes too, with as good thoughts or better, and drink lustily if you can get the liquor. Now to return to our muttons. Let me say that by the sovereign gift of heaven, the antiquity and genealogy of Gargantua have been preserved for us in greater entirety than those of any other, except those of the Messiah, of which I do not speak, for it is not my business. What is more, the devils, that is to say, detractors and hypocrites, prevent me. It was found by Jean Odo in a meadow of his near the Arch Guilau, below L'Olive, on the way to Narcea. Here, as they were cleaning the ditches, and diggers struck with their picks against a great tomb of bronze, so immeasurably long that they never found the end of it, for if stuck out too far into the sluices of the Vienne, opening the tomb at a certain place, which was sealed on the top with the sign of a goblet, around which was inscribed in Etruscan letters, Hic Bibiter, they found 9 flagons arranged after the fashion of skittles in Gascony, and beneath the middle flagon lay a great, greasy, grand, grey, pretty little mouldy book, which smelt more strongly, but not more sweetly than roses. In this book was found the said genealogy, written out at length in a chancery hand, not on paper, nor on parchment, nor on wax, but on elm bark, so worn, however, by old age, that scarcely 3 letters could be read. Unworthy though I am, I was called in to inspect it, and, with much help from my spectacles, following that art by which letters can be read that are not apparent, as Aristotle teaches, I translate it as you may see in your Pantagruelizing, that is to say, as you drink to your heart's desire and read the fearsome exploits of Pantagruel. At the end of the book was a little treatise entitled Corrective Conundrums, the rats and moths, or, to be more truthful, some other venomous vermin, had nibbled off the opening, but the rest I have put down, out of reverence for antiquity. I, great conqueror of the Cimbri, veeing through the air, in terror of the dew, his arrival every tub was filled, fresh butter falling in a shower, equal ith which, when the great ocean was bespattered. He cried aloud, Sirs, please to fish it up. His beard is almost clotted with the stuff. Or at the least hold out a ladder to him. Some said to lick his slipper, which was much better. 2. I, great conqueror of the Cimbri, ing through the air, in terror of the dew. His arrival every tub was filled, fresh butter falling in a shower, equal ith which, when the great ocean was bespattered, he cried aloud, Sirs, please to fish it up. His beard is almost clotted with the stuff. Or, at the least, hold out a ladder to him. Some said to lick his slipper was much better than to gain pardons, and the merit greater. But up there came a crafty rascal sliding out of the hole in which they fish for roach, and said, For God's sake, sirs, let's not do that. The eel is there. He's hiding in this pond. You'll find him there, if we look closely down. A huge stain in the bottom of his hood. When he was just about to read the chapter, nothing was found in it but a calf's horns. I feel, said he, the bottom of my mitre, so cold that around it my whole brain is chilled. They warmed him with the perfume of a turnip, and he was glad to stay beside the hearth, provided someone new was put in harness, out of the crowd of awkward customers. Side note, There is very little sense in this riddle, although some critics have found in it references to the Pope, the Reformation, and to certain wars. More likely it is merely a parody of a kind of puzzle popular at the time. End side note. What they discussed was then St. Patrick's Hole, Gibraltar, and 1,000 holes besides. Was there a way to close them to a scar, so skillfully that they would not have a cough? For it appeared to everyone unseemly to see them gaping so at every wind. Perhaps if they were neatly fastened up, they might be fit to offer up as pledges. This point was settled, and the raven plucked, by Hercules from Libya returning. What? Exclaimed Minos. Why am I not summoned? Except for me the whole world's been invited, and they expect me freely to provide oysters and frogs for them, and gladly too, provided that they spare my life. I give their sale of distaffs to old Nick in person. Then to defeat them came Q.B., who limps, under safe conduct, from the mystic starlings. The sifter, who is cousin to great Cyclops, put them to slaughter. Each one blew his nose. Few heretics were born in this waste field that were not winnowed on the tanner's mill. All of you run there. Give the cry to arms. You will find more there than you did last year. Soon after that, the bird of Jupiter made up his mind to back the weaker side, but seeing them in such a fearful fury, feared they would hurl the empire down pell-mell, and so preferred to steal the Empyrean fire from the stump at which herrings were sold, than to put through the Masoretic gloss, the air serene against which men conspire. All was concluded then with sharpened point, in spite of 8 in her heron's thigh, who, as she sat there, saw Penthesilea taken in her dotage for an old crest-seller. Everyone cried out, Hi, you charcoal hag! What business have you here? You're in the way. Why, it was you that pinched the Roman banner, that had been drawn up on a parchment scroll, and Juno, too, beneath the rainbow's arch, with her great hawk, was laying snares for birds. They meant to play a dirty trick on her, which would have caught her out at every point. It was agreed that of these free provisions, 2 of Proserpine's eggs should be her share. But should they ever nab her on the spot, she should be tied up on the white Thornhill. 7 months later, -22, he, that of an old annihilated Carthage, came courteously among them and proposed that they should take his heritage, or rather, that it should be divided into parts, according to the law of equal shares, distributing a snack of broth to each of his assistants, who drew up the deed. The year will come, marked with a Turkish bow, and spindles 5, and the bottoms of 3 pots, on which the back of a discourteous king peppered shall be beneath a hermit's cloak. The pity of it, for one tricksy woman, will you let all those acres be engulfed? Stop, no one shall imitate this mask. Retire and join up with the serpent's brother. When this year's over, he that is shall reign, in peace and company of his good friends. No violence nor insult shall prevail, and everything you wish for shall come true. Thanksgiving, promised long ago, to the heavenly host shall peal out from the belfry. The breeding studs that were perturbed before shall take their triumph on a royal palfrey. This age of hocus-pocus shall go on until the time when Mars is put in chains. Then there shall come a time surpassing all, delightful, pleasant, matchless, and most fair. Lift up your hearts, go forward to that feast, my loyal friends all, for he has quit this life, who would not for the world return again. So much shall time agone by be called for then. And lastly, that man, who was made of wax, shall by the hinge of Jack of the clock be lodged, the jingling jack that holds the sacring bell, shall be addressed no longer as Sir, sir. If only one could pick up one's cutlass, there'd be an end of all this buzzing rot. A hank of pack thread then would be enough to sew up all this storehouse of deceit. 3. Side note, how Gargantua was carried 11 months in his mother's belly. Grand Gauzier was a good jester in his time, and with as great a love of tossing off a glass as any man then in the world. He had also quite a liking for salt meats. For this reason he generally kept a good store of Mayence and Bayonne hams, plenty of smoked ox tongues, an abundance of chitterlings in their season, and pickled beef and mustard, a supply of fish eggs, and a provision of sausage, though not one of Bologna, for he feared Lombard concoctions, but of those from Bigorre, Longonnet, Labienne, and Le Rouge. In the prime of his years, he married Gargamel, daughter of the king of the butterflies, a fine, good-looking piece, and the pair of them often played the two-backed beast, joyfully rubbing their bacon together, to such effect that she became pregnant of a fine boy and carried him into the 11th month. For so long and even longer women can carry a child, especially when he is some masterpiece of nature, a personage destined in his time to perform great deeds, as witness Homer, who tells us that the child which Neptune begot upon the nymph was born at the end of a full year, that is to say, in the 12th month. For as Aulus Gellius says in his 3rd book, this long period befitted the majesty of Neptune, since it took that long time for the child to be perfectly shaped. For a similar reason, Jupiter made the night he slept with Alcmena last 48 hours, for in a shorter time he could not have forged Hercules, who cleansed the world of monsters and tyrants. My masters, the Pantagruelists of old, have confirmed what I say and have declared the birth of a child born of woman 11 months after her husband's death not only be possible, but also legitimate. Hippocrates, lib de alimento, Pliny, lib v cap v, Plautus, Systellaria, Marcus Varro, in his satire headed The Testament, in which he claims Aristotle's authority on the subject. Censorinus lib de natali, Aristotle, lib v cap III et IV de nat animalium, Gellius, lib III cap XVI, Servius, and explain the line of Virgil's Eclogues, Matri longa decim, etc., and 1,000 other madmen, the number of whom has been increased by the lawyers. F.F. de Suis, elegit, el intestato, paragrapho fin, and in authend de restitut, et uque parit in ex imense. What is more, they have scrawled it into their bacon-pinching law, Gallus F.F. de lib et postu, et el septimo F.F. de stat homi, and into certain others, which at the moment I dare not name. On the strength of these laws, widows may freely play at the close but-up game with all their might, and at every free moment, for 2 months after their husband's decease. So I beg of you, all my fine lechers, if you find any of these same widows worth the trouble of untying your codpiece, mount them and bring them to me. For if they conceive in the 3rd month, their issue will be the dead man's legal heir, and once the pregnancy is public, they may push boldly on, full sail ahead, since the hold is full, after the example of Julia, daughter of the Emperor Octavian, who never gave herself up to her belly drummers, unless she knew that she was pregnant, after the manner of a ship, which does not take on her pilot until she is caulked and loaded. And if anyone reproaches them for allowing themselves to be thus sported with in their pregnancy, saying that animals never allow the covering male near them once they are big, they will answer that beasts are beasts, but that they are women, and fully under answered of old, according to Macrobius' account in the 2nd book of his Saturnalia. If the deuce doesn't want their bellies to swell, he must twist the spigot and close the hole. 4. Side note. How Gargamel, when great with Gargantua, ate great quantities of tripe. This was the manner in which Gargamel was brought to bed, and if you don't believe it, may your fundament fall out. Her fundament fell out one afternoon, on the 3rd of February, after she had overeaten herself on Gaudebelow. Gaudebelow are the fat tripes of Quarreau. Quarreau are oxen fattened at the stall, and in Guilmal meadows are those that carry 2 grass crops a year. They had killed 367,014 of these fat oxen to be salted down at Mardi Gras, so that in the spring they should have plenty of beef in season, with which to make a short commemoration at the beginning of meals, for the better enjoyment of their wine. The tripes are plentiful, as you will understand, and so appetizing that everyone licked his fingers. But the devilment in all of that was that they could not possibly be kept any longer, for they were tainted, which seemed most improper. So it was resolved that they should be consumed without more ado. For this purpose they were invited, all the citizens of Senai, of Silly, of La Roche, Clermont, and of Vaugaudry, not to forget those of Le Coudray, Montpensier, and the Gueux de Vede, and other neighbors, all strong drinkers, jovial companions, and good skittle players. Now the good man, Grangousier, took very great pleasure in this feast, in order that all should be served full ladles. Nevertheless, he told his wife to eat more modestly, saying that her time was near, and that this tripe was not very commendable meat. Anyone who eats the bag, he said, might just as well be chewing dung. Despite his warning, however, she ate 16 quarters, 2 bushels and 6 pecks. Oh, what fine fecal matter to swell up inside her. After dinner they all rushed headlong to the willow grove, and there on the luxuriant grass they danced to the gay sound of the flutes and the sweet music of the bagpipes, so skittishly that it was a heavenly sport to see them thus frolicking. 5. The drunkard's conversation. After the meal they began a chat in that same place, and then flagons started to circulate, hams to trot around, goblets to fly, and glasses to clink. Draw, pass it over, fill it up, a mixture. Give it to me without water, like that, my friend. Toss me off that glass neat. Draw me some claret, a brimming glass. An end to thirst. False fever, will you not be gone?
God bless me, my dear, I can't get my gullet working. You've caught a chill, old girl. You're right. By St. Quinet's guts, let's talk of drink. I only drink at my own times, like the Pope's mule, and I only drink from my breviary, like a good father superior. Side note, a breviary flask seems to have been made after the shape of a prayer book for drinking on the sly. Rabelais himself possessed one. Which came first, drinking or thirst? Thirst, for who could have drunk without a thirst in the time of innocence? Drinking, for privatio praesupponit habitum. A lack can only be defined if there has been previous possession. I'm a Latinist. Foecundi calices quem non facere disertum. Who has the flowing bowl made eloquent? We poor innocents drink only too much with no thirst. As I'm a sinner, I never drink without a thirst. If not a present thirst, a future one. I forestall it, you see. I drink for the thirst to come. I drink eternally. For me, eternity lies in drinking, and drinking in eternity. Let's have a song. Let's have a drink. Let's sing a catch. Where is my tuning fork? What? I only drink by proxy. Do you wet your guts to dry them, or dry your guts to wet them? I don't understand the theory, but I help myself out by the practice. Enough. I moisten my lips, I wet my thirst, and I gulp it up, all for fear of dying. Drink of the time, and you'll never die. If I don't drink, I'm high and dry, as good as dead. My soul will fly off to some frog pond. The soul can't live in the dry. Waiters, you're good at transubstantiation. Turn me from a non-drinker into a drinker. A perpetual sprinkling for these parched and sinewy bowels of mine. Drinking's no good if you don't feel it. This stuff flows into the veins. The pisser will get none of it. I want to wash the tripes of this calf I dressed this morning. I've taken some ballast into my stomach. If the paper of my bonds drank as well as I do, my creditors would have a fine job when the time came to make out their titles. That hand of yours is spoiling the shape of your nose. Oh, how many more will go in before this comes out? To drink out of these shallow bowls is enough to break your girths. This is what's called a flagon to catch flagons. What is the difference between a bottle and a flagon? A great difference, for a bottle is topped with a cork, a flagon with a cock. A fine difference. Our fathers drank deep and emptied their cans. That's shit and well sung. Let's drink. That fellow's going to wash his tripes. Won't you keep anything for the river? I drink no more than a sponge. I drink like a Templar. And I tam quam sponsus, like a bridegroom. And I sicut terra sine aqua, like the parched earth. Give me a definition of ham. It's an act that compels drinking. It's a pulley, by means of a pulley rope. You lower the wine into the cellar. With the help of ham, you bring it into the stomach. Now then, some drink. Some drink now that's not filled up. Respis personam pone pro duos. Bus non est in isu. Side note. See whom you are pouring out for. Enough for two? The past tense is out of use. We're drinking now. If I could climb up as well as I can put it down, I should have been high in the air long ago. This is the way Jacques Seur grew rich. This is the way the brushwood grows inside the ditch. This is how Bacchus conquered India. This is the science that won Melinda. A little rain allays a great wind. Long gulps break the thunder. If my tool pissed urine like this, wouldn't you like to suck it? I can keep it down. Paige, come here. Let me write myself next in your list. Throw it down, Will. There's another pot still. I appear as appellant against thirst. It's an abuse. Paige, draw my appeal up in due form. A drop left in the glass. Once I used to drink it all up. Now I leave nothing. Let's not hurry. Let's knock it all back. Here are fine tripes, incomparable guild below from that dun ox with the black stripe. Let's crave favor with them, for God's sake, and for the good of the house. Drink, or all. No, no. Drink, I beg of you. Sparrows never eat unless their tails are tapped. I only drink if I'm coaxed. Laguna era terra. There isn't a burrow in my whole body where this wine doesn't ferret out of my thirst. Side note. Basque. Bring me drink, my friend. This stuff whips it up fine. This stuff will drive it out for me altogether. Let's proclaim to the sound of flagons and bottles that if anyone has lost his thirst, he needn't look for it here. Long enemas of drinking have made him drop it out of doors. The good God made the planets, and we clear the plates. I have the gospel word on my tongue. Sitio, I thirst. The stone called asbestos is not harder to assuage than my venerable thirst. Appetite comes with eating, said Hengist demands, and thirst departs with drinking. Is there a remedy for thirst? It is the opposite of that for a dog bite. Always run after the dog, and he'll never bite you. Always drink before a thirst, and it'll never come to you. I've caught you napping, and now I'll wake you. Eternal waiter, guard us from sleep. Argus had 100 eyes to see by. A waiter needs 100 hands, as many as Briareus, to pour out unwearyingly. Let's wet our whistles, lads. It's fine to have a thirst. White wine, pour it out, all of it, in the devil's name. Fill it up right up. My tongue's peeling. Landsman trinke. Side note, German, drink, old fellow. Your health, lad. Good luck, good luck. Well, there now. That went down well. O lacrima Christi. Side note, Christ's tears, an Italian wine. That's from La Devinière, from the Pinot grape. Oh, this good white wine. I swear it goes down like silk. Ha ha, a fine taffeta stuff, well woven and of good yarn. Courage, my friend. We'll not be beaten at this game. I've made a trick. Ex hoc and hoc, from glass to mouth. There's no deception. Everybody saw. I'm a past master. I'm a past master. I'm a masked pastor. Oh, the drinkers that have a thirst. Paige, my dear boy, fill this up until it spills over, if you please. Wine red as a cardinal's hat. Natura abhorrent vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum. Would you say that a fly had drunk out of this? Toss it off like a Breton. Down at one gulp, that's the stuff. Swallow it down, it's a fine medicine. 6. The very strange manner of Gargantua's birth. While they were pleasantly tattling on the subject of drinking, Gargamel began to feel disturbed in her lower parts, whereupon Grangousier got up from the grass and comforted her kindly, thinking that these were birth pangs, and telling her that, since she had been resting under the willows, she would soon be in a good state. She ought to take new heart, he said, at the coming of her new baby, for although the pains would be somewhat severe, they would nevertheless be quickly over, and the joy which would follow after would banish all her pain, so that only the memory of it would be left. Have a sheep's courage, he said. Bring this boy into the world, and we'll soon make another. Ha, she answered. It's easy for you men to talk. Well, I swear to God I'll do my best, since you ask it of me, but I wish to heaven that you had cut it off. What? Asked Grangousier. Ha, she said, just like a man. You know what I mean well enough. My member, he said. By the blood of all the goats, send for a knife if that's what you want. Oh, she said, God forbid. God forgive me. I didn't really mean it. Don't do anything to it on account of anything I say. But I will have trouble enough today, unless God helps me. All on account of your member, and just because I wanted to please you. Courage, courage, he said. Don't you worry, but let the 4 leading oxen do the work. I'll go and take another swig. If any pain comes on you in the meantime, I won't be far off. Give me a shout, and I'll be with you. A little while later, she began to groan and wail and shout. Then suddenly, swarms of midwives came up from every side, and feeling her underneath, found some rather ill-smelling excrescences, which they thought were the child, but it was her bottom slipping out, because of the softening of her right intestine, which you call the bum gut, owing to her having eaten too much tripe, as has been stated above. At this point, a dirty old hag of the company, who had the reputation of being a good she-doctor and had come from Brispale, near Saint-Genot, 60 years before, made her an astringent, so horrible that all her sphincter muscles were stopped and constricted. Indeed, you could hardly have relaxed them with your teeth, which is a most horrible thought, even if you had copied the method of the devil at the Mass of St. Martin, when he wrote down the chatter of 2 local girls and stretched his parchment by tugging with his teeth.
This misfortune of cotyledons of the matrix were loosened at the top, and the child leapt up through them to enter the hollow vein. Then, climbing through the diaphragm to a point above the shoulders, where this vein divides in 2, he took the left fork and came out by the left ear. As soon as he was born, he cried out, not like other children, Mies, mies, but drink, 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 as if inviting the whole world to drink, and so loud that he was heard all through all the lands of booze and bibulus. I doubt whether you will truly believe in this strange nativity. I don't care if you do. But an honest man, a man of good sense, always believes what he is told and what he finds written down. Is this a violation of our law or our faith? Is it against reason or against Holy Scripture? For my part, I find nothing written in the Bible which contradicts it. If this had been the will of God, would you say that he could not have performed it? For goodness sake, do not obfuscate your brains with such an idle thought. For I say to you that to God nothing is impossible. If it had been his will, women would have produced their children in that way, by the ear, forever afterward. Bacchus, was he not begotten by Jupiter's thigh? Rocatilad, was he not born from his mother's heel? Croquemouche, from his nurse's slipper? Minerva, was she not born from Jupiter's brain by way of his ear? Adonis, from the bark of a myrrh tree? Castor and Pollux, from the shell of an egg laid and hatched by Leda? But would you be even more flabbergasted if I were now to expound to you the whole chapter of Pliny, in which he speaks of strange and unnatural births? And anyhow, I am not such a barefaced liar as he was. Read chapter 3 of the 7th book of his natural history, and don't tease my brain any more on the subject. 7. How Gargantua received his name and how he gulped his liquor. While that good man, Grangousier, was drinking and joking with the others, he heard the horrible cry made by his son as he entered the world and bawled out for, "Drink, drink, drink," whereupon he said, Gargantua. What a big one you've got. The gullet being understood. And when they heard this, the company said that the child ought properly to be called Gargantua, after the example of the ancient Hebrew custom, since that he had been the first word pronounced by his father at his birth. The father graciously agreed to their suggestion. It was most pleasing to the mother as well, and to the child. They gave him enough drink to break his larynx. Then he was carried to the font, and there baptized, as is the habit of all good Christians. And they ordered for him 17,913 cows from Pontiel and Brehemont for his everyday supplies of milk, for it was impossible to find a nurse to satisfy him anywhere in the country, considering the great quantity of nourishment that he required. Certain Scottish doctors, nevertheless, affirmed that his mother suckled him, and that she could draw from her breasts 1,402 pipes of 9 pails of milk at a time. But that is improbable, and the proposition has been declared mammalianly scandalous, offensive to pious ears, and distantly redolent of heresy. In this state he lived until he was a year and 10 months old, at which time, by the advice of physicians, they began to take him out, and a fine ox wagon was made for him, to the design of Jean Deneu. And thus he travelled around most merrily, to one place and another, and they made a great show of him, for he had a fine face and almost 18 shins, and he cried very seldom, but he shot himself every hour, for he was amazingly phlegmatic in his buttocks, partly from natural character and partly for accidental reasons, connected with overindulgence in the new wines of September. But he never drank a drop without reason. For if by chance he was vexed, angry, displeased, or peeved, if he stamped, if he wept, or if he screamed, they always brought him drink to restore his temper, and immediately he became quiet and happy. One of his governesses told me, on her Bible oath, that he was so accustomed to this treatment that at the mere sound of pint pots and flagons he would fall into an ecstasy, as if tasting the joys of paradise. Taking this divine disposition of his into account, therefore, in order to cheer him up in the mornings, they would have glasses chinked for him with a knife, or flagons taped with their stoppers, and at this sound he would become merry, leap up, and rock himself in his cradle, nodding his head, playing scales with his fingers, and beating slow time with his bottom. 8. How Gargantua was dressed. When he reached this age, his father ordered clothes to be made for him of his own colors, which were white and blue. So they set to work, and clothes were made, cut, and sewn for him in the fashion of the day. For the ancient records, which are in the Chamber of Accounts at Montserrat, I find that he was dressed in the following manner. For his shirt they took 1,350 yards of Châtellerault linen, and 300 for the gussets, which were square and put in under the armpits, not gathered. For the gathering of shirts was not invented until seamstresses, having broken the points of their needles, began to work with the other ends. For his doublet they took 1,219 yards of white satin, and for his points 1,509 dogskins and a half. At that time men were beginning to fasten the hose to the doublet, and set the doublet to the hose, for the latter is unnatural, as Occam declared in criticizing the exponables of master breechesmen. For his hose they took 1,657 yards, and a third of a white wool material, and slashed them in the form of ribbed pillars, indented and notched behind, so as not to overheat his kidneys, and through the slashings was puffed as much blue damask as was needed. Note besides that he had very fine leggings, well proportioned to the rest of his anatomy. For his codpiece they took 24¼ yards of the same stuff, and its shape was that of a bowed arch, well and gallantly fastened by 2 fine gold buckles with 2 enamelled clasps, in each of which was set a huge emerald the size of an orange, for, as Orpheus says, In his book of precious stones, and Pliny in his final book, this fruit has an erective virtue and is encouraging to the natural member. The bulge of the codpiece was 81 inches long, slashed like his hose, with the blue damask puffing out in the same way. But if you had seen the fine gold thread embroidery and the charming plating in gold set with rich diamonds, precious rubies, rare turquoises, magnificent emeralds, and Persian pearls, you would have compared it to one of those grand cornucopias that you see on ancient monuments. One such as Rhea gave to the two nymphs, Adrastea and Ida, the nurses of Jupiter, for it was always brave, sappy and moist, always green, always flourishing, always fructifying, full of humours, full of flowers, full of fruit, full of every delight. I swear to God it was a pleasure to look at. But I will tell you a good deal more about it in the book that I have written, on the dignity of codpieces. On one point I will inform you now, however, that not only was it long and capacious, but well furnished within and well provisioned, having no resemblance to the fraudulent codpieces of so many young gentlemen, which contained nothing but wind, to the great disappointment of the female sex. For his shoes they took 609 yards of purple velvet, delicately slashed in parallel lines, with pompons of uniform size at the joints, and the soles were made of 1,100 skins of brown cows, cut in the shapes of codfish tails. For his cape they took 2,400 yards of blue velvet dyed in the grain, embroidered all around with fine scallops, and in the middle with pint pots in silver thread, looped together by gold bands freely studded with pearls, in this way denoting that he would knock back a pretty pint in his day. Half white, half blue, if I am not much mistaken. His sword was not from Valencia, nor his dagger from Saragossa, for his father hated all drunken half-caste Spaniards, the devil's own infidels. But he carried a fine wooden sword and a dagger of boiled leather painted and gilded as finely as anyone could wish. His purse was made of an elephant's member, which had been presented to him by Herr Proconsul of Libya. For his gown they took 14,400 yards, less 2/3 of the same blue velvet, all flowered in gold, in a diagonal pattern, which, by true perspective, gave the impression of a nameless color, such as you seek on the necks of turtle doves, which marvelously rejoice the eyes of beholders. For his hat they took 453 yards and a quarter of white velvet. It was wide and round in shape, conforming to the size of his head, for his father said that those hats made after the fashion of the Spanish Jews, like the crust of pastry, would one day bring misfortune to their close-shaven wearers. For his plume he wore a fine large blue feather, taken from a pelican of the land of savage Hyrcania, which hung daintily over his right ear. As his hat medallion, he had a fine piece of enameled work, set in a gold plate weighing 136 ounces, on which was displayed a human body with two heads turned towards one another, 4 feet and 2 rumps. The form, according to Plato in his Symposium, of man's nature in its mystical beginnings, and around it was written an Ionian script. Apaith o zete eith. Charity seeketh not her own profit. To wear about his neck he had a gold chain weighing 51,206 ounces, made in the shape of great berries, among which were worked large green jaspers, engraved and incised with dragons, surrounded by beams and sparks, after the fashion of King Nicopsos of old. It fell as low as his navel, and this was beneficial to him all his life, as Greek physicians will understand. For his gloves they took 16 hobgoblin skins and 3 werewolf skins for the trimmings. They were made in this manner by the order of the Kabbalists of Saint Luand. For rings, which his father wished him to wear in order to revive this old mark of nobility, he wore on the index finger of his left hand a carbuncle the size of an ostrich egg, very chastely set in Egyptian gold. On the middle finger of that hand he had a ring of 4 metals, welded together in the most marvelous fashion ever seen, so that the steel did not rub the gold or the silver press of the copper. That was all the work of Captain Chapuis, and his good assistant, Alcofribus. On the middle finger of his right hand he had a ring made in a spiral shape, in which were set a perfect orange ruby, a pointed diamond, and a Thyssen emerald, all of inestimable value. Hans Carvel, chief jeweler to the king and Melinda, reckoned their value at 69,894,000 Agnus Dei crowns, and the Fuggers of Augsburg priced them just as high. 9. Gargantua's colors and livery. Gargantua's colors were white and blue, as you may have read above, by which his father meant it to be understood that he felt a heavenly joy. For white signified to him gladness, pleasure, delights, and rejoicing, and blue anything to do with heaven. I quite realize that on reading these words you will laugh at the old boozer, and consider his interpretation of colors most ungentlemanly and infelicitous. You will say that white stands for faith and blue for steadfastness, but without getting excited, annoyed, heated, or chafed, for this is dangerous weather. Be so kind as to answer my question. I will put no other constraint upon you, or on anyone else whatever, but merely tell you a saying on the bottle. Who is exciting you now? Who is pricking you? Who is telling you that white stands for faith and blue for steadfastness? A moldy book, you say, that is sold by peddlers and ballad mongers, entitled The Blazon of Colors. Who made it? Whoever he is, he has been prudent in one respect, that he has not put his name to it. For the rest I do not know, which surprises me more, his presumption or his stupidity. His presumption in daring, without reason, cause, or probability, to prescribe by his private authority what things shall be denoted by what colors, which is the custom of tyrants, who would have their will take the place of reason, not of the wise and learned, who satisfy their readers with display of evidence, or his stupidity in supposing that, without proofs and valid arguments, the world would regulate its practice by his foolish impostures. In fact, as the proverb goes, squiddy arse never lacks for shit. He has found some fools surviving from the time of high hats, who have believed in his writings, and, in accordance with them, have shaped their maxims and proverbs. Adorned their mules, dressed their pages, quartered their breeches, embroidered their gloves, fringed their bed curtains, painted their standards, composed their songs, and, what is worse, perpetuated impostures and foul tricks clandestinely among chaste matrons. In a like darkness are involved these vainglorious courtiers and jugglers with names, who, when they wish in their devices to signify hope, espoir, portrays fear, put birds' plumes, pens, for pains, aguilegia, lancholie, for melancholy, the horned moon for a waxing fortune, a broken bench for bankrupt, non and a corselet, un durhabit, for non-durhabit, a bed without a tester, l'essentiel, for a licentiate. Such an absurd, stale, clownish, and barbarous collection of puns, that anyone henceforth attempting to use them in France since the revival of letters ought to have a fox's tail tied to his collar and his nose rubbed in a cowpat. With as good reason, if I should call it reason and not raving, I could have a pannier painted to show that I am much pained, and a mustard pot to stand for the tardiness of my heart. A piss pot will denote an officer, the bomb in my breeches, a jar full of wind, my codpiece, a lance in rest, and a dog's turd, estron de chien, the firm lance within, tronc de sien, wherein lies the love of my lady. The sages of ancient Egypt followed a very different course. When they wrote in letters that they called hieroglyphs, which none understood who did not understand, and which everyone understood who did understand, the virtue, property, and nature of the things thereby described. On this subject, Horace Apollo had composed 2 books in Greek, and Polyphilus has gone further into the matter in his Dream of Love. In France you find this method used in the device of the Lord Admiral, which was first borne by Octavian Augustus. But my little skiff shall sail no further among these unpleasant gulfs and shoals. I return to land at the port from which I came, but it is my hope one day to write more fully on this subject, and to show both my philosophical arguments, and by accepted authorities, approved by the whole ancient world, what colors and how many exist in nature, and what may be conveyed by each, always providing that God preserves the mold of my cap, that is my wine pot, as my grandmother used to call it. 10. Concerning the significance of the colors white and blue. White, therefore, stands for joy, pleasure, and gladness, and this is no false meaning, but one established by firm right and sound title, as you may verify if you will set aside your prejudices and listen to what I am now about to explain. Aristotle says that if you take two things opposite in kind, such as good and evil, virtue and vice, cold and hot, white and black, pleasure and pain, joy and grief, and so on, and if you couple them in such a way that one of one kind logically agrees with one of the other, it follows that the second of the first pair agrees with the second of the second. For example, virtue and vice are opposites in one kind, and so are good and evil. If one of the first pair of opposites agrees with one of the second, as do virtue and good, for it is well known that virtue is good, the remaining two, evil and vice, will do the same, for vice is evil. Once this logical rule is understood, take the two opposites, joy and sadness, then the two, white and black. For these are physical opposites. So therefore, if black stands for grief, white will rightfully stand for joy. Nor is this significance based on a mere human interpretation. It is accepted by that common consent which philosophers call jus gentium, universal law, valid in all countries. As you well know, all people, all nations and tongues, I except the ancient Syracusians and some Argives, who had perverse natures, one wishing to make external display of their grief, wear black clothes, and all mourning is expressed by black. Now this universal agreement would not obtain if nature did not give some argument and reason for it, which everyone can at once understand for himself without further instruction from anybody. And this we call the law of nature. By white, according to this same natural induction, therefore, all the world has understood joy, gladness, solace, pleasure, and delight. In times past, the Thracians and Cretans marked days of joy and good fortune with white stones, sad and unfortunate days with black. It is not night mournful, sad, and melancholy. It is black and dark through privation. It does not light make all nature glad. It is whiter than anything which exists, as proof of which I could refer you to the book of Laurentius Valla against Bartolus. But evidence from the Gospels will satisfy you. In Matthew chapter 17, it is said that at the transfiguration of our Lord, vestimenta ejus facta sunt alba sicut lux, and his raiment was white as the light, by which luminous whiteness he conveyed to his 3 apostles the idea and image of the joys eternal. For all men are gladdened by the light. For which fact you have the word of an old woman, who had not a tooth in her head, but still said, Bona lux. And Tobit chapter 5, when he had lost his sight, said in answer to Raphael's salutation, What joy can I have who see not the light of heaven? With the same color the angels testified to the joy of the whole universe at our Saviour's resurrection, John chapter 20, and at his ascension, Acts chapter 1. And in such raiment did St. John the Evangelist, Apocalypse chapters 4 and 7, see the faithful clad in the celestial and beatified Jerusalem. Read the ancient histories, Greek and Roman alike. You will find that the town of Alba, the first pattern of Rome, owed its foundation and its name to the discovery of a white sow. You will find that if any man, after scoring a victory over the enemy, was permitted by decree to enter Rome in triumphal state, he did so on a chariot drawn by white horses, and so did he who received an ovation, for by no sign of or color could they more surely express the joy of their coming than by white. You will find that Pericles, leader of the Athenians, ordered that those of his men-at-arms to whose lot the white beans fell should spend the whole day in joy, solace, and repose, while the rest fought. I could quote you 1,000 other examples and references to this effect, but this is not the place. However, by use of this information, you can solve a problem which Alexander of Aphrodisias considered insoluble. Why does the lion who frightens all animals by his mere roar and noise fear and respect only the white cock? For, as Proclus says in his book on sacrifice and magic, it is because the presence of the power of the sun, which is the organ and storehouse of all terrestrial and sidereal light, is better symbolized and represented by a white cock, as much on account of the creature's color as for his properties and specific quality, than by the lion. He says further that devils have often been seen in the shape of a lion, and that in the presence of a white cock they have suddenly disappeared. That is the reason why the Galli, that is, the French, who are so called because naturally they are white as milk, which the Greeks call fa, like to wear white feathers in their caps. For by nature they are joyful, frank, gracious, and kind, and have for their sign and symbol the flower that is whiter than any other, the lily. If you ask why nature intends the color white to stand for joy and gladness, I reply that the analog in conformity is like this. As externally white distracts and dazzles the sight, manifestly dissolving the visual spirits, according to the opinion of Aristotle in his Problems and to writers upon optics, and you will find the same by experience when you cross snow-covered mountains and complain that you cannot look steadily at them. As Xenophon reports happened to his men, and as Galen explains at length in On the Parts of the Body and Their Functions, Book 10, so internally the heart is dazzled by exceeding joy and suffers a manifest dissolution of the vital spirits, which can be so heightened that it is deprived of its nourishment, and consequently life is extinguished by this excess of joy. As Galen says in On Practice, Book 12, in On the Seats of Illness, Book 5, and in On the Symptoms and Their Causes, Book 2, and that this happened in former times is testified by Marcus Tullius, Lib. E. Quaestio, Tuscul, Varius, Aristotle, Titus Livius, after the Battle of Cannae, Pliny, Lib. VIIC, XXXII, and LIII, A. Gallus, Lib. III, XB, and others, by Diagoras of Rhodes, Chilo, Sophocles, Dionysius, tyrant of Sicily, Philippides, Philemon, Polycrata, Philistion, Marcus Juventius, and others who died of joy. Or as Avicenna says in Canone et Lib. de Viribus Cordis of Saffron, which so rejoices the heart that it robs it of life, if too great a dose is taken, through excessive dilation and dissolution. On this point, see Alexander of Aphrodisias, Lib. Primo Problematum, C. XIX, which concludes the case. But come, I am going further into this subject than I intended at the beginning, so here I will pull down my sails, consigning the rest to the book, which is to be entirely devoted to it, and will briefly say that, of course, blue signifies heaven and heavenly things, by the same symbolism that makes white stand for joy and pleasure. 11. Concerning Gargantua's childhood. From his 3rd to his 5th year, Gargantua was brought up and disciplined in all necessary ways, such being his father's orders, and he spent that time in the same manner as the other little children of that country, that is to say, in drinking, eating, and sleeping, in eating, sleeping, and drinking, in sleeping, drinking, and eating. He was always rolling in the mud, dirtying his nose, scratching his face, and treading down his shoes, and often he gaped after flies, or ran joyfully after the butterflies, of which his father was the ruler. He pissed in his shoes, shat in his shirt, wiped his nose on his sleeves, nibbled into his soup, paddled about everywhere, drank out of his slipper, and usually rubbed his belly on a basket. He sharpened his teeth on a shoe, washed his hands in soup, combed his hair with a wine bowl, sat between 2 stools with his arse on the ground, covered himself with a wet sack, drank while eating his soup, ate his biscuit without bread, bit as he laughed and laughed as he bit, often spat in the dish, blew a fat fart, pissed against the sun, ducked under water to avoid the rain, struck the iron while it was cold, had empty thoughts, put on airs, threw up his food, or, as they said, flayed the fox, mumbled his prayers like a monkey, returned to his muttons, and turned the sows out to hay. He would beat the dog in front of the lion, put the cart before the oxen, scratch where he did not itch, draw the worms from his nose, grip so hard that he caught nothing, eat his white bread first, chew the grasshoppers, and tickle himself to make himself laugh. He was a good guzzler in the kitchen, offered the gods straw for grain, sang the Magnificat at matins, and thought this the right time, ate cabbages and chat beet, could find the flies in his milk and pull the legs off them, scrawled on paper, blotted parchment, got away by his heels, played ducks and drakes with his purse, reckoned without his host, beat the bushes and missed the birds, and took the clouds for brass frying pans and bladders, for lanterns. He would draw 2 loads from one sack, play the donkey to get the bran, use his fist for a mallet, take cranes at the first sleep, think a coat of mail was made link by link, always look a gift horse in the mouth, ramble from cock to bull, put 1 ripe fruit between 2 green, make the best of a bad job, protect the moon from the wolves, hope to catch larks if the heavens fell, take a slice of whatever bread he was offered, care as little for the bald as for the shaven, and flay the fox every morning. His father's little dogs ate out of the dish, and he ate with them. He bit their ears and scratched their nose. He blew at their rumps, and they licked his lips. And do you know what, my boys? May the drink fly to your heads. That little lecher was always feeling his governesses, upside down, back to front, and get along with you there. And he was already beginning to exercise his codpiece, which his governesses decorated every day with fine garlands, lovely ribbons, pretty flowers, and gay silken tufts. And they amused themselves by rubbing it between their hands like a roll of pastry, and then burst out laughing when it raised its ears, as if the game pleased them. One of them called it my pillycock, another my 9-pin, another my coral branch, another my stopper, my cork, my quiver, my driving pin, my auger, my dingle-dangle, my rough go stiff and low, my crimping iron, my little red sausage, my sweet little cocky. It's mine, one would say. It belongs to me, said another. What about me, cried a third. Don't I get a share in it? Gracious me, I shall cut it off then. What, said another, cut it off? Why, that would hurt him, madam. Is it your way to cut off children's things? Why, then he'd be master without a tail. And so that he should amuse himself like the small children of the country, they made him a pretty weathercock from the sails of a Mirabelle windmill. 12. Concerning Gargantua's bobby horses. Then, so that he should be a good rider all his life, he was given a fine great wooden horse, which he made to prance, leap, curvet, plunge, and rear at the same time, to pace, trot, canter, gallop, amble, go like a nag, a trotter, a camel, or a wild ass. He made it change its color, as monks do their tunics according to the saints' days. Bay, sorrel, dapple-gray, mouse-dun, deer-colored, roan, cow-colored, zebra, skewbald, piebald, white. He himself made a hunting horse out of a large log, and made another for every day out of the beam of a wine-press. And he turned a great oak into a mule, with trappings for his broom. What is more, he had 10 or 12 more horses for relays, and 7 for the post, and he put them all to sleep near him. One day the Lord of Bredenbag came to visit his father, with great pomp and retinue, and on the same day came the Duke of Freemeal and the Earl of Wetwind. In fact, accommodation was rather short for so many people, the stables especially. So to discover if there were any empty stables elsewhere in the house, the steward, an outsider of the Lord of Bredenbag, applied to Gargantua, then a youngster, asking him privately where the war horses were kept, for they thought that children readily gave every secret away. Whereupon he led them up the great staircase of the castle, passing through the second hall into a large gallery, from which they entered into a great tower. And as they were going up yet another stairway, the outrider said to the steward, "This child is fooling us. The stables are never at the top of the house." "You're mistaken there," said the steward, "for I know places at Lyon, at La Basmet, at Chinon, and elsewhere, where the stables are at the very tops of the houses. It may be that at the back there is a way out onto the hillside, but I'll ask him more exactly. Then he inquired of Gargantua. Where are you taking us to, my little man? To my great horse's stable, he answered. We are almost there. We have only these stairs to climb. And conducting them through another great hall, he led them to his room, saying as he opened the door, Here are the stables you're asking for. There's my jennet, there's my gelding, my courser, and my trotter. Then he loaded them with a great lever and said, I make you a present of this Friesland. I had him from Frankfort, but he shall be yours. He is a pretty little horse, and a great stayer, with a tasseled goshawk, 6 spaniels, and a brace of greyhounds. You'll be king of the hares and partridges for all this winter. By St. John, they cried, we've been nicely taken in. He's wished the monk on us this time. No, that's not true, said Gargantua. The monk hasn't been here for 3 days. Now how do you think they should have taken that? Should they have hung their heads for shame or laughed at the joke? And they were just coming down again, thoroughly abashed, he asked. Would you like an oboyoy? What's that? They asked. Oh, that's 5 turds to make yourself a muzzle. From now on, said the steward, if we are hung on the spit, the fire won't burn us. For in my opinion, we've been down to a turn. Ha, my little fellow, you've tied straw in our hair all right. I shall see you made pope, pape, one of these days. That's what I think, answered Gargantua. But then you'll be a popsy-wopsy, papillon, and this gentle popinjay, papaguay, and will be a ready-made popillard. That's true, said the outrider. But guess how many stitches there are in my mother's smock, said Gargantua. 16, guessed the outrider. That's not gospel, said Gargantua, for there's a cent in front and a cent behind. And cent. You added up wrong. When? asked the outrider. Then, said Gargantua, when they made your nose into a tap to draw off a measure of dung, and your throat into a funnel to pour it into another vessel, because the bottom of that one was out. Bless my soul, exclaimed the steward, we've struck a talker. God keep you from harm, my chatty fellow, for you've got a ready tongue. Then, as they were hurrying down beneath the arch of the stairs, they dropped the great lever that he had loaded them with, whereupon Gargantua said, You're devilish bad riders. Your cobs let you down when you needed him. If you had to go from here to Cahusac, which would you prefer, to ride on a goose or to lead a sow on a leash? I'd rather drink, said the outrider. As he said this, they entered the lower hall where all the company was, and when they told them this brand new story, it made them laugh like a swarm of flies. 13. How Grangousier realized Gargantua's marvelous intelligence by his invention of an arsewipe. About the end of Gargantua's 5th year, Grangousier, returning from his victory over the Canarians, visited his son, and he was filled with joy as such a father would be at the sight of such a child. While he kissed and embraced him, he asked the boy various childish questions of one kind and another, and he drank quite a bit too, both with him and with his governesses, of whom he most earnestly inquired whether they had kept the boy sweet and clean. To this Gargantua answered that he had taken these precautions himself, and that there was not a cleaner boy in all the land. How did you do that? asked Grangousier. By long and curious experiments, replied Gargantua. I've invented a method of wiping my arse that is the most lordly, the most excellent, and the most convenient that ever was seen. What's that? asked Grangousier. I shall tell you in a moment, said Gargantua. Once I wiped myself on a lady's velvet mask, and I found it good, for the softness of the silk felt most voluptuous on my bottom. Another time on one of their hoods, I found it just as good. Another time on a lady's neckerchief. Another time on some earmuffs of crimson satin. But there were a lot of turdy gilt spangles on them, and they took all of the skin off my bottom. May St. Anthony's fire burn the bum-gut of the goldsmith who made them and of the lady who wore them. That trouble passed when I wiped myself on a page's bonnet, all feathered in the Swiss fashion. Then, as I was shitting behind a bush, I found a March-born cat. I wiped myself on him, but his claws exulcerated my whole perineum. I healed myself of that the next day by wiping myself on my mother's gloves, which were well scented with malgemin, the opposite of Benjamin, or benzoin, an Arabian gum. Then I wiped myself with sage, fennel, anise, marjoram, roses, gourd leaves, cabbage, beets, vine shoots, marshmallow, mullein, which is red as your bum, lettuce and spinach leaves. All this did very good to my legs. Then I wiped myself with dog's mercury, persicaria, nettles, and comfrey, but that gave me the bloody flux of Lombardy, from which I was cured by wiping myself with my codpiece. Then I wiped myself on the sheets, on the coverlet, on the curtains, with a cushion, with the hangings, with a green cloth, with a tablecloth, with a napkin, with a handkerchief, with an overall. And I found more pleasure in all those than mangy dogs do when they are combed. Yes, said Grangousier, but which wiper did you find the best? I was coming to that, said Gargantua. You shall soon hear the whole story. I wiped myself with hay, with straw, with litter, with cow's hair, with wool, with paper, but who his foul bum with paper wipes will on his bollocks leave some chips. What, my little rascal, said Grangousier, have you been at the wine-pot? Are you trying to rhyme already? Oh, yes, my lord king, replied Gargantua. I can rhyme that much and more. And when I rhyme, I often catch the rheum. Listen to what our privy says to the shitters. Shittered, squittered, crackered, turtis, thy bung has flung some dung on us, filtered, cackered, stinkered. May you burn with St. Anthony's fire, if all your foul arseholes are not well wiped ere you retire. Would you like any more of this? Yes, indeed, replied Grangousier. Well then, said Gargantua. Rondeau, yesterday shitting, I did know the profit to my arse I owe. Such was the smell that from it slunk, that I was with it all bestunk. Oh, had but then someone consented to bring me her for whom I waited, while shitting, I would have closed her water pipe in my rough way and bunched it up, while she had with her fingers guarded my jolly arsehole all bemurdered with shitting. Now tell me I'm not clever. God's bum, I didn't invent a line of it. I heard that fine lady over there reciting it, and I kept it in the bag of my memory. Let us return to our subject, said Grangousier. What, said Gargantua? Shitting? No, answered Grangousier, arse-wiping. But, said Gargantua, will you pay me a puncheon of Breton wine if I catch you out on the subject? Yes, I will, said Grangousier. There's no need, said Gargantua, to wipe your bottom unless it's mucky. It can't be mucky if you haven't shat. We have to shit, therefore, before we wipe our arses. Oh, said Grangousier, what a good head you've got, my little fellow. One day very soon I'll get you made a doctor of gay learning. By God I will. For you have more sense than your years. Now please go on with this arse-wiping talk of yours, and, by my beard, instead of a puncheon, you shall have 6 casks. I know something about this good Breton wine, which doesn't grow in Brittany at all, but in the fine land of Varon. After that, said Gargantua, I wiped myself with a kerchief, with a pillow, with a slipper, with a purse, with a basket, but what an unpleasant arse-wiper that was. Then with a hat, and note that some hats are smooth, some shaggy, some velvety, some of taffeta, and some of satin. The best of all are the shaggy ones, for they make a good abstersion of the fecal matter. Then I wiped myself with a hen, with a cock, with a chicken, with a calf's skin, with a hare, with a pigeon, with a cormorant, with a lawyer's bag, with a penitent's hood, with a coif, with an otter. But to conclude, I say and maintain that there is no arse-wiper like a well-downed goose. If you hold her neck between your legs, you must take my word for it, you really must. You get a miraculous sensation in your arsehole, both from the softness of the down and from the temperate heat of the goose herself, and this is easily communicated to the bone gut and the rest of the intestines, from which it reaches the heart and the brain. Do not imagine that the felicity of the heroes and demigods in the Elysian fields arises from their asphodel, their ambrosia, or their nectar. As those ancients say, it comes, in my opinion, from the wiping their arses with the neck of a goose, and that is the opinion of Master Duns Scotus too. 14. How Gargantua was taught Latin by a sophist. This discourse concluded, that good man Grangousier was beside himself with admiration, as he considered the fine sense and marvellous understanding of his son Gargantua, and he said to the governesses, Philip, king of Macedon, recognizes the intelligence of his son Alexander by his skill in managing a horse. This horse was so fierce and unruly that no one dared mount him, since he threw all his riders, breaking one man's neck, another's legs, another's skull, and another's jawbone. When Alexander considered this problem in the hippodrome, which was the place where horses were exercised and trained, he observed that the horse's wildness was caused only by his fear of his own shadow, and climbing on him forced him to gallop into the sun, so that his shadow fell behind him, in this way making the beast amenable to his will. By this the father realized the boy's divine intelligence, and afterwards had him very well taught by Aristotle, who at that time was the most highly esteemed philosopher in Greece. And let me tell you that from this single discussion which I have just held before you with my son Gargantua, I recognize that his understanding springs from some divine source. So acute, subtle, profound, and assured do I find him in his answers, he will certainly attain a sovereign degree of wisdom, if he is well taught. Therefore I wish to entrust him to some learned man who will instruct him according to his capacities, and to this end I will spare no cost. Accordingly, they appointed as his tutor a great doctor and sophist named Thubal Holofernes, who taught him his letters so well that he said them by heart backward, and he took 5 years and 3 months to do that. Then the sophist read to him Donatus, Facitus, Theodolus, and Alanus in Parabolis, which took 13 years, 6 months, and a fortnight. These were the stock medieval textbooks. But know that during all this time he was teaching Gargantua to write the Gothic script, and that he copied all these books out himself, for the art of printing was not yet practiced. Also, he generally carried a huge writing desk weighing more than 7,000 hundredweight, the pencil case of which was as big and stout as the great pillars of Aine, while the inkhorn hung from it on great iron chains, capable of carrying a ton of merchandise. After this, the sophist read him De Modis Significandi, (side-note, the stock grammar), which the commentaries of Bangbreeze, Scallywag, Claptrap, Gwalhall, John the Calf, Coppercoin, Flowery Tongue, and a number of others, and this took him more than 10 years and 11 months. And Gargantua knew the book so well that at testing time he repeated it backward by heart, proving to his mother on his fingers that De Modis Significandi non erat scientia. Side note, grammar was no science. The sophist read him the Compostrum, on which he spent 16 years and 2 months, at which point he said Preceptor died. In the year 1420 he caught the pox. After that he had another old weezer named Master Jobakin Bride, who read him Hugotio, Hebrard's Gressimus, the Doctrinal, the Parts of Speech, the Quid Est, the Supplementum, Mumble, on the Psalms, De Moribus, in Mensa Servandis, Seneca, De Quatuor Virtutibus, Cardinalibus, Passavantes, cum commento, Dormi, Secure, for festivals, and several more works of the same dough, by the reading of which he became as wise as any man baked in an oven. 15. How Gargantua was put under other pedagogues. Meanwhile, his father observed that although he was really studying very well and spent all his time at his lessons, he was making no progress at all. What was worse, he was becoming quite foolish and simple, all dreamy and doltish. When Grangousier complained of this to Don Felipe de Marais, viceroy of Papeligos, that gentleman answered that it was better for the boy to learn nothing than to study such books under such masters. For their learning was mere stupidity, and their wisdom like an empty glove. It bastardized good and noble minds and corrupted all the flower of youth. To prove this, said Don Felipe, take any young person of the present day who has studied only 2 years, and if he has not a better judgment, a better command of words, better powers of speech, better manners, and greater ease in company than your son, account me for ever a boaster from La Brenne. This proposal greatly pleased Grangousier, and he ordered it to be carried out. That evening de Marais brought into supper a young page of his from Villigonkis, called Eudaemon, so well curled, so well dressed, so well brushed, and so courtly in his behavior, that he was more like some little angel than a human being. Then said de Marais to Grangousier, do you see this young man? He is not 12 yet. Now, if you will, let us see what difference there is between the knowledge of your old-time, nonsensological babblers and the young people of today. The idea pleased Grangousier, and he commanded the page to state a proposition. Then, after demanding permission of the said viceroy, his master, with his cap in his hand, with an open countenance and ruddy lips, and with assurance in his eyes and his gaze fixed in youthful modesty on Gargantua, Eudaemon rose to his feet, and then began to praise and extol him, first for his virtues and fine manners, secondly for his learning, thirdly for his nobility, fourthly for his physical beauty, and in the 5th place charmingly exhorted him to show his father every reverent attention for being at such pains to have him well taught. Lastly, he begged Gargantua, in his kindness, to engage him as the least of his servants, for he desired no other gift from heaven at the present time, save that he should have the good fortune to please Gargantua by doing him some welcome service. This speech was delivered by him with such fitting gestures, with such a clear enunciation, and so eloquent a voice, in such ornate language, and such good Latin, that he seemed more like a Gracchus, a Cicero, or an Aemilius of the olden times, than a youth of this age. But Gargantua could keep no better countenance than to burst out bellowing like a cow. He hid his face in his cap, and it was no more possible to draw a word from him than a fart from a dead donkey. At this his father was so infuriated that he wanted to slay Master Jobelin, but the said Desmarais prevented his doing so by eloquent persuasions, with which he plied him to such effect with his wrath abated. Then Grangousier ordered that the sophist should be paid his wages, and that he should be made to throw back a pot or two in fine sophistical manner, after which he could go to the devil. At least for today, he said, he will be no great expense to his host if he does happen to die as drunk as an Englishman. When Master Jobelin had left the house, Grangousier consulted with the viceroy as to what master they should choose for the lad. They decided between them that the post should be given to Pantagruel, Eudemon's tutor, and that they should all go to Paris together to learn what the young men of France were studying at the time. 16. How Gargantua was sent to Paris, of the huge mare that carried him, and how she destroyed the ox-flies of La Beauce. At this same season, Foyles, fourth king of Numidia, sent to Grangousier from the land of Africa the greatest and most enormous mare that ever was seen. And she was the most monstrous too, since you know very well that Africa is always producing some new monstrosity. She was as big as 6 elephants. She had her hooves divided into toes, like Julius Caesar's horse, and pendant ears, like the goats of Languedoc, and a little horn on her rump. For the rest, her coat was of a burnt sorrel, with dapple grey spots, and, what is more, she had the most fearsome tail, for it was as large, more or less, as the pillar of St. Mars, near Langes, and as square, and its tufts were as spiky, in every respect as blades of wheat. If the description astounds you, you will be even more astounded by what I tell you about the tail of the Scythian ram, which weighed more than 30 pounds, or about that of the Syrian sheep, of whose rump, if the news speaks true, they have to fix a little cart to carry it. It is so long and heavy, you clods from the flatlands possess nothing to compare with that. This mare was brought by sea in 3 carracks, in a brigantine to the port of Olon, in the Talmont country. And when Grangousier saw her, he said, "Here is just the beast to carry my son to Paris. Now, I swear to God, all will go well. He will be a great scholar in times to come. If it weren't for the beast, we should all live like scholars." This is a well-known saying in reverse. The next day, after drinking, as you will understand, they started on their way, Gargantua, his tutor, Ponocrates, and his servants, together with the young page Eudemon, and as the weather was calm and temperate, Grangousier had dun-colored boots made for his son. Babin calls them buskins. So they passed joyfully along the highway, always in high spirits, till they came above Orleans, where there was a great forest of 105 miles long and 51 miles wide, or thereabouts. This forest was horribly abundant and copiously swarming with ox-flies and hornets, so that it was an absolute brigand's lair for the poor mares, asses, and horses. But Gargantua's mare handsomely avenged all the outrages ever perpetuated there on the beasts of her kind, by a trick of which they had not the slightest inkling beforehand. As soon as they had entered this forest, and the hornets had opened their attack, she threw out her tail, and at her first skirmish swatted them so completely that she swept down the whole wood, crossways and lengthways, here and there, this way and that, to front and to side, over and under. She swept down the trees as a mower does the grass, so that since that time there has been neither wood nor hornets, and the whole country has been reduced to a plain. At the sight of this, Gargantua felt very great delight, but the only boast he made was to say to his people, "I find this fine, je trouve Beauce," from which saying the country has ever afterward been called La Beauce. but all they got for breakfast was empty air, in memory of which, to this day, the gentlemen of La Bouse break their fasts on yawns, do very well by it, and spit the better for it. At last they arrived in Paris, in which town Gargantua refreshed himself for 2 or 3 days, making merry with his people and inquiring what learned men there were in the place just then, also what wine was drunk there. 17. How Gargantua repaid the Parisians for their welcome, and how he took the great bells from the church of Notre Dame. Some days after they had finished their refreshment, Gargantua went to see the sights of the town, and everyone stared at him in great wonder, for the Parisians are such simpletons, such gapers, and such feckless idiots that a buffoon, a peddler of indulgences, a mule with bells on its collar, or a fiddler at a crossroads will draw a greater crowd than a good preacher of the gospel. The people so pestered him, in fact, that he was compelled to take a rest on the towers of Notre Dame, and when from there he saw so many pressing all around him, he said in a clear voice, "I think these clodhoppers want me to pay for my kind reception and offer them a propitiate. They are quite justified, and I am going to give them some wine to buy my welcome, but only in sport. Paris." Then, with a smile, he undid his magnificent codpiece, and bringing out his John Thomas, pissed on them so fiercely that he drowned 260,418 persons, not counting the women and small children. A number of them, however, were quick enough on their feet to escape this piss flood, and when they reached the top of the hill above the university, sweating, coughing, spitting, and out of breath, they began to swear and curse, some in a fury and others in sport. Paris. Carry Mary, carry Mara. Side-note, a Kabbalistic spell. My holy tart, we've been drenched in sport. We've been drenched, Paris. Hence it was that the city was ever afterward called Paris. Formerly it had been named Lucentia, as Strabo tells us in his 4th book, which in Greek signifies white place. This was on account of the white thighs of the ladies of that city, and since at this rechristening all the spectators swore, each by the saints of his own parish, the Parisians, who were made up of all nations and all sorts, had proved by nature both good swearers and good men of law, also somewhat overbearing, for which reason Joanninus de Barranco, in Libro de Copiositate Reventiarum, side-note, book on the multitudes of oaths, considers that they derive their name of Parisians from the Greek, in which language the word signifies bowl of speech. After this exploit, Gargantua examined the bells that hung in those towers, and played a harmonious peal on them. As he did so, it struck him that they would serve very well for cowbells to hang on the collar of his mare, which he had decided to send back to his father loaded with brie cheese and fresh herrings. So he took them straight off to his lodgings. There passed in the meantime a master mendicant of the order of St. Anthony, on his begging quest for pig meat, and he tried to sneak the bells so that in future he might be heard from afar off, and the very hams tremble in the salting pans. But he left them out of sheer honesty, not because they were too hot, but because they were a little too heavy for him to carry. This was not the master at Bourg, who was too good a friend of mine for that. The whole population was in an uproar, a state of things to which, as you know, Parisians are so prone that foreigners marvel at the patience of France's kings in not suppressing them, as in strict justice they might, considering the troubles that daily arise from their turbulence. I wish to God I knew the den in which these factions and plots are concocted, and I would report them to the guilds of my parish. You may be sure that the place where the people assembled, all befooled and alarmed, was the Hotel de Nesle, at that time the seat of Lutetia's oracle, which it is no longer, and before that court the case of the stolen bells was pleaded, and the inconvenience of their loss deplored. After a thorough argument, pro et contra, it was decided by a simple syllogism that the oldest and most authoritative member of the faculty should be sent to Gargantua to point out to him the terrible inconvenience caused by the loss of those bells, and despite the objections of certain faculty members, who claimed that this task could more fitly be performed by an orator than by a sophist, our master Janotus de Bragamardo was chosen to carry it out. 18. How Janotus de Bragamardo was sent to recover the great bells from Gargantua. With his hair cropped like a Caesar, and his doctor's hood swathed around him like a toga, having first protected his stomach with bakehouse victuals and holy water from the cellar, Master Janotus proceeded to Gargantua's lodging, driving 3 red-nosed calves or beetles before him, and dragging 5 or 6 artless masters of art behind him, thoroughly bedraggled with mud. At the door they were received by Pantagruel, who was terrified by their strange clothes, and who, thinking that they were some crazy mummers, asked one of the artless masters in the company what this mummery meant. The reply he received was that they wanted the bells restored to them. As soon as he heard this, Pantagruel ran to tell Gargantua the news, so that his pupils should have an answer ready for them, and decide immediately on a plan. On learning what had happened, Gargantua called aside his tutor, Pantagruel, his steward, Philotomy, his squire, Gymnasty, and Eudemon, and held a summary conference with them on the subject of what to say and what to do. They were all of the opinion that the deputation should be taken to the buttery, and there made to drink like fish, and for fear that the old weezer might prove vainglorious if the bells were restored at his request, while he was tippling, they sent for the city provost, the rector of the faculty, and the vicar of the church, to whom they had decided to deliver up the bells before the sophist expounded his commission. After this, they would listen to his harangue in the company of those dignitaries. And so it was. Shortly after their arrival, the sophist was shown into the hall, where they were assembled, and with a wheezing cough began the following address. 19. The harangue delivered by Master Janotus de Bragamardo to Gargantua for the recovery of the bells. Ahem, good day, sir, and good day, Vauby gentlemen. It would only be right if you were to give us back our bells, for we are greatly in need of them. Hush. Often in the past we have refused good money for them, from the people of Londois in Cahors, and also from the people of Bordeaux in Brie, who wanted to buy them for the substantific quality of the elementary complexion which is inherent in the terrestriality of their quitative nature, in order to externalize the hailstorms and whirlwinds from our vines, not really from ours, though, but from some close by. For if we lose our drink, we lose everything, rights and dues. If you restore them to us at my request, I shall gain 6 strings of sausages and a good pair of breeches, which will do my legs a great deal of good, or I shall be much deceived. Ho, by God, Domine! A pair of breeches is a good thing. Et vir sapien non abhorret and a wise man will not dislike them. Ha! Not everyone has a pair of breeches who wants one. I know that well from my own case. Consider, Domine. I have been 18 days metagrobolizing this fine harangue. Redit que sunt Caesare, et que sunt de Deo, ibi jacet lebus. Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. That's the point. By my faith, Domine, if you want to sup with me in camera, God's body, charitatis, nos faciamus bonum cherubin, ego occidi unum porsum, et ego habet bon vino. In the reception hall we will make good cheer ubium. I have killed a pig, and I has good wino. And from good wine you cannot make bad Latin. Well, no, depart de, date nobis clochas nostras. In God's name, give us back our bells. Wait, in the name of the faculty, I'll give you a ceremones de utino, so that utinam you shall give us our bells. Voltas etiam pardonos, per diem vos habibitis, et nihil paiabitis. Will you buy pardons, Struth? You shall have them and pay nothing. O Sir Domine, clochidonaminor nobis, indeed est bonum urbis. They are the property of the city. Everybody uses them. If they suit your mare, they also suit our faculty. Que comparata et est jumentis incipientibus et similis facta est ace, salmo nescio quo, which is like the beast that perished. From what psalm it comes, I don't know. And yet I've got the proper quotation in my notebook. Et est unum bonum Achilles. That is an unanswerable argument. Hash. See now, I prove to you that you ought to give them to me. Ego sic argumentor. This is how I argue. Omnes clocha clociabilis, in clocero clochando clochans, clochativo clochar facit clocabilitier clochants. Parisius habet clochas, ergo gluck. A gibberish of mock Latin on the subject of the bells, ending with a formal conclusion. Haha, that's well put, that is. It's in the third mood of the first figure of the syllogism, in Dari or somewhere. Pawn my soul, I can remember a time when I could play the devil's tricks at argument, but at present my mind is just wandering, and from now on I want nothing but good wine, a good bed, my back to the fire, my belly to the table, and a good deep dish. Hey, Domine, I beg of you, in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sanctum, Amen, to return us our bells, and God preserve you from sickness, and Our Lady from health, qui vivet et regnat per omnia saecula saeculorum. Amen. Hash. Merum enim vero quando quidem dubio procul edipol, quoniam ita certe meos deus fidus. Side note, an odd collection of tags. A city without bells is like a blind man without a stick, an ass without a crupper, and a cow without a bell. Until you restore them to us, we shall not cease to cry out after you like a blind man who has lost his stick, to bray after you like an ass without a crupper, to low after you like a cow without its cowbell. A certain Latinizing person living near the hospital once said, citing the authority of a certain Toponus, no, I'm wrong, it was Pontanus, a secular poet, that he wished they were made of feathers, and that the clapper was a fox's tail, because they engendered the colic in the bowels of his brains when he was composing his carminiform lines. But ding-dong, bing-bang, clitter-clatter, he was declared a heretic. We make them quick as lightning, and the statement says no more. Valete et plaudite, calapinus recensui. 3 conclusions. The first, legal. The second, farewell and applaud, from Latin comedy. And the third, that of a copyist at the end of a manuscript. 20. How the sophist carried off his cloth, and how he fought a lawsuit against the other masters. No sooner had the sophist concluded that Ponocrates and Eudemon burst out laughing so heartily that they very nearly gave up the ghost, exactly like Crassus when he saw a jackass eating thistles, and like Philemon, who died of laughing when he saw an ass eating some figs, which had been prepared for his own dinner. Then Master Janitus began to laugh with them, and they laughed one against the other, till the tears came into their eyes, and the violent concussion of the brain substance, from which were expressed those lacrimal humidities which flowed down along the optic nerve. In this they represented Democritus Heraclitizing and Heraclitus Democratizing. When their laughter had quite died down, Gargantua consulted with his people as to what was to be done. Ponocrates' opinion of the matter was that they should make this fine orator drink again, and that, since he had so amused them and made them laugh more than ever the actor Songacru did, he should be given the 10 strings of sausages mentioned in his jolly harangue, together with a pair of breeches, 300 half-cords of firewood, 25 hogsheads of wine, a bed with a triple mattress of goose down, and a very capacious deep dish, which he had said were necessary for his old age. All this was done according to plan, except that Gargantua, doubting whether they could immediately find breeches to suit his legs, doubting also what fashion would be most comfortable for the orator, whether the martingale, which is in the form of a drawbridge at the backside for greater ease in shitting, or the mariners for the better gratification of the kidneys, or the Swiss to keep the lower belly warm, or the codfish tail to avoid overheating the loins, had him given 10.5 yards of black cloth and 4 of white for the lining. The wood was carried by the porters, the masters of arts carried the sausages and dishes, and Master Genotus himself decided to carry the cloth. But one of the masters said masters, Master Jus Bandui by name pointed out to him that this was neither seemly nor suitable to his degree, and that he ought to hand it to someone else. Ha, said Genotus, blockhead, you're not concluding in monda et figura. That shows how much the suppositions and the parva logicalia are worth. Panis pro quo supponit. Side note, you are not concluding in due form, says Genotus, and catechizes Bandeville concerning the ownership of the cloth. Bandeville quibbles and supposes the question to relate to details concerning the cloth's nature, which Bandeville considers to be merely a matter of hearsay. Genotus insists that he is asking what the cloth is for, states that it is for his legs and that he is going to wear it himself, as the supposition carries the supplementaries. Inside note. Confuse, said Bandui, et distributive. I am not asking you, blockhead, said Genotus. Quo modo supponit, but pro quo, that is blockhead. Pro tibis meis, and that is what I shall wear it for. Ego met sicut suppositum portat ad positum. So he carried it off stealthily, as Patalin did his cloth. But the joke of it was, when the old Weezer, before full assembly held at the Matherins, confidently demanded his breeches and sausages, for they were peremptorily refused him, on the score that he already received them from Gargantua, according to their information on the subject. He pointed out that this had been a free gift on Gargantua's part, given out of sheer liberality, and that they were not thereby released from their promises. Notwithstanding this, he received the answer that he ought in reason to be contented, and that he would not receive a scrap more. Reason, exclaimed Genotus. We use none of that here. You wretched, worthless traitors, there isn't a more depraved bunch than you, on the whole face of the earth, as well I know. Don't try a false limp in front of a cripple. I've had a share in your villainies. God's spleen, I'll inform the king of the manifold abuses that are played and carried out by you, with your own hands. The leprosy strike me if he doesn't have you all burned alive as buggers, traitors, heretics, and seducers, enemies of God and all virtue. At these words they framed a charge against him, and he in turn served them a summons. In the end, the case was adjourned by the court. It is before them still, and at that point the masters made a vow not to clean off their dirt, and Master Genotus and his supporters vowed not to wipe their noses until a definite judgment should be delivered. True to their vows, they have remained dirty and snotty to this day, for the court has not yet fully sifted all the documents, and the judgment will be given at the next Greek calends, that is to say never, because as you know, they can outdo nature and violate their own articles. For the articles of Paris proclaim that God alone can perform actions without end, and that nature makes nothing immortal. For she puts a term and period to all things by her produced, seeing that omnia orta cadunt, etc., all things that rise set. But these swallowers of the morning mist make the suits pending before them both infinite and immortal, and by doing so have recalled and confirmed the saying of Chilon of Lacedaemonian, consecrated at Delphi, that misery is the companion of lawsuits, and that those who plead in them are wretched creatures, since they come to the end of their lives long before they attain the rights they lay claim to. Side note, judges who have the reputation of getting up early to catch the big fees. Chapter 21. Gargantua studies according to the directions of his tutors, the Sophists. The first days having been spent in this way, and the bells restored to their place, the citizens of Paris, in acknowledgment of this courtesy, offered to maintain the feed Gargantua's mare for as long as he wished, an offer which he gladly accepted. So they sent her to graze in the forest of Bière. I believe that she is no longer there. After this, Gargantua was anxious to put himself at Ponocrates' disposal in the matters of his studies. But for a beginning, his tutor ordered him to go on his usual way, so that he might find out how it was that his former instructor had spent so long in making him so foolish, simple, and ignorant. So Gargantua arranged his time in such a way that he generally woke between 8 and 9, whether it was light or not, for these had been the orders of his former governors, who had cited the words of David, Vanum est vobis ante lucem surgere. It is vain for you to rise up early. Then he turned and stretched and wallowed in his bed for some time, the better to rouse his animal spirits and dressed according to the season. What he liked to wear was a great long gown of coarse frieze furred with foxskins. After this he combed his hair in the handsome fashion, that is to say, with 4 fingers and a thumb, for his tutor said that to comb or wash or clean oneself in any other way was to lose time in this world. Then he shat, pissed, spewed, belched, farted, yawned, spat, coughed, hiccuped, sneezed, blew his nose like an archdeacon, and breakfasted to protect himself from the dew and the bad air, on fine fried tripes, good rashers grilled on the coals, delicate hams, toasty goat stews, and plenty of early morning soup. The soup's drunk in monasteries at the hour of prime, 6 a.m. Ponocrates protested that he ought not to eat so soon after getting out of bed without having first taken some exercise. But Gargantua replied, "What? Haven't I taken enough exercise? I rolled myself over 7 or 8 times before I got up. Isn't that enough?" Pope Alexander adopted that habit on the advice of his Jewish physician and lived till his dying day in despite of his enemies. My first masters have accustomed me to it. They said that breakfast is good for the memory, therefore they took their first drink then. I find that it does me a lot of good and makes me enjoy my dinner better. Master Tubal, who took first place as licentiate in Paris, told me that all the advantage doesn't lie in running fast, but in starting early. So the total health of the human race consists in not gulping it down like ducks, but rather in drinking early. Unde versus, hence you find. Early to rise brings little wealth, but early drinking's good for the health. After having taken a thorough breakfast, he went to church, and then they carried in for him in a great basket a huge slippered breviary weighing, what with grease, clasp, and parchment, 1,106 pounds. There he heard 26 or 30 masses. In the meantime his orison reader would arrive, muffled in his cloak like a hoopoo, and with his breath well disinfected by copious vine syrup. With him Gargantua mumbled all the litanies and fingered them over so carefully that not a single grain fell to the ground. As he left church, they brought him an ox wagon to heap of rosaries from St. Claude, each bead as big as a hat block, and as he walked through the cloisters, galleries, or garden, he told more of them than 16 hermits. Then he stayed for a miserable half-hour, his eyes fixed on his book, and as the comic poet says, his soul was in the kitchen. So after pissing a good potful, he next sat down to table, and being of a phlegmatic nature, began his meals with some dozens of hams, smoked ox tongues, botargos, sausages, and other advanced couriers of wine. Meanwhile his servants threw into his mouth one after another full bucketfuls of mustard without stopping. Then he drank a monstrous gulp of white wine to relieve his kidneys, and after that ate, according to the season, meats agreeable to his appetite. He left off eating when his belly was tight. For drinking he had neither end nor rule, for he said that the ends and limits of drinking were when the cork sole of the drinker's shoe swelled up half a foot as he drank. 22. Gargantua's games. Then, having sluggishly mumbled over some scraps of grace, Gargantua rinsed his hands in fresh wine, picked his teeth with a pig's trotter, and chatted gaily with his people, after which a green cloth was laid, and a stock of cards, of dice, and of game boards were laid out. There he played at flushes, at primero, at grand slam, at little slam, at trumps, at prick and spare not, at hundreds up, at penny points, at old maid, at cheat, at 10 and pass, at 31, at fair and straight, at 300, at beggar my neighbor, at odd man out, at turn the card, at poor jack, at lansquenet, at cuckold, at next man speak, at teetotum, at marriage, at pair royal, at opinion, at follow my leader, at sequences, at sheep and wolves, at tarot, at the loser wins, at goals, at torture, at snorer, at hazards, at honors, at mora, at chess, at fox and geese, at squares, at piggyback, at blanks, at speculation, at 3 dice, at tables, at knick-knock, at lurch, at queen's game, at sparalingno, at backgammon, at long tables, at fall down, at swelp me god, at needs must, at drafts, at sucks to you, at prima secundus, at hit the blade, at the keys, at chuck penny, at odds or evens, at heads or tails, at pebbles, at tosspin, at billiards, at slipper boxing, at the owl, at coddling the hare, at one more pull, at skirmish, at trudge pig, at magpies, at the thorn, at the shrub-tied ox, at the magic owlet, at pinch without laughing, at prick pin. At the unshoeing of the ass, at the coxus, at hide and seek, at I sit down, at shit in his beard, at buskins, at draw the spit, at chuck him out, at uncle lend me your sack, at the Romscod ball, at out he goes he, at Marseille figs, at the fly, at bowman shot, at throw it up, at pick up, at 9 holes, at oat selling, at blow the coral, at marry again, at live judge and dead judge, live judge and dead judge, at unoven the iron, at the false clown, at 9 stones, at the hunchback courtier, at find your saint, at hinge pinch, at stand on your head, at the May Queen, at the Breton jig, at whirligig, at the sow, at belly to belly, at the dales, at pushpin, at quiots, at pig in the middle, at blow it out, at 9-pins, at knock 'em out, at flat bowl, at round we go, at piggyback to Rome, at bum batch touch, at sly jack, at short bowls, at shuttlecock, at dog's ears, at smash the pot, at my desire, at twirly whirly, at rush bindles, at short staff, at spin round, at shut your eyes, at spur away, at blanks, at hunt him out, at the iron mask, at triangles, at all in the line, at the cherry pit, at the humming top, at the whip top, at the peg top, at the hobgoblin, at scare, at old hockey, at fast and loose, at fat arse, at cock horse, at St. Cosmo I come to adore you, at brown beetle, at I catch you napping, at fair and softly Lent goes by, at the forked oak, at leapfrog, at the wolf's tail, at nose to breach, at Willie give me my lance, at seesaw, at shocks of corn, at little bowls, at fly away jack, at tit-tat-toe, at cut him short, at 9 hands, at Harry racket, at the bridges down, at bridled nick, at the bull's eye, at battledore, at blind man's buff, at bob cherry, at the toad, at cricket, at pestle and mortar, at cup and ball, at queens, at trays, at heads and points, at dot and carry one, at foul death, at Phillips, at I wash your cat, madam, at the bolting cloth, at sowing the oats, at greedy guts, at windmills, at defendo, at pirouettes, at drawbridges, at the ploughman, at the mad owlet, at angry broomsticks, at the dead beast, at climb the ladder, at the dead pig, at the salt dupe, at the bird has flown, at barley break, at faggots, at jump the bush, at Andy Pandy, at highwaymen, at hawk's nest, at forward hay, at figs, at the salvo of farts, at mustard pounder, at first home, at the relapse, at feathered darts, at duck your head, at the crane dance, at slash and cut, at tweak nose, at larks, at flip finger. After he had thus enjoyed his games and thoroughly sifted, winnowed, and dispensed his time, the moment came to take a little drink. That was 11 quarts ahead, and immediately afterward to recline. That is, to stretch and sleep for 2 or 3 hours on a handsome seat or a good large bed without an ill thought or an ill word. Then, when he was awakened, Gargantua shook his ears a little, and in the meantime they brought him fresh wine, whereupon he drank better than ever. Ponocrates used to remonstrate with him that it was a bad habit to drink like this after sleeping. It is, said Gargantua, the true life according to the Holy Fathers, for naturally I sleep salt, and my sleep has been equivalent of so much ham. Then he began to study a little, and it was paternosters to the fore. So, to polish them off in better form, he mounted an old mule, which had served 9 kings, and thus, mumbling with his lips and nodding his head, he rode off to see some rabbits netted. On his return, he went to the kitchen to see what roast was on the spit. He supped very well, I promise you, cheerfully inviting some boozers from among his neighbors, and as they drank they told stories old and new. Among others, he had as his servants the lords de Fou, de Gorville, de Grignol, and de Marigny. After supper, They brought in the fair wooden gospels, that is to say, a number of games boards, also the pleasant flush, and 1, 2, 3, or hazards to shorten the time. Or else they went to see the local girls, and held a little feast with them, and collations and post-collations. Then Gargantua slept without unbridling till 8 o'clock the next morning. 23. How Gargantua was so disciplined by Pantagruel that he did not waste an hour of the day. When Pantagruel saw Gargantua's vicious manner of living, he decided to educate him differently. But for the first days he bore with him, knowing that nature cannot without great violence endure sudden changes. Therefore, to make a better beginning of his task, he entreated a learned physician of that time, Master Theodore, by name, to consider if it would be possible to set Gargantua on a better road. Theodore purged the youth in due form with black hellebore, and with this drug cured his brains of its corrupt and perverse habits. By this means also Pantagruel made him forget all that he had learned from his old tutors, as Timotheus did for his pupils, who had been trained under other musicians. The better to do this, Pantagruel introduced him into the society of the learned men of the region, in emulation of whom his wit increased, as did his desire to change his form of study and to show his worth. After that, the tutor subjected his pupil to such discipline that he did not waste an hour of the day, but spent his entire time on literature and sound learning. Gargantua now awoke about 4 o'clock in the morning, and while he was being rubbed down, had some chapter of Holy Writ read to him loudly and clearly, with a pronunciation befitting the matter. And this was the business of a young page called Anagnostes, a native of Bash. Moving by the subject and argument of the lesson, he often gave himself up to worship and adoration, to prayers and entreaties, addressed to the good God, whose majesty and marvelous wisdom had been exemplified in that reading. Then he went into some private place to make excretion of his natural waste products, and there his tutor repeated what had been read, explaining to him the more obscure and difficult points. On their way back, they considered the face of the sky, whether it was as they had observed it the night before, and into what sign the sun and also the moon were entering for that day. This done, Gargantua was dressed, combed, curled, trimmed, and perfumed, and meanwhile the previous day's lessons were repeated to him. Next he himself said them by heart, and upon them grounded some practical examples touching the state of man. This they sometimes continued for as long as 2 or 3 hours, but generally stopped as soon as he was fully dressed. Then for 3 full hours he was read to. When this was done, they went out, still discussing the subjects of the reading, and walked over to the sign of the Hound, or to the meadows, where they played ball or tennis or the triangle game, gaily exercising their bodies as they had previously exercised their minds. Hound, or to the meadows, where they played ball or tennis or the triangle game, gaily exercising their bodies as they had previously exercised their minds. Their sports were entirely unconstrained, for they gave up the game whenever they pleased, and usually stopped when their whole bodies were sweating, or when they were otherwise tired. Then, when they were well dried and rubbed down, they changed their shirts and sauntered off to see if dinner was ready. And while they were waiting there, they clearly and eloquently recited some sentences remembered from their lesson. In the meantime, Master Appetite came in, and when the happy moment arrived, they sat down at table. At the beginning of the meal, there was a reading of some pleasant tale of the great deeds of old, which lasted till Gargantua had taken his wine. Then, if it seemed good, the reading was continued. Otherwise, they began to converse gaily together, speaking in the first place of the virtues, properties, efficacy, and nature of whatever was served to them at table, of the bread, of the wine, of the water, of the salt, of the meats, fish, fruit, herbs, and roots, and of their dressing. From this talk, Gargantua learned in a very short time all the relevant passages in Pliny, Athenaeus, Dioscorides, Julius Pollux, Galen, Porphyrius, Oppian, Polybius, Heliodorus, Aristotle, Aelian, and others. As they held these conversations, they often had the aforementioned books brought to table to make sure of their quotations, and so well and completely did Gargantua retain it in his memory what had been said, that there was not a physician then living who knew half as much of this as he. Afterward, they discussed the lessons read in the morning, and as they concluded their meal with a confection of quinces, he picked his teeth with a mastic branch and washed his hands and eyes with good fresh water. Then they gave thanks to God by reciting some lovely canticles, composed in praise of the divine bounty and munificence. After this, cards were brought in, not to play with, but so that he might learn 1,000 little tricks and new inventions, all based on arithmetic. In this way he came to love this science of numbers, and every day after dinner and supper, he whiled away the time with it as pleasantly as formerly he had done with dice and cards. And he came to know the theory and practice of arithmetic so well that Tunstall, the Englishman who had written so copiously on the subject, confessed that really, in comparison with Gargantua, all that he knew of it was so much nonsense. Gargantua not only became skilled in that branch, but also in such other mathematical sciences as geometry, astronomy, and music. For while they waited for his meals to be prepared and digested, they made 1,000 pretty instruments and geometrical figures, and also practiced the astronomical canons. After this, they amused themselves by singing music in 4 or 5 parts, or on a set theme, to their throats' content. With regard to musical instruments, he learned to play the lute, the spinet, the harp, the German flute, the 9-holed flute, the viol, and the trombone. After spending an hour in this way, his digestion being complete, he got rid of his natural excrements, and then returned to his principal study for 3 hours or more, during which time he repeated the morning's reading, went on with the book in hand, and also practiced writing, drawing, and shaping the Gothic and Roman letters. This done, they left their lodging in the company of a young gentleman of Touraine, named Squire Gymnast, who taught Gargantua the art of horsemanship. After changing his clothes, the people mounted in turn a charger, a cob, a jennet, a barb, and a light horse, and made each run 100 courses, clear the ditch, leap over the barrier, and turn sharp around to the right and to the left. He did not break his lance, for it is the greatest nonsense in the world to say, "I broke 10 lances at tilt or in battle." A carpenter could do it easily. Rather, it is a glorious and praiseworthy thing with one lance to have broken 10 of your enemies. So with his lance, steel-tipped, tough and strong, he would break down a door, pierce a harness, root up a tree, spike a ring, or carry off a knight's saddle, coat of mail, and gauntlets, and all this he did armed from head to foot. As for riding, to the sound of trumpets and chirruping to encourage his horse, he had no master. The vaulter of Ferrara was a mere ape by comparison. He was singularly skilled also at leaping rapidly from one horse to another without touching the ground. These horses were called desultores, at getting up from either side, lance in hand and without stirrups, and at guiding his horse wherever he would, without a bridle, for such feats are helpful to military discipline. Another day he practiced with the battle-axe, which he wielded so well, so lustily repeating his cutting strokes, so dexterously swinging it round his head, that he was passed as a knight-at-arms in the field and at all trials. Then he brandished the pike, played with the 2-handed sword, the thrusting sword, the Spanish rapier, the dagger, and the poniard, in armor or without, with a buckler, a rolled cape, or a handguard. He would hunt the stag, the roebuck, the bear, the boar, the hare, the partridge, the pheasant, and the bustard. He would play with a great ball and make it fly into the air either with his foot or with his feet. He wrestled, ran, and jumped, not at 3 steps and a leap, not with a hop or with the German action, for, as Gymnast said, such leaps are useless and serve no purpose in war. But with one bound he would clear a ditch, sail over a hedge, or get 6 feet up a wall, and in this way climbed into a window a lance length high. He would swim in deep water on his belly, in his back, on his side, with his whole body, or only with his legs, or with one hand in the air holding a book. Indeed, he would cross the whole breadth of the Seine without wetting that book, dragging his cloak in his teeth as Julius Caesar did. Then with one hand he would powerfully lift himself into a boat, from there dive head foremost back into the water, sound the depths, explore the hollows of the rocks, and plunge into the gulfs and abysses. Then he would turn the boat, steer it, row it quickly, slowly, with the stream, against the current, check it in full course, guide it with one hand while flourishing a great oar with the other, hoist the sail, climb the mast by the shrouds, run along the spars, fix the compass, pull the bow lines to catch the wind, and wrench at the helm. Coming out of the water, he sturdily scaled the mountainside and came down as easily. He climbed trees like a cat, jumped from one to another like a squirrel, and tore down great branches like another Milo. With 2 stout poniards as sharp as tried bodkins, he would run up the wall of the house like a rat, and then drop down from the top to the bottom with his limbs in such a posture that he suffered no hurt from the fall. He threw the dart, the bar, the stone, the javelin, the boar spear, and the halbert, drew a bow to the full, bent by main force great rack-bent bows, lifted an arquebus to his eye to aim it, planted the cannon, shot at the butts, at the popinjay, riding uphill, riding downhill, frontways, sideways, and behind him like the Parthians. They tied a cable for him to the top of some high tower, with the end hanging to the ground, up which he climbed hand over hand, and then came down so firmly and sturdily that no one could have done better on a level plain. They put up a great pole for him, supported by 2 trees, and from this he would hang by his hands, moving up and down along it and without touching anything with his feet, so fast that you could not catch up with him if he ran at full speed. And to exercise his chest and lungs, he would shout like all the devils. I heard him once calling Eudaemon from the Port Saint Victor to Montmartre. Never had Stentor such a voice at the Battle of Troy. Then, for the strengthening of his sinews, they made him 2 great sows of lead, each weighing 870 tons, which he called his dumbbells. These he lifted in either hand and raised in the air above his head, where he held them without moving for 3/4 of an hour and more, an inimitable feat of strength. He fought at the barriers with the strongest, and when the tussle came, his foothold was so firm that he would let the toughest of them try to move him. As Milo did of old, and in imitation of that champion, he would hold a pomegranate in his hand and give it to whoever could get it from him. After these pastimes, and after being rubbed, washed, and refreshed by a change of clothes, he returned quietly, and as they walked through the meadows or other grassy places, they examined the trees and the plants, comparing them with the descriptions in the books of such ancients as Dioscorides, Marinus, Pliny, Nicander, Macer, and Galen, and they brought back whole handfuls to the house. These were in charge of a young page called Rhizotome, who also looked after the mattocks, picks, grubbing hooks, spades, pruning knives, and other necessary implements for efficient gardening. Once back at the house, while supper was being prepared, they repeated some passages from what had been read before sitting down to table. And notice here that Gargantua's dinner was sober and frugal, for he only ate enough to stay the gnawings of his stomach. But his supper was copious and large, and then he took all that he needed to stay and nourish himself. This was the proper regimen prescribed by the art of good, sound medicine, although a rabble of foolish physicians, worn out by the wrangling of the sophists, advised the contrary. During this meal, the dinner-time lesson was continued for as long as seemed right, the rest of the time being spent in good, learned, and profitable conversation. After grace had been said, they began to sing melodiously, to play on tuneful instruments, or to indulge in those pleasant games, play with cards, dice, or cups. And there they stayed, making good cheer, and amusing themselves sometimes till bedtime. But sometimes they went to seek the society of scholars or of men who had visited foreign lands. When it was quite dark, they went before retiring to the most open side of the house, to view the face of the sky, and there took note of the comments, if there were any, also the figures, situations, aspects, oppositions, and conjunctions of the stars. After which Gargantua briefly ran over with his tutor, in the manner of the Pythagoreans, all that he had read, seen, learned, done, and heard in the course of the whole day. And so they prayed to God the Creator, worshipping him, reaffirming their faith in him, glorifying him for his immense goodness, rendering thanks to him for all the past, and recommending themselves to his divine clemency for all the future. This done, they went to their rest. 24. How Gargantua spent his time in rainy weather. If the weather chanced to be rainy and inclement, all the time before dinner was spent in the customary way, except that Gargantua had a fine, clear fire lighted to correct the distempers of the air. But after dinner, instead of taking exercise, they stayed under cover and, as a therapeutic measure, amused themselves by trussing hay, cutting and sawing wood, and threshing sheaves in the barn. Then they studied the art of painting and sculpture, or revived the ancient game of Greek dice, as described by Leonisis, and as now practiced by our good friend Lascaris. And while they played this game, they recalled to mind those passages from ancient authors in which mention is made of it or some metaphor is drawn from it. Alternatively, they went either to see the drawings of metals or the casting of cannon, or paid visits to jewelers, goldsmiths, and cutters of precious stones, or to alchemists and coiners, or to tapestry workers, weavers, velvet workers, watchmakers, looking-glass makers, printers, musical instrument makers, dyers, and other craftsmen of that sort, and everywhere as they treated to wine, they learned and considered the processes and inventions of each trade. They went also to hear public lectures and solemn statements, repetitions, declamations, and pleadings of the noble advocates, and the harangues of the gospel preachers. Gargantua walked through the halls and places appointed for fencing, and there practiced against the masters with all weapons, conclusively proving to them that he knew as much as they did, or more. Also, instead of botanizing, they visited the druggist shops, the herbalists, and the apothecaries, and carefully examined the fruits, roots, leaves, gums, seeds, and foreign ointments, also the way in which they were adulterated. They went to see the jugglers, conjurers, and sellers of quack remedies, and noted their antics, their tricks, their somersaults, and their smooth words, attending especially to those from Chauny and Picardy, for they are great babblers by nature, and fine reciters of tall stories on the subject of green monkeys. When they got home for supper, they ate more soberly than on other days, of more desiccative and extenuating dishes, as a method of correcting the humid inclemency of the air, communicated to the body by necessary proximity, and so that they might receive no harm from not having taken their usual exercise. In this way Gargantua was tutored, and he kept to this course from day to day, profiting, as you understand a young man can at his age, if he is sensible and takes such exercise continuously, a course of things which, though it seemed difficult at first, became so sweet, easy, and pleasant as it went on that it was more like a king's recreation than a student's plan of study. Nevertheless, to give him a rest from this severe strain on his spirits, Ponocrates picked one very clear and serene day in every month, on which they left the city early and went either to Gentilly, to Boulogne, to Montrouge, to the bridge at Charenton, to Vanves, or to St. Cloud. And there they spent the whole day enjoying themselves in every way they could imagine, bantering, making merry, drinking healths, playing, singing, dancing, sporting in some fine meadow, robbing sparrows' nests, taking quails, or fishing for frogs and crawfish. But although the day was spent without books or reading, it was not profitless, for in that fine meadow they would repeat by heart a few pleasant lines in Virgil's Georgics of Hesiod, or of Politian's husbandry, and quote some neat Latin epigrams, which they would turn into French rondeaux and ballads. While they were feasting, too, they would separate the wine from the water, according to Cato's instructions in his De Rerust, and also to Pliny's with a cup of ivy root. Then again would wash the wine in a full basin of water, draw it out again with a funnel, make the water go from one glass to another, and construct several little automatic machines. That is to say, machines that moved by themselves. 25. How a great quarrel arose between the cake bakers of Lerne and the people of Grangoucier's country, which led to great wars. At that time, which was the vintage season at the beginning of autumn, the shepherds of the country were employed in guarding the vines to prevent the starlings from eating the grapes. They were thus occupied at a moment when the bakers of Lerne were passing the great crossroad, taking 10 or 12 loads of cakes to the town. Now the said shepherds courteously requested the bakers to sell them one of their cakes for cash at the market price. For note that grapes and fresh cake for breakfast is a dish for the gods, especially Pinot grapes, fig grapes, muscadets, great black grapes, and purgative grapes for those whose bowels are constipated. For these make them squirt the length of a hunting spear, and often when a man means to fart, he shits himself, from which these grapes get the name of wet farters. The cake bakers, however, were not at all inclined to accede to this request, and what is worse, they heaped insults on the shepherds, calling them babblers, snaggle-teeth, crazy, carrot-heads, scabs, shitabeds, boors, sly cheats, lazy louts, fancy fellows, drunkards, braggarts, good-for-nothings, dunderheads, nutshellers, beggars, sneak thieves, mincing milksops, apers of their betters, idlers, half-wits, gapers, hovel dwellers, poor fish, cacklers, conceited monkeys, teeth clatterers, dung drovers, shitten shepherds, and other such abusive epithets. They added that these dainty cakes were not for their eating, and that they must be satisfied with black bread and wholemeal loaves. To which insults one of the shepherds, Forgier by name, a distinguished young man of very respectable appearance, replied quietly, "Since when have you sprouted horns that you've grown so fresh? Bless my soul, you used to let us have them willingly enough, and now, if you please, you refuse. That's not the behavior of honest neighbors. We never treat you like this when you come to buy our good corn, to make our cakes and scones with. What is more, we should have given you some of our grapes into the bargain. But by God, you may come to be sorry for this one day, when there is something you want from us. Then we'll serve you as you serve us, and you'll remember this." Then Marquet, the grand mace-bearer of the Cake Bakers' Guild, replied, "Your crest's very high this morning, my fine cock. You must have eaten too much millet last night. But come here, just come here, and I'll give you some of my cakes." Then, in all simplicity, Forgier went over to him, taking a shilling from his leather purse and thinking that Marquet was really going to hand him over some cakes. But the mace-bearer slashed him across the legs with his whip so hard that the wheels showed, and then he began to run away. At this Forgier shouted, "Murder! Help!" at the top of his voice, and threw at him a great cudgel, which he carried under his arm. This struck Marquet on the coronal suture of his head, over the temporal artery on the right side, and he dropped from his mare, to all appearances more dead than alive. Meanwhile, the small farmers, who were shelling nuts nearby, rushed up with their long poles and thrashed these cake bakers like so much green rye. The shepherds and shepherdesses, too, hearing Forgier shout, came up with their slings and sticks and pursued them with great volleys of stones, which fell as thick as hail. Finally they caught the bakers and took from them about 4 or 5 dozen cakes, for which they paid them the usual price, however, giving them 100 walnuts and 3 baskets of white grapes into the bargain. Then the bakers helped Marquet, who had a nasty wound, onto his mare, and they returned to Lerne, turning off the Perilly road with fierce and ugly threats against the drovers, shepherds, and small farmers of Sully and Ciney. When they had gone, the shepherds and shepherdesses made a good feast of the cakes and fine grapes, and sported gaily to the pleasant sound of the bagpipe, scoffing at those grand, vainglorious cake bakers who had struck bad luck that morning, through not crossing themselves with the right hand when they got up, and they neatly dressed Forgier's legs with big common grapes, so that they soon healed. 26. How the inhabitants of Lerne, at the command of their king, Picrochole, made an unexpected attack on Grangoucier's shepherds. On their return to Lerne, the cake bakers neither ate nor drank, but went straight to the capital, and there made their complaint before their king, Picrochole, the third of that name, displaying their broken bread baskets, their crumpled caps, their torn coats, their cakeless bags, and worse than that, the sorely wounded Marquet. All this damage, they declared, had been done by Grangoucier's shepherds and small farmers near the great highway beyond Sully. The king promptly flew into a furious rage and, without any further question of why or how, called out his vassals, great and small, commanding every one under pain of the halter, to assemble armed in the great square in front of the castle at the hour of midday. For the furtherance of this design, he had the drum beaten all around the town. He himself, while his dinner was being prepared, went to see his artillery limbered up, his ensign and standard displayed, and his wagons loaded with store of ammunition, both for the field and the belly. While he dined, he made out the commissions, and by his edict Lord Harrychest was appointed to the vanguard, in which were numbered 16,014 arquebusiers and 35,011 freebooting volunteers. The artillery was put in charge of Blow Trumpet, the grand master of the horse, and it was made up of 914 great bronze pieces, including cannon, double cannon, basilisks, serpentines, culverines, bombards, falcons, passavolins, spiroles, and other pieces. The rear guard was put in charge of Duke Rakepenny, and in the main body rode the king and the princes of his realm. When they were thus hastily equipped, but before setting out on the road, they sent forward 300 light horsemen, under the command of Captain Swillwind, to reconnoiter the territory and see if there was any ambush in the countryside. But after a diligent search, they found all the land around peaceful and quiet, and no gathering of people anywhere. Upon the receipt of this news, Picro Chole ordered everyone to advance speedily under his colors. Thereupon, in rash and disorderly fashion, they took to the fields, pell-mell, wasting and destroying wherever they passed, sparing neither poor nor rich, sacred place nor profane. They drove off oxen, cows, bulls, calves, heifers, ewes, rams, she-goats, hens, capons, chickens, goslings, ganders, geese, hogs, sows, and little pigs, knocking down the nuts, stripping the vines, carrying off the vine stalks, and shaking down all the fruit from the trees. The destruction they did was unparalleled, and they encountered no resistance. Everyone begged for mercy and implored to be treated with more humanity. Considering the fact that they had always been good and friendly neighbors, and that they had never committed any excess or outrage against the people of Lerne to deserve this sudden harshness, for which indeed God would punish the perpetrators. But the only reply that the men of Lerne made to these remonstrances was that they would teach them to eat cakes. 27. How a monk of Sully saved the abbey close from being sacked by the enemy. So they went on, wasting, pillaging, and stealing, till they arrived at Sully, where they robbed men and women alike, and took everything they could. Nothing was too hot or too heavy for them. Although there was plague in almost every house, they broke into all of them and plundered everything inside. And none of them caught any infection, which is the most wonderful thing. For the priests, curates, preachers, physicians, surgeons, and apothecaries, who went to visit, dress, heal, preach to, and admonish the sick, had all died of the infection. Yet these robbing and murdering devils never took any harm. What is the reason for that, gentlemen? Consider the problem, I beg of you. When the town was thus pillaged, they went to the abbey in a horrible tumult, but they found it well bolted and barred, so the main body of their army marched on towards the ford of Ved, except for 7 companies of foot and 200 knights with their retainers, who remained there and broke down the walls of the close in order to ravage the vineyard. The poor devils of monks did not know which of their saints to turn to. Whatever the risk, they had the bell tolled for a meeting of the chapter, at which it was decided to march in a stately procession, rendered more effective by grand chants and litanies contra hostium insidious, and fine responses pro pace against the snares of the enemy and for peace. There was in the abbey at that time a cloister monk named Friar John of the Hashes, a young gallant, sprightly, jovial, resourceful, bold, adventurous, resolute, tall and thin fellow, with a great gaping mouth and a fine outstanding nose. He was grand mumbler of matin, dispatcher of masses, and polisher off of vigils, and to put it briefly, a true monk, if ever there has been one since the monking world monked its first monkery. And moreover, in the matter of his breviary, he was a clerk to his very teeth. Now when this monk heard the noise that the enemy were making in the close of their vineyard, he came out to see what they were doing, and finding them to be picking the grapes of their close, on which their provisions for the whole year depended, he returned to the choir of the church, where the rest of the monks, gaping like so many stuffed pigs, were singing, "Ini nim pe ne 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 mum ni num ini I mi ko o ne no rum ne num num. Fear not the enemy's attack. Impetum inimicorum ne timoritis." One of the October responses. "That's shittin' well sung," he cried when he saw them. "But for God's sake, why don't you sing, 'Baskets farewell, the harvest's done'? The devil take me if they aren't in our clothes, and so they're thoroughly cutting both vines and grapes that, God's body, there'll be nothing but gleanings there for the next 4 years. Tell me, by St. James's belly, what shall we drink in all that time? What'll there be for us poor devils? Lord God, da mihi podum, give me a drink." Then said the prior of the convent, "What does this drunkard want here? Let him be taken to the punishment cell for disturbing the divine service." "But," said the monk, "what about the wine service? Let's see that isn't disturbed." For you yourself, my lord prior, like to drink of the best, and so does every decent fellow. Indeed, no man of honor hates a good wine, which is a monkish saying. But these responses you're singing here are very much out of season, by God. Now tell me, why are our services short at the harvest and the vintage, and during Advent too, and all the winter? The late Friar Mace Pelos, of blessed memory, a true zealot for our faith, devil take me if he wasn't, told me the reason, as I remember. It was that we might press and make the wine properly at the vintage, and in winter drink it down. So listen to me, all you who love wine, and follow me too, in God's name, for I tell you boldly, may St. Anthony's fire burn me if anyone tastes the grape who hasn't fought for the vine. Church property it is, by God, and hands off it. Devil take it, St. Thomas of Canterbury was willing to die for the church's goods, and if I were to die for them, shouldn't I be a saint as well? But I shan't die, for all that. It's I that will be the death of others. As he said this, he threw off his heavy monk's cloak and seized the staff of his cross, which is made of the heart of a sorb apple tree. It was as long as a lance and full hand's grip around, and decorated in places with fleur-de-lis, which were almost all rubbed away. Thus he went out in a fine cassock, with his frock slung over his shoulder, and rushed so lustily on the enemy, who were gathering grapes in the vineyard without order to ensign, trumpet, or drum. For the standard bearers and ensigns had put down their standards and ensigns beside the walls. The drummers had knocked in one side of their drums to fill them with grapes. The trumpeters were loaded with the fruit, and everyone was in disorder. He rushed, as I said, so fiercely into them, without a word or warning, that he bowled them over, like hogs striking right and left in the old fencing fashion. He beat out the brains of some, broke the arms and legs of others, disjointed the neck bones, demolished the kidneys, slit the noses, blackened the eyes, smashed the jaws, knocked the teeth down the throats, shattered the shoulder blades, crushed the shins, dislocated the thigh bones, and cracked the forearms of yet others. If one of them tried to hide among the thickest vines, he bruised the whole ridge of his back and broke the base of his spine like a dog's. If one of them tried to save himself by flight, he knocked his head into pieces along the lambdoidal suture. If one of them climbed into a tree, thinking he would be safe there, Friar John impaled him up the arse with his staff. If one of his old acquaintances cried out, "Ha, Friar John, my friend, Friar John, I surrender," he replied, "You can't help it, but you'll surrender your soul to all the devils as well." And he gave the fellow a sudden thumping. If any man was seized with such a spirit of rashness as to try to face up to him, then he showed his muscular strength by running him through the chest by way of the mediastinum to the heart. In the case of others, thrusting under the hollow of their short ribs, he turned their stomachs over so that they died immediately. Others he smote so fiercely through the navel that he made their bowels gush out. Others he struck on the buttocks and pierced their bum gut. It was, believe me, the most hideous spectacle that ever was seen. Some invoked St. Barbara, others St. George, others St. Hands-Off, others Our Lady of Connaught, of Loreto, of Good Tidings, of Lanneau, of Rivière. Some called on St. James, others on the Holy Shroud of Chambéry, but it was burned 3 months later so completely that they could not save a single thread. Others on the Shroud of Cadouin, others on St. John of Angély, others on St. Eutropius of St. Maximus of Chinon, St. Martin of Cannes, St. Cloud of Sinai, the relics of Javarzé, and 1,000 other pleasant little saints. Some died without a word, others spoke without dying. Some died as they spoke, others spoke as they died, and others cried aloud, "Confession, confession, confiteor, miserere, in manus, I confess, have mercy upon me, into thy hands." Such was the shouting of the wounded, that the prior of the abbey came out with all his monks, and when they saw these poor creatures tumbled there among the vines and mortally wounded, they confessed some of them. But while the priests amused themselves by taking confessions, the little monklings ran to the place where Friar John stood and asked him how they could help. His reply was that they should slit the throats of those lying on the ground. So, leaving their great cloaks on the nearest fence, they began to cut the throats of those whom he had already battered and to dispatch them. Can you guess with what instruments? With fine whittles, which are the little jackknives with which the small children of our country shell walnuts. Meanwhile, still wielding the staff of his cross, Friar Jean reached the breach which the enemy had made, while some of the little monks carried off the ensigns and standards to their cells to cut them into garters. But when those who had made their confession tried to get out through this breach, the monk rained blows upon them, crying, "These men are shriven and repentant, and have earned their pardons. They'll go right to paradise, as straight as a sickle on the road to Fay." Thus, by his prowess, all that part of the army that had gotten into the close was discomfited, to the number of 13,622, not counting the women and small children, as is always understood. For never did Magus the hermit, of whom it is written in the deeds of the 4 sons of Aemon, wield his pilgrim's staff so valiantly against the Saracens, as this monk swung the staff of his cross in his encounter with the enemy. 28. How Picrochole stormed La Roche Clermont, and of the reluctance and aversion with which Grangousier made war. While the monk was skirmishing, as we have related, against those who had broken into the close, Picrochole, with his people, crossed the ford of Vede with all speed and attacked La Roche Clermont, where he met with no resistance at all. Then, because night had now fallen, he decided to quarter himself and his men in that town, and there cool his stinging fury. In the morning he stormed the bulwarks in the castle, which he then thoroughly repaired and stored with all necessary provisions, intending to retreat there if he were attacked from elsewhere. For the place was strong both naturally and by fortification, on account both of its outlook and its situation. So let us leave them there and return to our good Gargantua, who is in Paris, most intent on the pursuit of learning and athletic exercises, and to that good old man, Grangousier, his father, who is warming his codpiece after supper by a fine, large, clear fire, and, while his chestnuts are roasting, is writing on the hearth with a stick charred at one end, which is used for poking the fire as he tells his wife and family grand stories of olden times. It was at such an hour that one of the shepherds who had been guarding the vines, Pilot by name, presented himself before him and gave a full account of the outrages and robberies being committed by Picrochole, king of Lerne, in his lands and domains, how he had pillaged, wasted, and sacked the whole countryside, except the close of Sully, which Friar John of the Hashes had saved, to his great honour, and how the said king was at that time in La Roche Clermont, and was most busily entrenching himself and his men in the place. "Alas, alas," cried Grangousier, "what is this, good people? Am I dreaming, or is it what they tell me true? Picrochole, my old and perpetual friend, united to me by blood and by alliance, has he come to attack me? Who is inciting him? Who is urging him on? Who is leading him? Who has advised him to do this? Oh, 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 oh. My God, my Saviour, help me, inspire me, counsel me what I should do. I protest, I swear before thee, so mayest thou show me favour, that never have I done him an ill turn, nor harmed his people, nor committed robbery on his lands. On the contrary, I have assisted him with men, money, favour, and counsel on every occasion when I found him in need of them. It must be the evil one that has prompted him to outrage me now. Lord God, thou knowest my courage, for from thee nothing can lie concealed. If the fact is that he has gone mad, and thou hast entrusted me with the restoration of his wits, give me power and wisdom to bring him back to the yoke of the holy. Thy holy will be good sound discipline. Oh, 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 my good people, my friends and my loyal servants, shall I have to call on you to aid me? Alas, all that my old age called for was repose. All my life I have sought peace above all things, but now I plainly see that I shall have to load my weak, tired shoulders with armor, and take the lance and the mace in my trembling hand to help and protect my poor subjects. Justice demands it, for by their labor I am supported, by their sweat I am fed, and I and my wife and my family. Nevertheless, I will not embark upon war till I have tried every art and means of peace. On that I am resolved." Thereupon he ordered his council to be convoked, and he set the matter before them just as it was. Their decision was that some prudent man should be sent to Picrochole to find out why he had so suddenly broken the peace and invaded lands to which he had absolutely no claim. Further, that Gargantua and his people should be sent for to preserve the country and defend it in its present need. These conclusions were approved by Grand Gauzier, and he commanded that they should be carried into effect. He sent his Basque servant immediately to bring Gargantua back in all haste, and he wrote to his son as follows. 29. The tenor of the letter sent by Grand Gauzier to Gargantua. The fervency of your studies would have compelled me to leave you for a long time to philosophic repose, had not the presumption of our friends and former allies broken in upon the security of my old age. But since such is my fatal destiny that I am disturbed by those in whom I most trusted, I am bound to recall you to the rescue of the people and possessions for whom and which you are by natural right responsible. For just as arms are powerless abroad unless there is good counsel at home, so study is vain and counsel useless, unless at due season it is valorously applied and carried out. My intention is not to provoke but to appease, not to attack but to defend, not to conquer but to guard my loyal subjects in hereditary lands. When Picrochole has invaded in an unfriendly manner, without reason or excuse, and where day by day he pursues his furious enterprise with excesses intolerable to freeborn men, I have made it my duty to moderate his tyrannical violence, and offered him everything that I thought might give him satisfaction. Several times I have sent him friendly messages, inquiring in what way, by whom, and how he felt himself wronged. But I have had no answer from him except wilful defiance, and the statement that he alleged no claim to my lands except his own good pleasure. From this I recognize that God Almighty has abandoned him to the guidance of his own free will and understanding, which cannot but be evil unless it be continually prompted by divine grace, and that he has entrusted me with the duty of recalling him to his obedience, and bringing him to his senses by a painful experience. Therefore, my well-beloved son, return here with all speed as soon as you can after reading this letter, to aid not so much myself, which in any case you are bound by duty to do, as your people whom, in all reason, you should save and protect. Our measures will be carried out with the least possible bloodshed. If it is possible, we shall be subtler expedients. By tricks and stratagems of war, save all souls and send them to their homes rejoicing. The peace of Christ our Redeemer be with you, my dearest son. Give my greetings to Ponocrates, Gymnast, and Eudaemon. The 20th September. Your father, Grand Gauzier. 30. How Ulrich Galet was sent to Picrochole. After dictating and signing this letter, Grand Gauzier ordered Ulrich Galet, his master of requests, a wise and discreet man whose merit and sound advice he had tested in various matters of contention, to go to Picrochole and explain their resolutions to him. Within an hour the excellent Galet set out, and when he had crossed the ford he asked the miller for news of Picrochole. The reply he received was that the king's soldiers had left the miller neither cock nor hen, and then that they had shut themselves up in La Roche-Clermont. He advised Galet to proceed no farther, for fear of the scouts, for they were extremely ferocious. Galet could readily believe this, and lodged that night with the miller. Next morning he advanced with a trumpeter to the gate of the castle, and requested the guards to bring him before the king, that he might tell him something to his advantage. But when his message was reported to Picrochole, he refused absolutely to have the gates opened for him, but himself went out to the bulwarks and cried to the ambassador, "What is your news? What do you want to say?" Then the ambassador began to speak as follows. 31. Galet's speech to Picrochole. No juster cause of grief can arise among men than when they receive hurt and damage from that source to which they might rightly look for favor and goodwill. Indeed, not without cause, though without reason, many who have sustained this misfortune have considered their indignity more unbearable than the loss of their own lives, and in cases where they have not been able to set things right by force or other means, have deprived themselves of this light. It is no wonder, therefore, if King Grand Gauzier, my master, is full of high displeasure and greatly perturbed in his mind by your furious and hostile attack. It would be a wonder, indeed, if he were not stirred by the unparalleled excess committed by you and your soldiers upon his lands and his subjects, who have been treated with every kind of inhumanity. This in itself is so grievous to him, on account of the cordial affection that he has always felt for his people, that it could not be more so to any mortal man. Yet it is beyond human computation more grievous to him that these wrongs and offenses have been committed by you and yours. For from of old and since time immemorial, you and your forefathers have maintained a friendship for him and all his ancestors, which has been, on both sides, inviolably kept guarded and preserved as a sacred bond up to the present day. So much so that not only he and his people, but the barbarous nations, Poitevins, Bretons, Manceaux, and those who dwell beyond the Canary Islands and Isabella, have thought it as easy to pull down the firmament and raise the abyss above the clouds as to sever the alliance between you, which in their enterprises they have so much dreaded that they have never dared to provoke, annoy, or injure one party for fear of the other. What is more, this sacred friendship has so filled the world's ears that there are few peoples today living anywhere on the continent or the isles of the ocean who have not ambitiously aspired to be admitted into it, on terms to be laid down by yourselves, valuing a confederation with you as highly as their own lands and dominions. Therefore it is that from time immemorial there has been no prince or league so proud and savage that they have dared to attack. I do not say your lands, but those of your confederates. And if by some rash counsel they have attempted any rash design against them, on hearing the name and title of your alliance, they have immediately desisted from their enterprises. What fury is it, then, that stirs you now to break all alliance, tread all friendship underfoot, transgress all right, and make hostile incursion onto these lands, without having been in any way injured, annoyed, or provoked by him or his? Where is faith? Where is law? Where is reason? Where is humanity? Where is the fear of God? Do you think that these wrongs are concealed from the eternal spirits and from Almighty God, who is the just rewarder of all our undertakings? If you think so, you are deceived, for all things will come before his judgment. Is it the fatal destinies or the influence of the stars that desire to put an end to your ease and repose? For all things have their term and period, and when they have reached their highest point, they are in a trice tumbled down, since they cannot long remain at such an eminence. Such is the end of those who cannot by reason and temperance moderate their fortunes and prosperity. But if it was thus fated and ordained that your fortune and comfort should now reach their end, was it necessary that this should come through the troubling of my king, by whom you were set up? If your house was doomed to fall, was it needful that in its ruin it should fall on the hearth of him who embellished it? This thing is so far beyond the bounds of reason, so repugnant to common sense, as to be scarcely conceivable to human understanding, and it will remain incredible to strangers until the undoubted evidence of its effects convinces them that nothing is holy or sacred to those who have emancipated themselves from God and reason to follow their own perverse desires. If any wrong had been done by us to your subjects or domains, if any favor had been shown by us to those who wish you ill, if we had not aided you in your affairs, if your name and fame had been damaged by us, or, to put it more truly, if the spirit of slander, striving to induce you to evil, had by deceitful appearances and fallacious visions put it into your head that we had acted towards you in any way unworthy of our ancient friendship, you should first have inquired into the truth of the matter, and then have given us warning. We should then have acted so completely to your satisfaction that you would have had occasion to be pleased. But in the name of God Almighty, what is this enterprise of yours? Do you wish, like a perfidious tyrant, to pillage and lay waste my master's kingdom? Have you found him so sluggish and stupid as to be unwilling, so lacking in men, money, counsel, and military skill, as to be unable to resist your iniquitous assaults? Depart from here immediately, and during the course of tomorrow, retire with your own territory, committing no disorder or violence on the way. And in addition, you shall pay 1,000 gold bezants for the damage you have done in these lands. Half you must pay tomorrow, and half on the forthcoming Ides of May, leaving us in the meantime as hostages the Dukes of Treadmill, Lowbuttock, and Chuckout, together with the Prince of Itchskin and Viscount Scavenger. 32. How Grangousier, in order to buy peace, bade the cakes returned. With that the excellent Gallic concluded, but all the answer that Picrochole gave to this whole discourse was, come and fetch them, come and fetch them. They have a good Balacky pestle and a mortar here, and they'll need some cakes for you. So the ambassador returned to Grangousier, whom he found on his knees, bareheaded, prostrate in a little corner of his chamber, praying God to remonstrate Picrochole's anger, and to bring him to reason without the need of force. When the king saw that the good man had returned, he asked, "Ah, my friend, what news do you bring me?" "Order is overthrown," said Gallet. "That man is out of his mind. God has forsaken him." "But tell me, my friend," said Grangousier, "what excuse does he give for this outrage?" "He has given me no excuse at all," replied Gallet. "Only in his fury he said something to me about cakes. I wonder if some insult had been offered to his cake bakers." "I will get to the bottom of this," said Grangousier, before making any further decisions as to what shall be done. Then he ordered inquiries to be made into this matter, and found it true that some cakes had been forcibly taken from Picrochole's people. Also that Marquette had been cudgeled over the head. Yet that everything had been duly paid for, and that the said Marquette had previously slashed Forgier with his whip about the legs. It seemed therefore to all Grangausier's counsel that the king must defend himself with all his strength. Nevertheless, Grangousier said, "Since it is only a matter of a few cakes, I will try to satisfy him, for I very much dislike making war." Then he inquired how many cakes had been taken, and when he heard 4 or 5 dozen, commanded that 5 cartloads should be made up that very night, and that one of them, loaded with cakes, made with fresh butter, good yolk of egg, fine saffron, and choice spices, should be bestowed upon Marquette. Also that as compensation he should be given 700,000 and 3 Philip staters to pay the barbers who had tended him. In addition, Grangousier granted him the farm of La Pomardiere as a freehold for him and his heirs in perpetuity. To arrange and carry out all this, he sent Gallet, who on his way made his men gather near the willow wood quantities of bows, reeds, and catskins, which he made his carters use as decorations for themselves and their carts. He himself carried one bow in his hand, intending on his way to show that all they wanted was peace, and that they had come to buy it. When they arrived at the gate, they asked to speak with Picrochole on behalf of Grangousier, but he would not allow them entrance on any terms, nor go to speak with them. He informed them that he is prevented, but that they could say what they wished to Captain Touchspigot, who was planting a piece of ordnance on the walls. Then said the good man to the captain, "Lord, to remove every cause for argument, and clear away every excuse for your not returning to your former alliance with us, we return you forthwith the cakes which are the subject of dispute. 5 dozen our people took, and they were very well paid for. But we are such lovers of peace that we return you 5 cartloads, of which this one shall be for Marquette, who has the greatest grievance. Furthermore, to satisfy him entirely, here are 700,000 and 3 Philip staters, which I deliver to him, and for the damages he might claim. I deliver to him the farm of La Pomardiere as a freehold for him and his heirs in perpetuity, to be held in fee simple. See, here is the deed of conveyance. Now, for God's sake, let us henceforth live in peace. Withdraw cheerfully into your own lands, giving up this place, in which you have no right whatever, as you will yourselves admit. Then let us be friends as before." Touchspigot related all this to Picrochole and exacerbated his spirit by saying, "These clods are in a fine funk, by God. Grangousier shitting himself, the miserable boozer. He is not a fighting man. He is better at emptying flagons. My advice is that we keep these cakes and the money and, what is more, fortify ourselves here with all speed and follow up our fortune. Do they think they have some poor fool to deal with, whom they can stuff with their cakes? This is how it is. You've treated them too well in the past. You've been too familiar with them, and that has made them despise you. Lick a villain, and he'll beat you. Beat a villain, and he'll lick you." Yes, said Picrochole. "By St. James, we'll give it to them. Do as you proposed." "There is one thing I'd like to warn you of," said Touchspigot. "We're pretty badly victualled here. We're most meagerly provided with stomach fodder. If Grangousier were to besiege us, I should go immediately and have all my teeth drawn, bar 3, and I'd have the same thing done to each of your soldiers. Even with 3 teeth, we shall make an uncomfortably big hole in our provisions." "We shall have only too many provisions," said Picrochole. "Are we here to eat or to fight?" "To fight, of course," said Touchspigot. "But full belly, and the dance is merry, and where hunger reigns, no strength obtains." "That's enough chatter," said Picrochole. "Lay hold of what they've brought." Then they seized the money and the cakes, the oxen and the carts, and sent the men off without a word, except that they were not to come so near again for a reason that would be given them the next day. And so, with nothing achieved, they went back to Grangazir and told him their story, adding that there was no hope of bringing Picrochole to terms except by sharp and vigorous war. 33. How certain of Picrochole's advisers, by their headstrong counsel, put him in extreme peril. The cakes having been unloaded, there appeared before Picrochole the Duke of Chuckout, Earl Swashbuckler, and Captain Dungby, who said to him, "Sire, today we make you the happiest and most chivalrous prince that ever was since the death of Alexander of Macedon. Cover yourselves, put on your hats," said Picrochole. "We thank you," they said. "Sire, we offer you our humble duty. This is the plan. You will leave here some captain and garrison with a small company of men to hold the place, which seems to us fairly strong both by nature and by the ramparts of your devising. You will divide your army into 2 parts, as you well know how to do. One division will go and fall on this Grangazir and his men, and they will easily overthrow him at the first attack. There you will gain money by the pile, for this scoundrel has enough and to spare. Scoundrel we call him because no noble prince ever has a penny. To hoard a treasure is the mark of a scoundrel. Meanwhile, the other division will make for honest Santonge, Angoumois, and Gascony, also for Perigord, the Medoc, and the lands. Cities, castles, and fortresses will fall to them without resistance. At Bayonne, Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and Fuenterrabia, you will seize all the shipping and coasting towards Galicia and Portugal. You will pillage every seaboard town as far as Lisbon, where you will get all the reinforcements necessary for a conqueror. Spain will surrender by God, for the Spaniards are a lazy bunch. You will cross the Straits of Seville, and there you will erect 2 columns, grander than those of Hercules, as a perpetual memorial to your name. This strait shall be called the Picrocholine Sea. Then, when you have passed the Picrocholine Sea, Barbarossa himself will yield himself as your slave. I shall grant him free pardon," said Picrochole. "That is," said they, "provided that he accepts baptism. Then you will storm the kingdoms of Tunis, Hippo, Algiers, Bonn, Cyrene, and in fact all Barbary. Advancing further, you will lay your hands upon Majorca, Minorca, Sardinia, Corsica, and other islands of the Ligurian and Balearic seas. Coasting to the left, you will subdue all Gallia Narbonensis province and the Allobrogians, Genoa, Florence, and Lucca, and it'll be all up with Rome. Poor Master Pope is already dying of fear." "I'll never kiss his slipper, I promise you," said Picrochole. "With Italy taken, there is Naples, Calabria, Apulia, and Sicily all to be sacked, and Malta too. I only hope those jolly knights, once of Rhodes, will resist you, so that we can see what they're made of." "I should like to go to Loretto," said Picrochole. "No, impossible," they said. "That will be on your return. From there we will take Crete, Cyprus, Rhodes, and the Cyclades, and attack the Morea. It's ours, by St. Trinian. May the Lord preserve Jerusalem, for the Sultan's power is not comparable with yours." "Then," said Picrochole, "I'll have Solomon's temple rebuilt." "Not yet," they said. "Wait a little. You must never be too precipitate in your decisions. Do you know what Octavian Augustus said? Vestina lente. More haste, less speed. It will be better for you first to conquer Asia Minor, Caria, Lycia, Pamphylia, Sicilia, Lydia, Phrygia, Mysia, Bithynia, Charazia, Adalia, Samagaria, Castamena, Luga, and Sebaste, all as far as the Euphrates. Shall we see Babylon and Mount Sinai?" asked Picrochole. "There is no need to do so for the present," they replied. "Isn't it sufficient of a trail to have crossed the Hyrcanian Sea, ridden through the 2 Armenias and the 3 Arabias?" "Lord Almighty," exclaimed Picrochole, "we're as good as dead, poor creatures that we are." "Why?" they asked. "What shall we drink in those deserts? For Julian Augustus and all his host died there of thirst, so they say." "We have already attended to all that," they answered. "In the Syrian Sea you have 9,014 large ships loaded with the best wines in the world, which have come into Jaffa. In that port are 2,200,000 camels and 1,600 elephants, which you have taken at one hunting near Sigelmes when you invaded Libya. In addition to have captured the whole Mecca caravan, Didn't they provide you with a sufficiency of wine? Yes, said he, but we didn't drink it fresh. Ye gods and little fishes, they cried. A mighty man, a conqueror, a claimant and aspirant to universal empire, cannot always idle at his ease. God be praised that you have come, you and your men safe and sound at the banks of the Tigris. But, he asked, what was that part of our army doing meanwhile, which overthrew that bibulous clown Grangousier? They're not idling, they replied. We shall meet them soon. They have taken Brittany for you, Normandy, Flanders, Hainault, Brabant, Artois, Holland, and Zealand. They have crossed the Rhine over the bellies of the Swiss and Lausniks, and a portion of them has subdued Luxembourg, Lorraine, Champagne, and Savoy as far as Lyon, at which place they have found your garrisons returning from their naval victories in the Mediterranean. They have reassembled in Bohemia after having ransacked Swabia, Württemberg, Bavaria, Austria, Moravia, and Styria. Then, all together, they have made a fierce attack of Lubeck, Norway, Sweden, Riga, Dacia, Gothland, Greenland, and the Easterlings as far as the Arctic Sea, and, crossing Sarmatia, they have conquered and mastered Prussia, Poland, Lithuania, Russia, Wallachia, Transylvania and Hungary, Bulgaria and Turkey, and are now at Constantinople. Let's go, said Picrochole, and join them as soon as possible, for I should like to be the emperor of Trebizond as well. Won't we kill all these Turk and Mohammedan dogs? What the devil else shall we do with them? They asked, and we'll give their goods and lands to those who have served you faithfully. Reason demands it, said Picrochole. It's only just. To you I give Carmania, Syria, and all Palestine. Ah, sir, they said, this is good of you. Many thanks. God grant that you may always prosper. Among those present was an old nobleman named Ecriphon, a hardened warrior who had stood the test of many dangerous situations, and when he heard his speech he said, I am very much afraid that all this enterprise will be like the farce of the pitcher of milk, with which a shoemaker made his fortune in his daydreams, but when the pitcher was broken he hadn't enough to buy a dinner. What are you after with these first fine conquests of yours? What will be the end of all these labors and journeyings? The end will be, said Picrochole, that when we are back we shall rest at our ease. Then, said Ecriphon, but suppose that you should never return from there, for the journey is long and perilous. Wouldn't it be better for us to take our ease now, and not run into all those dangers? Oh, said Swashbuckler, he's a fine dreamer, by God. Let's go and hide then in the chimney corner and pass our lives there with the ladies and spend our time throwing beads or spinning like Sardanapalus. The man who ventures nothing wins neither horse nor mule, as Solomon said. The man who ventures too much loses both horse and mule, as Malcolm answered, cried Ecriphon. Enough, said Picrochole. Let's go on. I fear nothing except these devilish legions of Grangousiers. Supposing that while we are in Mesopotamia they were to strike at our rear, what remedy should we have? A very good one, said Dunby. A nice little order that you will send to the Muscovites will immediately put into the field for you 450,000 picked fighters. Oh, if you make me your lieutenant, I'll kill a comb for a peddler. I bite, I charge, I strike, I seize, I slay, I stop at nothing. Side note, another saying reversed. To kill a peddler for a comb is to take a man's life for a trifle. On, said Picrochole. Let everything be got ready. Let him that loves me follow. 34. How Gargantua left the city of Paris to save his country, and how Gymnast met the enemy. At the same hour Gargantua, who had left Paris immediately after reading his father's letter, had already crossed the Nun's Bridge, riding on his white mare, and with him were Ponocrates, Gymnast, and Eudemon, who had taken post horses to follow him. The rest of his train came on by even stages, bringing all his books and philosophical equipment. When he arrived at Parly, he was informed by the farmer Gouget that Picrochole had fortified himself at La Roche-Clermont, that he had sent Captain Trippet with a huge army to attack the wood of Vede and Beaugaudry, that they made a clean sweep of every hen as far as the wine-press at Billard, and that it was strange, almost incredible indeed, what outrages they were committing about the country. This account of things so alarmed Gargantua that he did not know what to do or say, but Ponocrates suggested that they should go to the lord of La Valgoyon who had always been their friend and ally, since they would get better advice from him on the whole on this business. This they immediately did, and found him firmly disposed to help them. His advice was that Gargantua should send one of his men to reconnoiter the country and find out in what condition the enemy were, so that they might advance to La Roche-Clermont with plans formed in accordance with the actual situation. Gymnast volunteered to go alone, but it was decided that it would be better for him to take with him someone who knew the roads and byways and rivers of the district. So he set out with Prelinguand, Vauguelon's squire, and without raising an alarm, scouted in all directions. Meanwhile, Gargantua refreshed himself and took a little food with his men, and he ordered that his mare should be given a picotine of oats, that is to say, 74 quarters, 3 bushels. Gymnast and his companion rode on until they met the enemy, all scattered and in disorder, pillaging and plundering everything they could, and at their first sight of him in the far distance, they ran up in a crowd to rob him. Upon this he shouted out to them, "Sirs, I'm a poor devil. Have mercy on me, I pray you. I have just 1 crown left, and will spend it on drink, for it is aurum potabile." Side note, portable gold, a medieval panacea. "And this horse here shall be sold to buy my welcome. After that enlist me as one of your men, for there was never a better hand at catching, larding, roasting, and dressing, and by God at dismembering and gobbling a hen than I, your humble servant. And now to buy my welcome, I drink to all good fellows." Then he undid his leather bottle, and without sticking his nose into it, took a handsome gulp. The rogues looked at him, opening their mouths a good foot wide and putting out their tongues like greyhounds, in the hope of drinking after him. But at this point, Trippet, their captain, came up to see what was the matter. To him, Gymnast ordered his bottle, saying, "Here, captain, take a good swig of this. I have made a proof of it. It's wine of La Fée Moyalt." "What?" exclaimed Trippet. "This Johnny's taking a rise out of us. Who are you?" "I'm a poor devil," answered Gymnast. "Ha," said Trippet. "Since you're a poor devil, it's only right you should go on your way, for a poor devil can go free anywhere, without paying tax or toll. But it's not unusual for poor devils to be so well mounted. Therefore, Master Devil, get down and let me have your horse, and if he doesn't carry me well, Master Devil, you shall, for I like the idea of being carried off by a devil like you." 35. How Gymnast nearly killed Captain Trippet and others of Picrochole's men. When they heard him say this, some of them began to be afraid, and crossed themselves with all the hands on their bodies, thinking that this was a devil in disguise. One of them, indeed, good John, captain of the Free Molesmen, pulled his prayer book out of his codpiece and cried aloud, "Agios ho Theos, holy is God," from the liturgy of the Passion. "If you are on God's side, speak. If you're one of the other faction, get you gone." But he did not go away. Several of the band heard this, however, and departed from the company, all of which Gymnast noticed and reflected on. It was for that reason that he pretended to dismount, but having poised himself on the mounting side, he nimbly performed the stirrup trick, with his short sword at his thigh, and passing beneath his horse, sprang into the air, alighting with both feet on the saddle, and his back to the horse's head. "My case goes backward," said he. Then in that posture he twirled round on one foot in the leftward direction, and succeeding in recovering his proper position exactly. Then said Trippet, "I won't do that at this moment, and for a good reason." "Bah," said Gymnast, "I missed. Now I'll do the leap in reverse." Then with great strength and agility he twirled around in the same manner as before, but to the right. When he had done this, he put his right thumb on the pommel of the saddle and raised his whole body in the air, resting his entire weight on the nerve and muscle of that thumb, and so turned himself round 3 times. On the 4th, reversing his whole body without touching anything, he sprang between his horse's ears, keeping the whole of his body rigid in the air on his left thumb, and in this posture he turned a complete circle. Then, clapping the palm of his right hand on the middle of his saddle, he swung himself so far as to alight on the crupper where the ladies ride. This done, he quite easily passed his right leg over the saddle and got into the position to ride on the crupper. "But," he said, "it would be better for me to get between the pommels." So, supporting himself by pressing his 2 thumbs on the crupper before him, He turned a back somersault in the air and landed firmly seated between the pommels. Then he somersaulted the whole of his body into the air, and so came down with his feet together between the pommels, and there twirled around more than 100 times with his arms extended crosswise. And as he did so, he cried in a loud voice, "I rage, devils, I rage, hold me, devils, hold me, hold me." Whilst he swung round like this, the rogues said to one another in great amazement, "Mother of God, this is a hobgoblin or a devil in disguise." Ab host maligno libera nos Domine. From the evil enemy deliver us, O Lord. Then, seeing his advantage, Gymnast got down from his horse, drew his sword, and charged at the proudest of them, striking mighty blows and overthrowing them in great heaps, wounded, damaged, and bruised. They offered no resistance, for they thought that he was a devil, and starving, not only on account of his marvelous vaulting feats, but also because of the conversation Trippet had held with him, when he had called him poor devil. Only Trippet treacherously tried to split his skull with his short, two-edged broadsword. But Gymnast was well armored, and felt no more of this stroke than the weight of the blow. However, he swung quickly around and struck a flying thrust at the said Trippet. Then, as the captain covered the upper part of his body, Gymnast, with one blow, sliced him through the stomach, colon, and half of the liver, so that he fell to the ground. And as he fell, he threw up more than 4 pots full of soup, and mingled with the soup his soul. This done, Gymnast withdrew, being of the opinion that strokes of luck should never be pressed too far, and that all knights should treat their good fortune with moderation, neither harassing nor torturing it. Mounting his horse, therefore, he gave him the spur and rode straight along the way to La Vagaillon, and Prelingond with him. 6. How Gargantua demolished the castle at the ford of Vede, and how they passed the ford. The moment he arrived, Gymnast recounted the condition in which he had found the enemy and the stratagem he had used, single-handed, against their whole band. He declared that they were nothing but marauders, pillagers, and brigands, ignorant of all military discipline, and that Gargantua and his followers should advance boldly, for it would be easy for them to knock the enemy down like cattle. Then Gargantua mounted his mare, and, with the company already described, went on his way, in the course of which he found a huge tall tree, which was commonly called St. Martin's tree, because it had grown from a pilgrim's staff once planted by St. Martin. "This is just what I needed," he said. "This tree will serve me for a pilgrim's staff and a lance." And he easily rooted it up out of the ground, stripped off its branches, and trimmed it to his liking. Meanwhile his mare pissed to relieve her belly, but so abundantly that she made a flood 21 miles wide, and all her piss drained down to the ford of Ved, so swelling the stream along its course that the whole of that enemy band was hideously drowned, except for some who had taken the road toward the slopes on the left. When Gargantua came to the region of the wood of Ved, he was informed by Eudemon that inside the castle were some remnants of the enemy, and to make sure of this, Gargantua shouted at the top of his voice, "Are you there, or are you not? If you are there, get out, but if you are not, I have nothing to say." But a ruffian of a gunner who was on the parapet fired a cannon shot at him, which hit him violently on the right temple. Yet for all this he did him no more harm than if he had thrown a plum at him. "What is that?" asked Gargantua. "Do you throw grape pipe at us? Here? You shall pay dearly for your vintage." For he really thought that the shot was a grape pip. Those who were in the castle amusing themselves at Little Slam heard the noise and ran out on the towers and battlements, from which they fired more than 9,025 falconet and arquebus shots, all aimed at his head, and so thick did they fall around him that he cried, "Ponocrates, my friend, these flies here are blinding me. Give me a branch of one of those willows to drive them off," for he thought that the lead shot and cannonballs were horseflies. Ponocrates informed him that they were not flies, but artillery shot, fired at him from the castle. So he charged with his great tree against it, and with mighty blows threw down the towers and fortifications laying it all level with the ground. In this way, those inside were all crushed and smashed to pieces. Then, setting out from there, Gargantua and his men came to the mill bridge and found all the ford so thick with dead bodies that they had choked the mill stream. These were the men who had perished in the mare's urinary flood. So here they came to a stop and considered how they could cross, seeing the obstruction caused by those corpses. But Gymnast said, "If the devils have crossed over there, I shall cross easily enough." "The devils," explained Eudaemon, "have crossed to carry off the damned souls." "By St. Trinian," cried Ponocrates. "It follows sure enough, then, that Gymnast will get across." "Yes, indeed," said Gymnast, "or I shall stick halfway." And spurring on his horse, he leapt straight over, without the beast taking the least fright at the corpses. For his master had accustomed him, by Aelian's method, to fear neither dead bodies nor souls, not by killing men, as Diomedes killed the Thracians, and Ulysses threw the corpses of his enemies at his horse's feet, according to Homer's story, but by putting a dummy amongst his straw and making the beast tread on it when he gave him his oats. The 3 others followed him without accident, excepting Eudaemon, whose horse plunged his right leg knee-deep into the belly of a great fat ruffian, who was lying there on his back drowned. He could not get it out, and there he stayed stuck until Gargantua pushed the rest of the ruffian's guts down in the water with his staff, while the horse pulled out his leg, and that horse, by a miracle of veterinary science, was cured of a ring bone which he had on that leg, through contact with that great oaf's guts. 37. How Gargantua, in combing his head, made the cannonballs fall out of his hair. Once clear of the banks of the Ved, in a very short while they came to Grangausier's castle, where that king was most eagerly awaiting them. And on Gargantua's arrival they entertained him enthusiastically. Never was seen a more joyful company. Supplementum supplementi Chronicorum, the supplement to the supplement of the Chronicles, says that Gargamel died of joy. For my part, I know nothing about it, and I care precious little about her or any other woman. The truth was that, while changing his clothes and passing a comb through his hair, which comb was 100 canes long and set with great elephant's tusks entire, at each combing, he brought down more than 7 cannonballs, which had stayed in his hair from the destruction of the castle at the wood of Vid. When his father Grangousier saw these, he thought that they were lice, and said, "Come now, my dear son, have you brought us sparrowhawks from Montagu? I didn't mean you to reside at that place." To which Ponocrates replied, "My lord, do not imagine that I placed him in that verminous college that goes by the name of Montagu. Considering the enormous cruelties and villainy I've seen there, I would rather have put him among the beggars in the Holy Innocents' graveyard, for galley slaves among the Moors and the Tartars, and murderers in felons' prisons, and certainly the dogs in your house, are better treated than the poor wretches in that place. If I were king in Paris, the devil take me if I wouldn't set fire to it, and leave the principal and supervisors to be burned to death for suffering such inhumanity to be perpetuated before their eyes." Then, picking up one of the shot, he said, "These are cannonballs, which were shot at your son, Gargantua, just now by your treacherous enemies as he was passing by the wood of Ved. But they have been thoroughly paid back. They all perished to a man in the ruins of the castle, as the Philistines did by Samson's ruse, and just like the men who were overwhelmed by the tower of Siloam, according to Luke chapter 13, my counsel is that we should pursue the rest while fortune is in our favor. For chance wears all her locks in front, and when she has passed you by, you cannot recall her. For the back of her head is bald, and she never turns back." "But this is certainly not the time," said Grangousier. "I want to give you a feast this evening, and to offer you a good welcome." This said, they made supper ready, and on top of the usual fare, there were roasted 16 oxen, 3 heifers, 32 calves, 63 suckling kids, 95 sheep, 300 suckling pigs in wine sauce, 11 score partridges, 700 woodcock, 400 capons from Loudun and Cornouaille, 6,000 pullets, and as many pigeons, 600 guinea fowl, 1,400 leverets, 303 bustards, and 1,700 capon chicks. Game they could not get so quickly, except 11 wild boars sent by the abbot of Turpinay, and 18 fallow deer presented by the lord of Grandmont, together with 70 pheasants sent by the lord of Essers, and some dozens of ringdoves, water-hens, teal, bitterns, curlews, plovers, heathcock, briganders, sea ducks, young lapwings, sheldrakes, shovelers, herons, hernshaws, coots, creels, storks, little bustards, orange flamingos, which are called phoenicopters, landrails, and turkey hens, together with plenty of dumplings and quantities of soups. There was an abundance of food there, and no mistake, and it was decently served by slap sauce, hotchpotch, and Pinch the Grape, Grandcassier's cooks, while Janot, Miquel, and Scourglass took good care of the drinks. 38. How Gargantua ate 6 pilgrims in a salad. The story requires us to relate the adventures of 6 pilgrims on their way from Saint Sebastian near Nantes to find themselves shelter for that night. They had hidden themselves out of fear of the enemy among the straw in the garden, between the cabbages and the lettuce. Now Gargantua found himself rather thirsty and asked if there was any lettuce to be had to make a salad. And hearing that some of the finest and largest in the country grew there, as big as plums or walnut trees, he decided to go to the garden himself, and brought away as much as he fancied in his hand. With it he picked up the 6 pilgrims, who were so terrified that they had not the courage to speak or cough. As Gargantua was giving his lettuce a preliminary washing at the fountain, the pilgrims said to one another in a whisper, "What's to be done? We shall drown here among the lettuce. Shall we speak? But if we speak, he will kill us as spies." And as they were thus deliberating, Gargantua put them with his lettuce into a dish belonging to the house, which was as large as the tun of Cetu, and ate them with oil, vinegar, and salt as an appetizer before his supper, stuffing into his mouth at the same time 5 of the pilgrims. The 6th was in the dish, hidden under a lettuce leaf, except for his pilgrim's staff, which was sticking out, and which Grandgousier saw, whereupon he exclaimed, "That's a snail's horn, I think. Don't eat it." "Why?" asked Gargantua. "They're good all this month." Pulling at the staff, he picked up the pilgrim with it, making a good meal of him. Then he took a huge gulp of strong white wine, and they waited for the supper to be brought in. The pilgrims thus devoured kept themselves out of the way of his molars as best they could, and felt as if they had been put into the lowest dungeon of some prison. When Gargantua took his great gulp, indeed, they expected to drown in his mouth. The torrent of wine almost carried them down into the abyss of his stomach. However, leaping on their staffs like pilgrims to St. Michael's Mount, they got into shelter behind his teeth, but unfortunately one of them, testing the ground with his staff to see whether they were in safety, stuck roughly into the hole of a decayed tooth, hitting the mandibular nerve. This gave Gargantua very great pain, and he began to cry out in sudden rage. Then, to ease his pain, he sent for his toothpick, and probing towards the young walnut tree, dislodged the noble pilgrims from their nest. He caught one by the legs, another by the shoulders, another by the pouch, another by the scarf, and the poor wretch who had probed him with his staff he hooked up by the codpiece, which was, however, a great stroke of luck for him, for a broken ulcerous lump, which had been torturing him ever since they had passed Ancenis. So the dislodged pilgrims fled across the plantation at a lively trot, and Gargantua's pain died down just at the moment when he was called by Eudemon to supper, for everything was ready. "I'll go and piss away my misfortune, then," he answered. So copiously did he piss indeed, that his urine cut the pilgrims' road, and they were compelled to cross the great canal, passing from there by the bank of La Touche, along the open road. They all fell, except Fournilier, into a trap that had been laid for catching wolves in a net, from which they escaped by the resourcefulness of the said Fournilier, who cut all the meshes and ropes. When they had escaped from there, they lay for the rest of the night in a lodging near Le Coudray, and there they were comforted for their misfortunes by the good words of one of their company named Weary Bones, who pointed out to them that this adventure had been predicted by David in the Psalms. Cum exurgerint homines in nos forte viros deglutissant nos, when we were eaten in a salad with a grain of salt. Cum irascitur furor erum in nos, forsitan aquam absorbuissent nos, when he drank down the great gulp, torrentum perantisivit anima nostra. When we crossed the great canal, forsitan pentransisset anima nostra aquam intolerabilem. With his urine, with which he cut our road, benedictus Dominus, qui non dedit nos in captionem dentibus eorum, anima nostra sicut passer erupta est de laceo venantium. When we fell into the trap, laceus contritus est by fornilie, et nos liberati sumus adjutorium nostrum, etc. Side note, Psalm 124 lists its first verse with a free interpretation after the manner of the more ignorant priesthood. 39. How the monk was feasted by Gargantua, and of the fine discourse he delivered during supper. When Gargantua was at the table, and the first part of the good things had been consumed, Grand Gaster began to recount the origins and cause of the war being waged between him and Picrochole, and when he came to the point of narrating how Friar John of the Hashes had triumphed at the defense of the abbey close, he commended his prowess as above that of Camillus, Scipio, Pompey, Caesar, and Themistocles. Then Gargantua desired that the friar should be sent for at once, so that he might be consulted on what was next to be done. At their request, the major domo went to fetch him, and brought him back merrily with the staff of his cross on Grand Grazier's mule. And when he arrived, he was greeted with 1,000 caresses, 1,000 embraces, 1,000 good days. Ha, Friar John, my friend! Friar John, my fine cousin! Friar John, devil take you! Let me hug you round the neck, my friend. Let me take you in my arms. Come, let me grip you, my bollocky boy, till I break your back. And what a joker Friar John was! Never was a man so charming or so gracious. Come, come, said Gargantua. Take a stool here beside me at this end. Most willingly, said the monk, since it is your pleasure. Page, some water. Pour it out, my boy, pour it out. It will refresh my liver. Give it here, and let me gargle. Deposita capa, said Gymnast. Off with this habit. Ho, by God, said the monk. My dear sir, there's a chapter in Statutis Ordinis, in the statutes of my order, that would object to that. A turd, said Gymnast, a turd for your chapter. That frock weighs down both your shoulders. Take it off. My friend, said the monk, let me wear it, for, by God, it only makes me drink the better. It jollifies my whole body. If I take it off, my friends, the pages will cut it up into garters, which was what happened to me once at Coulain. And I shall have no appetite into the bargain. But if I sit down to table in this habit, I shall drink. By God I shall, both to you and to your horse, with all my heart. God save the company. I had supped, but I shan't eat any the less for that. I have a paved stomach as hollow as St. Benedict's tun, and always gaping like a lawyer's purse. Of every fish except the tench, take the wing of a partridge or a nun's thigh. Isn't it a jolly death to die with a stiff John Thomas? Our prior is very fond of white capon meat. In that, said Gymnast. He's unlike a fox. They never eat the white meat of the hens, pullets, and capons they carry off. Why? Asked the monk. Because, said Gymnast, they have no cooks to cook it, and if it isn't properly cooked, it stays red and not white. The redness of meat is a sign that it is not properly cooked, except for lobsters and crayfish, which are cardinalized in the cooking. Holy God's Day, as Bayard would say, answered the monk. The hospitalier of our abbey has his head underdone. Then, for his eyes are as red as an alderwood bowl. This leveret's thigh is good for the gout. Talking of trowels, why is it that a young lady's thighs are always cool? That problem, said Gargantua, is neither in Aristotle nor in Alexander of Aphrodisias, nor in Plutarch. It is for 3 causes, said the monk, which make a place naturally cool. In the first place, because the water runs all down it, Secondly, because it is shady, obscure, and dark, a place never lit by the sun. And thirdly, because it is continually fanned by winds from the northern hole. The smock and also the codpiece, and heartily too. Page, let's get tippling. Gulp, gulp, gulp. How good God is to give us this good drink. I swear to the Almighty that if I had lived in the time of Jesus Christ, I should have taken good care that the Jews didn't take him in the Garden of Olivet. What's more, the devil fail me if I should have failed to hamstring those gentlemanly apostles, who ran away like such cowards after eating a grand supper, and left the good master in the lurch. I hate a man worse than poison who runs away when he ought to wield a bold knife. Oh, why can't I be king of France for 80 or for 100 years? I'd clip the ears and bollocks off those dogs who fled from Pavia. May they catch the ague. Why couldn't they have died there, instead of leaving their good prince in that plight? Isn't it better and more honorable to die fighting valiantly than to save your life by villainous flight? We shan't eat many goslings this year. Ho, my friend, pass me some of that pig. Diabolo! There's no more grape juice. Germinavit radix, Jesse. There came forth a shoot out of the stem, Jesse. May I die the death, but I'm perishing of thirst. This wine is not a bad one. What wine did you drink in Paris? The devil take me if I didn't once keep open house there, for more than 6 months to all corners. Did you know Friar Claude from the Haute Barrois? Oh, what a fine companion he was. But what fly has stung him? He has been doing nothing but study since I don't know when. For my part, I do no studying. In our abbey, we never study for fear of the mumps. Our late abbot used to say that it's a monstrous thing to see a learned monk. By God, my noble friend, magis magnos, clericos non sunt magis magnos sapientes. Side note, the greatest clerics are not the most learned. You never saw so many hares as there are this year. I haven't been able to get hold of Goshawk or Tassel Gentle anywhere on earth. My Lord de la Belloniere did promise me a lanner hawk, but he wrote to me a little while ago that the beast had gone short of breath. The partridges will eat our corn in the ear this year. I don't enjoy fowling with a net. It always makes me catch cold. If I'm not running and bustling about, I'm never happy. It's true that when I jump hedges and bushes, my habit leaves some of its wool behind. I've got hold of a splendid greyhound. Devil seize me if a hare escapes him. A lackey was taking him to my Lord de Maulevrier, and I pinched him. Was I wrong? No, Friar John, said Gymnast. Oh no, by all the devils you weren't. Here's a health to such devils, cried the monk, and long life to them. By the power of God, what would that lame fellow have done with him? He's better pleased by God when they give him a good yoke of oxen. What, do you swear, Friar John? Cried Ponocrates. It's only to embellish my language, answered the monk. It's rhetorical Ciceronian. It's rhetorical coloring Ciceronian. 40. Why monks are shunned the world, and why some have bigger noses than others. By my faith as a Christian, said Eudemon, this monk's an astoundingly good fellow. He's an entertainment to every one of us. Now tell me why men won't allow monks in any good company. Why are they called spoil sports and driven off much as bees drive the drones from around their hives? Ignavum fucos pecus precipibus arcent. The cowardly swarm drive the drones from the hives, as Virgil puts it. To which Gargantua replied, it's the absolute truth that the frock and the cowl draw on themselves the opprobrium, insults, and curses of the world, just as the wind called Caesius attracts the clouds. The conclusive reason is that they eat the world's excrement, that is to say, sins, and as eaters of excrement they are cast into their privies, their convents and abbeys, that is, which are cut off from all civil intercourse, as are the privies of a house. If you can understand why a monkey is always teased and mocked by the family, then you will realize why monks are rejected by all, old and young, alike. A monkey doesn't guard a house like a dog. He doesn't draw the plow like an ox. He produces no milk or wool like a sheep. He doesn't carry burdens like a horse. All that he does is to beshit and ruin everything, which is the reason why he gets mockery and beatings from everyone. Similarly, a monk, one of these lazy monks, doesn't till the fields like a peasant, nor guard the country like a soldier, nor cure the sick like a physician, nor preach and instruct the world like a good gospeller and preceptor, nor carry commodities and things that the public need like a merchant. That is the reason why everyone hoots at them and abhors them. Yes, said Grangousier, but they pray to God for us. Nothing of the sort, replied Gargantua. The fact is that they disturb their whole neighborhood with the clanking of their bells. Yes, indeed, said the monk. A mass, a matin, or a vesper well rung is half sung. They mumble through ever so many miracle stories and psalms which they don't in the least understand. They count over a number of paternosters interlarded with long Ave Marias, without understanding them or giving them so much as a thought, and that I call not prayer but mockery of God. Still may the Lord come to their aid if they do pray for us, and not through fear of losing their fresh bread and fat soups. All true Christians, of all degrees, in all places, and at all times, pray to God, and the Holy Spirit prays and intercedes for them, and God receives them into his grace. Now our good Friar John is a true good Christian. Therefore everyone desires his company. He's no bigot, he's no wastrel, he is honest, gay, and resolute, and a good companion. He works, he labors, he defends the oppressed, he comforts the afflicted, he aids the suffering, and he saves the close of his abbey. I do a great deal more than that, said the monk, for while we're dispatching our matins and masses for the dead in the choir, I make crossbow strings, I polish bolts and quarrels, I manufacture snares and nets to catch rabbits. I'm never idle, but ho, ho, there. Drink, bring us some drink. Bring in the fruit. These are chestnuts from the wood of Estrox. With good fresh wine, they'll see you farting. You're not frisked up here yet, by God. I drink at every ford, like a proctor's horse. Friar John, said Gymnast, wipe off that drip that's hanging on your nose. Ha ha, said the monk. Am I not in danger of drowning, seeing that I'm in water up to the nose? No, no. Quare, quia? Why? Because. It goes not in as water, though as water it may come out, for it's properly corrected with grape juice antidote. Oh, my friend, anyone who had winter boots of such leather could boldly preach of the oysters, for they would never let water. Why is it, asked Gargantua, that Friar John has such a handsome nose? Because, replied Grangousier, God wished it so, and he makes us in such shape and to each end as pleases his divine will, even as a potter fashions his pots. Because, said Ponocrates, he was one of the first at the nose fair. He chose one of the finest and biggest. Stuff and nonsense, said the monk. According to true monastic reasoning, it was because my nurse had soft breasts. When she suckled me, my nose sank in, as if into butter, and there it swelled and grew like dough in the kneading trough. Hard-breasted nurses make children snub-nosed. But come. Ad forma nasi cognoscitur ad te levavi. I never eat sweets. Page some drink, and bring some more toast. A garbled psalm. By the shape of his nose, he is known. I have lifted up mine eyes to thee. 41. How the monk made Gargantua sleep, and of his hours and breviaries. Supper over, they discussed the business at hand, and it was decided that about midnight they should go out skirmishing to discover what precautions and watch the enemy kept, and that in the meantime they should rest a little, in order to be the fresher for their foray. But Gargantua could not sleep whichever way he turned, whereupon the monk said to him, I never sleep really comfortably, except when I am at the sermon or at my prayers. Let's begin, I beg of you, you and I, the 7 penitential psalms, and see if you won't soon be asleep. The idea greatly pleased Gargantua, and beginning with the first psalm, when they came to the Beati Quorum, they both fell asleep, but the monk never failed to wake up before midnight. So used was he to the hour of cloistral matins, and when he woke up, he roused all the rest by loudly singing the song, Ho, Reginald, wake, wake! Oh, Reginald, wake! When they were all awake, he said, Gentlemen, they say that matins generally begins with a cough and supper with drinking. Let us act the other way round. Let's begin our matins now with a drink, and this evening, when supper comes in, we'll cough as hard as we can. To drink so soon after sleeping, said Gargantua at this, is to behave contrary to the rules of medicine. We ought first to clear the stomach of superfluities and excrements. The prescription's good, replied the monk. 100 devils leap on my body if there aren't more old drunkards than old physicians. I have come to an agreement with my appetite to this effect, that it always goes to bed when I do, and in return I always take good care of it during the day. Also, it gets up with me. You take as much trouble with your droppings as you like. I'm going to attend to my purge. What purge do you mean? Asked Gargantua. My breviary, said the monk. For just as falconers before they feed their hawks make them seize on a hen's leg to purge their brains of vapors and give them an appetite, so by taking up this jolly breviary of mine in the mornings, I scour my lungs through, and here I am ready to drink. According to what right do you recite this fine book of hours of yours? Asked Gargantua. According to the right of when and where, with 3 psalms and 3 lessons, or with nothing at all for those who want nothing. I never subject myself to hours. Hours are made for man, and not man for hours. Therefore I make mine in the fashion of stirrup leathers. I shorten them or lengthen them when I see fit. Brevis oratio penetrat celos, longo potatio evacuat siphos. A short prayer pierces heaven, a long drink clears out the hump. Where is that written? By my faith, said Pantagruel, I don't know, my pillycock, but you're worth more than gold. In that, said the monk, I resemble you, but venite apotimus, come, let us take liquor. Then they cooked an abundance of rashers on the coals, and some early morning soup, and the monk drank as he would, some keeping him company, and some leaving the stuff alone. After that, each began to arm and equip himself, and they forced the monk to do the same. Although he wanted no other protection but his habit over his stomach and the staff of his cross in his hand, nevertheless, at their wish, he was encased in armor from head to foot and mounted on a fine Neapolitan charger, with a stout short sword at his side. With him rode Gargantua, Pantagruel, Gymnast, Eudemon, and 25 of the most adventurous of Grand Gazier's house, all armed at proof, with lances in their hands and mounted like St. George, each with an arquebusier following him. 42. How the monk encouraged his companions, and how he hanged on a tree. Thus the noble champions set out on their adventure, resolutely seeking what enterprise they should pursue, and what guard against when the day of the great and terrible battle should come. And the monk encouraged them, saying, My children, have neither fear nor doubts. I will conduct you safely. May God and Saint Benedict be with us. If I had strength equal to my courage, by God, I'd pluck 'em for you like a duck. I'm afraid of nothing except artillery. Yet I know a prayer taught me by the sub-sacristan of our abbey, which safeguards a man against all fiery mouths. But it will do me no good, because I have no faith in it. Nevertheless, the staff of my cross will play old Harry with them. And if one of you does a bolt, the devil may take me if I don't make him a monk instead of me, and tie my frock about his neck, by God. It carries a cure for cowardice in men. Have you never heard of my lord of Murrel's greyhound, which was no good in the field? My lord put a frock round his head, and, by the living God, not a hare or a fox ever escaped him, and what's more, he covered all the bitches in the country, though up to then he'd been weak in the back, and de frigidis et maleficiatis, considering the cold in those made impotent through sorcery. As he spoke these heated words, the monk passed beneath the walnut tree, on the way to the willow wood, and spitted the visor of his helmet on the broken end of a great bow. Notwithstanding this, he spurred his horse fiercely. The beast, being skittish under the spur, made a bound forward, and the monk, trying to disengage his visor from the hook, let go the reins and hung onto the branch with his hand, while his horse slipped from under him. In this way he was left suspended in the walnut tree, crying, Help and murder, and swearing also that there was treason afoot. Eudemon was the first to perceive him, and he called out to Gargantua, Sire, come and see Absalom hanging. But when Gargantua rode up, he looked closely at the monk's countenance and at the way he was hanging. Then he said to Eudemon, You're a bit out when you compare him to Absalom. Absalom hung by the hair, but the monk, being cropped, is hanging by the ears. "Help me," cried the monk. "In the name of the devil, do you think this is a moment for chatter? You remind me of the decretalist preachers who say that if anyone sees his neighbor in peril of death, he must, under pain of three-pronged excommunication, admonish him to make confession and put himself in a state of grace before coming to his aid. When I see anyone in future who has fallen into the river and is just going to drown, instead of going after him and lending him a hand, I'll read him a fine long sermon de contemptu mundi et fuga seculi." Side note, on contempt for the world and the avoidance of secular things. "And when he's stark dead, I'll go and fish him out." "Don't you stir, my dear fellow," said Gymnast. "I'll come and help you, for you're a pretty little monachus. Monachus in claustra non vale ova duo, sed quando es extra, bene vale triginta." Side note, a monk in his cloister is not worth 2 eggs, but when he is outside, he is worth a good 30. I've seen more than 500 hanged men, but I never saw one who hung more gracefully. If I hung as gracefully, I'd willingly stay there for the whole of my life. "Will you soon have finished preaching?" asked the monk. "Help me in God's name, since you won't for the other power's sake. But by the habit I wear, you'll repent of this. Tempore et loco prelibatis," in the right time and place. Then Gymnast dismounted and, climbing the tree, lifted the monk up by the armpits with one hand, while the other he unhooked his visor from the broken branch. Then he dropped him to the ground and himself followed after. Once on the ground, the monk took off all his armor and, picking up the staff of his cross, remounted his horse, which Eudaemon had stopped from running away. And so they went merrily on, keeping to the road to the willow wood. 43. How Picrochole's scouts were met by Gargantua, and how the monk killed Captain Drawforth and was then captured by the enemy. When Picrochole heard the tale of those who had escaped from the rout when Trippet was detriped, he flew into a great fury at the news that the devils had attacked his men, and he held a council all that night, at which Hasticaf and Touchspit affirmed that he had enough power to defeat all the devils in hell, if they should come. This Picrochole did not entirely believe nor entirely disbelieve. So, to reconnoiter the country, he sent out, under the command of Count Firehead, 1,600 knights, all mounted on light horses in skirmishing order, all thoroughly sprinkled with holy water, and each having, as a mark of identification, a stole slung round him against all hazards, in case they should meet the devils. Then, by virtue of this Gregorian water and of the stoles together, they would make them vanish and disappear. They advanced, therefore, to the neighborhood of La Valguyon and the hospital, but never found anyone to speak to. So they returned by the upper road, and in a shepherd's cottage near Le Coldre found the 5 pilgrims. After binding and blindfolding them as if they were spies, they took them off despite all their protests, conjurations, and entreaties. When they had come down from there towards Sully, they were heard by Gargantua, who said to his men, "Comrades, here is an encounter for us. They are 10 times as many as we are. Shall we charge them?" "What the devil else should we do?" asked the monk. "Do you reckon men by numbers, and not by their valor and courage?" Then he cried, "Charge, devils, charge!" Hearing this, the enemy thought that these were real devils, and so began to fly headlong, with the exception of Firehead, who couched his lance and struck the monk with all his might in the middle of the chest. But when it met the horrific frock, its steel point buckled. It was like striking an anvil with a small candle, whereupon the monk gave him such a fierce thwack with the staff of his cross between the neck and the shoulders, on the acromion bone, that he stunned him, deprived him of all motion and feeling, and tumbled him at the feet of his horse. Then, seeing the stole that he wore slung around him, the monk said to Gargantua, "These men are no more than priests, which is only the first stage towards a monk. But by St. John, I am a monk complete. I'll kill him for you like flies." Then the great galloper ran after them till he caught the hindmost and beat them down like rye, striking right and left at random. And at that moment Gymnast inquired of Gargantua if they ought to pursue them. "On no account," replied Gargantua, "for according to true military practice, you must never drive your enemy into the straits of despair, because such a plight multiplies his strength and increases his courage, which was cast down and failing before. There is no better aid to safety for men who are beaten and dismayed than to have no hope of safety whatever. How many victories have the conquered wrested from the hands of the victors, when the latter have not been satisfied with moderation, but have attempted to make a complete massacre and totally to destroy their enemy, without leaving so much as one alive to convey the news. Always leave every door and every road open to your enemies. Make them a bridge of silver, in fact, to help them get away. Yes, said Gymnast, but they've captured the monk. Have they got the monk? Asked Gargantua. Then upon my honor they'll suffer for it. But to provide against all chances, let us not retire yet. Let us wait here quietly. For I think that by now I understand our enemy's tactics pretty well. They are guided by luck, not by judgment. While they were thus waiting beneath the walnut trees, the monk had gone on in pursuit, charging all those whom he met, and giving no quarter to any until he met a horseman, who was carrying one of the poor pilgrims behind him. And there, as he was about to strip him, the pilgrim cried out, "Ah, my lord prior, my friend, my lord prior, save me, I beg of you." When they heard these words, the enemy turned back, and, seeing that it was only the monk who was making all this trouble, they loaded him with blows, as men load an ass with wood. But he felt nothing of all this, especially when they hit his frock, so tough was his skin. Then they put him under a guard of 2 archers, and turning around, saw no one opposing them, which made them think that Gargantua and his troop had fled. So they ran to the walnuts as hard as they could to find them, and left the monk behind, alone with his guard of 2 archers. Gargantua heard the noise and the neighing of the horses, and said to his men,
"Comrades, I hear our enemy approaching. I can see some of them already rushing against us in a bunch. Let us close up here and hold the road in good formation. By this means we shall be able to withstand them, to their loss and to our honor." 44. How the monk got rid of his guards, and how Picrochole's scouts were defeated. Seeing them thus depart in disorder, the monk guessed that they were going to charge on Gargantua and his men, and he was strangely sad that he could not come to their assistance. Then he examined the faces of his 2 archers, who were longing to run after the band in the hopes of looting something, and were watching the valley into which their comrades were dropping. And the monk reasoned to himself further, saying, "These men are most inexpert in the practice of war. They haven't asked for my parole, and they haven't taken my sword." Immediately on this, he drew the said sword, and with it struck the archer who guarded him on the right, entirely severing the jugular veins and sphagited arteries of his neck, together with his uvula as far as the 2 glands. And as he withdrew the blade, he laid open his spinal marrow between the 2nd and 3rd vertebrae, upon which the archer fell down dead. Then, turning his horse to the left, the monk charged his other guard, who, seeing that his companion was dead and that the monk had the better of him, cried aloud, "Oh, my lord prior, I surrender. My lord prior, my good friend, my lord prior." And the monk cried out after him, "My lord posterior, my friend, my lord posterior, you're going to catch it on your posterior." "Oh, my lord prior," cried the archer, "my dear lord prior, may God make you an abbot." "By the habit that I wear," replied the monk, "I'll make you a cardinal here and now. Do you hold churchmen to ransom? You shall receive a red hat at my hands this very moment." And the archer cried, my lord prior, my lord abbot-to-be, my lord cardinal, my lord everything. Oh, hey, no, my lord prior, my dear kind lord, my noble prior, I surrender to you." "And I surrender you to all the devil," said the monk. Then at one blow he sliced his head, cutting his skull over the temple bone, and taking off the 2 parietal bones and the sagittal suture, together with a great part of the frontal bone. And in doing this he cut through the 2 membranes and made a deep opening in the posterior lobes of his brain. So his cranium remained hanging on his shoulders by the skin of his pericranium, falling backwards like a doctor's cap, black outside and red within, and he fell to the ground stark dead. After this feat, the monk spurred his horse and followed the direction which the enemy had taken. But they had met Gargantua and his companions on the high road, and were so diminished in numbers from the enormous slaughter wrought upon them by Gargantua with his great tree, and by Gymnast, Ponocrates, Eudemon, and the others, that they began to retire in haste, in a complete fright, and as troubled in their wits and understanding as if they had seen death's very shape and semblance before their eyes. And as you see an ass with a Junonian gadfly on his rump, or a common fly stinging him, running in every direction, following no track or road, tumbling his load on the ground,
snapping his reins and bridle without so much as a moment's breath or rest. And nobody can tell what has upset him, for nothing can be seen to be touching him. So these men fled, utterly out of their senses and without any idea why they were flying, for they were pursued by no more than a panic terror which they had hatched in their own souls. Seeing that they had no thought except of taking to their heels, the monk dismounted from his horse, climbed a great rock beside the way, and struck at the fugitives with his stout short sword, making great sweeps with his arm, and neither stinting nor sparing. And so many did he kill and bring to the ground that his sword broke in two. Then he decided that he had killed and massacred enough, and that the rest should be left to escape and carry the news. Therefore he seized hold of a battle-axe belonging to one of those who lay there dead, and climbed back onto the rock, where he amused himself by watching the enemy fly and stumble over the corpses. Nevertheless, he made them all lay down their pikes, swords, lances, and arquebuses. And he made those who carried the trussed-up pilgrims dismount and deliver their horses to these same pilgrims, whom he kept with him under the shelter of the hedge, together with Touchspigot, whom he held as his prisoner. 45. How the monk brought in the pilgrims, and how Gargantua welcomed them. This skirmish over, Gargantua retired with his men, except the monk, and at daybreak they went to Grangousier, who was in bed praying to God for their safety and victory. And when he saw them all safe and sound, he embraced them with hearty affection, and asked for news of the monk. But Gargantua replied that without doubt their enemy held the monk prisoner. Then, cried Grangousier, they are out of luck, which was only too true. But this is the origin of the saying, to wish the monk on somebody. Then he ordered a very good breakfast be prepared to refresh them, and when it was ready Gargantua was called. But he was so upset that the monk had not turned up that he would neither drink nor eat. Suddenly, however, Friar John arrived, and from the gate of the outer court bawled out, "Fresh wine, some fresh wine, Gymnast, my friend." Then Gymnast went out and saw that it was Friar John, bringing in the 5 pilgrims and Touchspigot as his prisoner. Whereupon Gargantua went outside, and they made him the best possible welcome, bringing him to Grangousier, who inquired about his whole adventure. The monk told him everything, how he had been captured, how he had gotten rid of the archers, about the slaughter he had made on the road, and how he had rescued the pilgrims and brought in Captain Touchspigot. Then they fell to banqueting joyfully all together. Meanwhile, Grangousier questioned the pilgrims, asking them of what country they were, where they had come from, and where they were going. And Wearybones answered for them all. "My lord, I'm from Saint Genou in Berry. This fellow is from Palau, this one from Onze, this one from Argy, and this one here from Vilbernin. We have come from Saint Sebastian near Nantes, and we are returning by our usual short stages." "Yes," said Gargantua, "but what was your purpose in going to Saint Sebastian?" "We went," said Wearybones, "to offer up our vows to that saint against the plague." "Oh," said Grangousier, "you poor creatures, do you imagine that the plague comes from Saint Sebastian?" "Yes, of course," replied Wearybones. "Our preachers assure us that it does." "Indeed?" said Grangousier. "Do the false prophets tell you such lies, then? Do they blaspheme God's holy saints in this fashion, making them seem like devils who do men nothing but harm? It is like Homer's story about that the plague was introduced into the Greek army by Apollo, and the poet's invention of a whole host of anti-Joves and other maleficent gods. There was a canting lyre preaching at Cynaeus to the same tune, that St. Anthony sent fire into men's legs, and St. Eutropius sent the dropsy, and St. Gildas sent madness, and St. Genou the gout. But I made such an example of him, although he called me a heretic, that not a single hypocrite of that kidney has ventured to enter my territories to this day. I'm surprised that your king allows them to preach such scandalous doctrine in his kingdom. Why, they deserve worse punishment than those practitioners of magical arts and such like who, they say, actually did bring the plague into this country. Pestilence only kills the body, but these impostors poison the soul." As he was speaking these words, the monk entered most briskly and asked them, "Where do you come from, you poor wretches?" "From Saint Genou," they said. "And how is that great boozer, Abbot Tranchelian?" asked the monk. "And the monks, what cheer are they keeping?" "God's body, they'll be having a fine fling at your wives while you're out on your pilgrimage." Exclaimed Wearybones. "I'm not afraid about mine, for anyone who has seen her by day won't break his neck to go and visit her by night." You have spoken out of turn, said the monk. She may be as plain as Proserpine, but by God she'll be turned over, seeing that there are monks about. For a good workman finds a use for all timber alike. Pox take me if you don't find them considerably plumper when you get back, for even the shadow of an abbey steeple is fruitful. It's like the Nile water in Egypt, if you believe Strabo, said Gargantua, and Pliny in the 3rd chapter of his 7th book. Why, their crumbs, their clothes, or their bodies will serve to get a woman with child. Then said Grangousier, Go your ways, poor men, in the name of God, the Creator. May he be a perpetual guide to you, and don't be so ready to undertake these idle, useless journeys in future. Look after your families. Work, each man at his vocation. Instruct your children, and live as the good Apostle St. Paul directs you. If you do so, you'll have God's protection, the angels and saints will be with you, and no plague or evil will bring you harm. Then Gargantua led them into the hall to take their meal, but the pilgrims could not stop sighing. Oh, how happy is the country, they said to him, that has such a man for its lord. We have been more edified and instructed by his conversation than by all the sermons that were ever preached to us in our town. That, said Gargantua, is what Plato says in the 5th book of his Republic, where he says that states will only be happy when the kings shall be philosophers, and the philosophers kings. Then he made them fill their wallets with food, and their flasks with wine, and to each of them he gave a horse to help him on the rest of his journey, also some Charles crowns for provisions.
46. On Grangausier's humane treatment of his prisoner, Touchspigot. Touchspigot was presented to Grangousier and questioned about Picrochole's expedition, about the state of his affairs and his aim in starting up his disorderly riot. And Touchspigot answered that the king's aim and purpose was to conquer the whole country, if he could, because of the injury done to his cake bakers. That's a big undertaking, said Grangousier. He who grasps at too much grips almost nothing. The time has passed for the conquering of kingdoms to the hurt of his Christian neighbors and brother. This emulation of the ancient Herculeses, Alexanders, Hannibals, Scipio, Caesars, and such like, is contrary to gospel teaching, by which we are enjoined each to guard, protect, rule, and administer his own lands and territories, and not to make hostile attacks on those of others. What the Saracens and barbarians of old called deeds of prowess, we now call robbery and wickedness. He would have done better to stay in his own domains, governing them like a king, than to make trouble in mind by pillaging them like an enemy. If he had ruled his own wisely, he would have increased them, but by robbing me he will be destroyed. Go your ways in God's name, and follow noble aims. Remonstrate with your king when you see him to be in error, and never give him counsel with an eye to your private profit. For when the state comes to grief, private interests fail with it. As for your ransom, I freely renounce it, and I will have your arms and horse restored to you. Such is the proper conduct between neighbors and old friends. Seeing that this difference of ours is not, properly speaking, a war, Plato, indeed, in the 5th book of his Republic, wished it to be called no war but a sedition when the Greeks took up arms, one against the other. If by misfortune such things should happen, he says, all moderation should be shown. However, if you do call it war, it is only skin deep. It has not entered into the secret places of our hearts, for none of us have been wronged in his honor, and the sum total of it is only a question of redressing some fault committed by our people. I mean both yours and ours. You acted upon this incident, but you should have let it pass, for these quarrelsome people were beneath your notice, especially since I had offered them satisfaction commensurate with the wrong. God will be a just assessor of our differences, and I pray him rather to remove me by death and let my goods perish before my eyes than to suffer any offense from me and mine. When he had concluded these words, he called the monk and asked him before them all, Friar John, my dear friend, is it you that took prisoner Captain Touchspigot, here present? Sire, said the monk, he is present, and he is of age and discretion, but I would rather you learned it from his lips than by any words of mine. Then said Touchspigot, My lord, it is indeed he that took me, and I freely acknowledge myself his prisoner. Have you asked a ransom for him? Grangousier inquired of the monk. No, replied Friar John.
I have no interest in ransoms. How much would you take for his capture? Asked Grangousier. Nothing, replied the monk. I'm not interested, not in the least. Then Grangousier commanded that 15,500 pounds should be paid to the monk in Touchspigot's presence as a reward for his capture, which was done. Meanwhile, they made a little feast for the said Touchspigot, and Grangousier asked him whether he would rather stay with him or return to his king. Touchspigot replied that he would follow Grangausier's advice in the matter. In that case, said Grangousier, return to your king, and God be with you. Then he gave him a fine Vienne sword in a gold scabbard, decorated with beautiful scrolls of goldsmith's work, and a golden collar weighing 1,350 pounds, inset with precious stones to the value of 160,000 ducats, and 10,000 crowns in addition to as an honorable gift. After this conversation, Touchspigot mounted his horse, and Gargantua gave him an escort of 30 men-at-arms and 120 archers under Gymnast's command, to take him safely to the gates of La Roche-Clermont, if need be. When he had departed, the monk returned the 15,500 pounds he had received to Grangousier, saying, Sire, this is not the time for you to make such presents. Wait till the end of the war. No one knows what accidents may occur in the meantime, and the strength of a war waged without monetary reserves is as fleeting as a breath. Silver is the sinews of battle. Well, said Grangousier, when it's over I will give you an honorable and sufficient reward, and the same to all those who shall have served me faithfully. 47. How Grangousier sent for his legions, how Touchspigot killed Hasticaf, and how he was afterward killed at Picrochole's orders. In these same days the men of Bos, Marchevieux, Bourg Saint-Jacques, Treneu, Parelli, Roche Saint-Paul, Vauberton, Potil, Brehemont, Pont-de-Clam, Cravan, Grandmont, Bourg, La Ville-Mar, Heims, Serge, Ussé, Saint-Louis, Panzus, Coldreau, Véron, Coulaine, Choux, Varennes, Morgil, the Isle Bouchard, Croulet, Narcy, Cand, Montsereau, and other neighboring places sent ambassadors to Grangousier to tell him that they were aware of the wrongs which Picrochole was doing him, and that on account of their old alliance they offered him all their power in men, money, and other munitions of war. The total money raised by their joint agreements amounted to 134 million and 2.5 gold crowns. The forces consisted of 15,000 men-at-arms, 32,000 light horse, 89,000 arquebusiers, 140,000 volunteers, 11,200 cannon, double cannon, basilisks, and spiroles, and with them were 47,000 pioneers, the whole paid and supplied for 6 months and 4 days. This offer Gargantua did not entirely accept or refuse, but thinking them warmly, he said that he would settle this war by such tactics that there would be no need to call out so many decent men. He merely dispatched an officer to bring up in proper order his legions, which he commonly kept in garrison at La Devenière, Chavigny, Graveau, and Les Quinquenets, amounting to the number of 2,500 men-at-arms, 66,000 foot, and 26,000 arquebusiers, with 200 large pieces of artillery, 22,000 pioneers, and 6,000 light horse, all in companies and duly provided with their paymasters, quartermasters, farriers, armorers, and other necessary members of a fighting column. All were so well trained, also in the military art, so well armed, so quick to pick out and follow their standards, so prompt to hear and obey their captains, such nimble runners, so fierce in a charge, so cautious in risky enterprises, that they seem more like a concert of musical instruments or a perfect clockwork mechanism than any army or a squadron of a horse. When Touchspigot arrived, he presented himself before Picrochole, and gave him a long account of what he had done and seen, and this he concluded by forcefully recommending that an agreement be made with Grangousier, whom he had found the most honest man in the world. It was neither right nor reasonable, he added, thus to molest their neighbors, from whom they had never received anything but good treatment. And so far as the main point was concerned, he assured the king that they would never conclude this enterprise without sustaining great damage and mischief, for Picrochole's power was not so great that Grangousier could not easily destroy it. He had hardly finished his speech, however, when Hasticaf cried aloud, I pity the prince who is served by men like this, men so easily corrupted as I perceive Touchspigot to be. For his heart is so changed, as I see, that he would willingly have joined our enemies to fight against us and betray us if they had been willing to keep him. But as everyone praises and values virtue, friends and enemies alike, so wickedness is quickly known and suspected. And though our enemies will take advantage of it, still they abominate traitors and evildoers. At these words, Touch Spigot lost patience, drew his sword, and ran Hastacalf through a little above the left breast, from which thrust he immediately died. Then, drawing his sword out of the body, Touch Spigot boldly proclaimed, "So perish every man who slanders a loyal servant." But Picrochole flew into a sudden fury. Catching sight of the sword and its richly chased scabbard, he cried, "Did they give you this weapon on purpose, that you should maliciously slay my very good friend Hastacalf here in my presence?" Whereupon he commanded his archers to hack Touch Spigot to pieces, which was instantly done, and so savagely that the whole chamber floor was covered with blood. Then he ordered that Hastacalf's body should be honorably buried and Touch Spigot's thrown over the walls into the ditch. The news of this bloodshed traveled around the army, and some of the soldiers began to murmur against Picrochole, to such an extent that Wine Pincher said to him, "My lord, I do not know what the outcome of this enterprise will be, but I notice that your men are not too resolute of heart. They consider that we are badly off for victuals here, and already much reduced in numbers from our 2 or 3 sallies. Furthermore, the enemy is receiving considerable reinforcements. Once we are besieged, I do not see any prospect but our total defeat." "Stuff and nonsense," cried Picrochole. "You are like the eels of Melun. You cry out before your skin. Just wait till they come." How Gargantua attacked Picrochole in La Roche-Clermont and defeated the said Picrochole's army. Gargantua had entire charge of his forces. Grand Gausier remained in his castle and inspired them with fine words, promising to give rich rewards to those who should perform mighty deeds. Then the army came to the ford of Ved, and by hastily improvised boats and bridges crossed over without a halt. Viewing from there the situation of the town, which was in a high and commanding position, Gargantua deliberated overnight on what was to be done. Gymnast, however, said to him, "My lord, the nature and temperament of the French is such that they are worth nothing except at the first assault. Then they are fiercer than devils, but if they delay, they are worse than women. My advice is that this very moment, as soon as your men have taken breath and a little food, you should order the attack." His advice found favor, and Gargantua drew out his army into the open plain, posting his reserves on the hillside flank. Meanwhile, the monk, taking with him 6 companies of foot soldiers and 200 men at arms most expeditiously, crossed the marsh and advanced above Le Puy as far as the main Loudun road. All this time the assault continued, and Picrochole's men were uncertain whether it would be better to come out and meet them or to remain quiet in the town. But the king rushed madly out with a troop of men at arms of his guard, and was there received by a salvo of great cannon shot, which hailed down on the hillsides, from which the Gargantuans retired into the valley to give the artillery better range. Against this the men in the town put up the best defense they could, but their shots passed over and away without wounding anyone. Some of Picrochole's band, who were spared by the artillery, rushed fiercely on our men, but gained little advantage, for our ranks were open to receive them, and they were thrown to the ground. In view of this, they attempted to retire, but in the meantime the monk had cut off their retreat, whereupon they took to their heels in undisciplined rout. Some of our men wanted to pursue them, but the monk held them back, fearing that in following the fugitives they might fall into disorder, and that at this point the men from the town might set upon them. But after waiting a short while and observing that no one came out to meet him, he sent Duke Frontiste with a message for Gargantua to advance the seize of the hill on the left, thereby cutting off Picrochole's retreat through the gate on that side. This Gargantua did most expeditiously, sending there 4 legions of Sebast's force. But quickly, though they gained the hilltop, they met there face to face, Picrochole and the men who had scattered with him. There they charged them fiercely, but suffered severe casualties nevertheless from the archery and artillery of the soldiers on the walls. Seeing this, Gargantua went with a strong party to their relief and opened fire with his artillery on this part of the walls, so powerfully that all the forces in the town were drawn to that point. When the monk saw the side that he was besieging stripped of men and guards, he courageously advanced on the fortress and succeeded with some of his men in gaining a foothold. being of the opinion that more fear and terror are struck by men coming fresh into a battle than by those already fighting in it with all their might. All the same, he raised no alarm whatever until all his men were on the walls, with the exception of 200 men-at-arms, whom he left outside in case of emergency. Then they gave a terrifying shout, he and his men together, and killed the unresisting guards at the gate, which they opened to the men-at-arms. After this, in high courage, they ran all together to the east gate, where the turmoil was, and coming up from the rear, defeated the whole enemy force. When the besieged saw on every side that the Gargantuans had gained the town, they threw themselves on the monk's mercy, and he, after making them give up their arms and weapons, told them to retire and shut themselves in the churches. Then, seizing all the staffs of the crosses and putting guards on the doors to prevent their coming out, he threw open the east gate and sallied forth to Gargantua's assistance. But Picrochole thought that this was help coming to him from the town, and foolhardily took greater risk than ever, until the moment when Gargantua shouted, "Friar John, my friend, Friar John, welcome! You come at a good moment." Upon this, Picrochole and his men recognized that all was lost, and took to flight on every side. Gargantua followed them to near Vogadry, killing and massacring, and then sounded the retreat. 49. How Picrochole was overtaken by misfortune in his flight, and what Gargantua did after the battle. In his despair, Picrochole fled towards the Isle Bouchard, and on the road to Riviere, his horse stumbled and fell, which so infuriated him that in his anger he slew the beast with his sword. Then, finding no one to remount him, he tried to take a miller's ass that was nearby, but the miller rained blows upon him, stripped him of his clothes, and gave him a wretched smock to cover him. So the poor angry wretch went off, and as he crossed the water at Port-Haut, where he related his misfortunes, he was promised by an old witch that his kingdom would be restored to him at the coming of the Cocklecranes. No one knows what has become of him since then. All the same, I have been told that at present he is a miserable porter at Lyon, furious as ever, and always inquiring of strangers about the coming of the Cocklecranes, in the certain hope that he will be restored to his kingdom at their coming, as the old witch prophesied. After their return, Gargantua first called a roll of his men, and discovered that there had been few casualties in the battle. In fact, only some foot soldiers of Captain Tolmere's company in Pontcrats, who had received an arquebus shot in his doublet. Then he had refreshment brought for them, each in his company, and gave orders to his paymasters that the cost of this repast should be refunded to them, and that no outrage whatever should be committed in the town, seeing that it was his. And after their repast, they were to parade in the square before the castle, where they would receive 6 months' pay. All this was done. Then he had all that remained of Picrochole's followers called before him in the same square, and of them he spoke as follows in the presence of his princes and captains. 50. Gargantua's address to the vanquished. Our fathers, grandfathers, and ancestors from time immemorial have been of such nature and disposition that as a memorial to the victories and triumphs they have won in the battles they have fought, they have preferred to erect monuments in the hearts of the vanquished by a display of clemency than to raise trophies in the form of architecture in the lands they have conquered. For they have valued the lively gratitude of men won by their liberality more highly than mute inscriptions on arches, columns, and pyramids, which are subject to the injuries of climate and all men's spite. You may very well remember the clemency they showed towards the Bretons of the day of Saint Aubin du Cormier and at the dismantling of Parthenay. You have heard, and as you heard, admired, of the generous treatment they extended to the barbarians of Spagnola, who had pillaged, depopulated, and sacked the maritime borders of Olone and Thalmonde. This whole hemisphere has resounded with praise and congratulation extended by yourselves and your fathers, when Alfabar, king of Canaria, not satisfied with his own fortune, made a furious assault upon the land of Oni, practicing piracy among all of the Armorican islands and down the neighboring coasts. He was taken and defeated in fair naval battle by my father, God preserve and protect him. But what did we see? Whereas other kings and emperors, even such as call themselves Catholic, would have miserably ill-treated him, harshly imprisoned him, and asked a prohibitive ransom for him. My father treated him courteously and kindly, lodged him near for himself to his own palace, and with incredible generosity sent him back under safe conduct, loaded with gifts, loaded with favors, loaded with every evidence of friendship. And what was the result? When he got back to his country, he summoned all the princes and estates of his kingdom, explained to them the humanity he had met within us, desiring them to deliberate on this, and consider how to show the world an example of gracious honor, to match the example we had shown of honorable graciousness. Whereupon it was unanimously decreed that an offer should be made to us of their entire lands, dominions, and kingdom, to be disposed of according to our discretion. So Alfarbal immediately returned in person with 9,038 large ships of freight, bearing the treasures not only of his house and the royal line, but of almost his entire country, for he was embarking to set sail with a west-northeast wind. Everyone in the crowd threw on board gold, silver rings, jewels, spices, drugs, and aromatic perfumes, parrots, pelicans, apes, civet cats, spotted weasels, and porcupines. If anyone did not throw in anything rare that he possessed, he was accounted no good mother's son. When Alfarba arrived, he wished to kiss my aforesaid father's feet, but this act was considered unworthy and was not permitted. So they exchanged the embrace of allies. The king then offered his presents, which were not accepted, being excessive by far. Then he yielded himself voluntarily as servant and vassal, himself and his posterity, and this gesture was not accepted, since it did not seem an equitable one. By virtue of his estate's decree, he then surrendered his lands and kingdoms, proffering the title of conveyance signaled, sealed, and ratified by all those whose concern it was. But this was refused outright, and the documents thrown in the fire. The end of it was that my said father began pitifully to lament and to weep copious tears when he considered the frank generosity and the simplicity of the Canarians. Carefully choosing his words, he made a speech conceived to minimize the favor he had shown them, saying that the good turn he had done them was not worth a button, and that if he had treated them with any kindness, this was no more than he was by duty bound to do. But Afarbal only assisted the harder. What then was the outcome? Whereas for his ransom, levied at the highest rate, we might by some exercise of tyranny have exacted 2,000,000 crowns, and kept his eldest children as hostages. They had voluntarily made themselves perpetual tributaries, and undertaken to deliver to us each year 2,000,000 crowns of 24-karat gold. These were paid to us here in the first year. In the second they paid of their own free will 2,300,000 crowns. In the third 2,600,000. In the fourth 3,000,000, and each year they so increase their payment out of sheer goodwill that we shall soon be compelled to forbid their bringing us any more. Such is the nature of gratitude. Time, which gnaws and fritters all things away, only augments and increases the value of benefits. For one good turn freely done to an intelligent man grows continuously by his generous thoughts and remembrances. Being unwilling, therefore, in any way to fall short of the hereditary graciousness of my parents, I now absolve and deliver you, and make you as free and independent as before. Moreover, as you go out through the gate, every one of you shall be given 3 months' pay, so that you may return to your homes and families. And you shall be safely escorted by 600 men-at-arms and 8,000 foot soldiers under the command of my squire Alexander, so that you shall not be molested by the peasants. God be with you. I am sorry with all my heart that Picrochole is not here, for I would have given him to understand that this war was not waged at my wish, nor in the hope of augmenting my possessions or fame. But since he is lost, and no one knows how or where he has vanished, it is my desire that his kingdom shall devolve in its entirety on his son, and because he is too young, being not yet 5 years old, he shall be guided and instructed by the ancient princes and learned men of the kingdom. And inasmuch as a kingdom thus desolate would easily be ruined, were it not some check put on the covetousness and avarice of its administrators, I ordain and will that Ponocrates shall be supervisor over all his governors, with all his requisite authority, and that he attend constantly to the child until he finds him fit and able to act and rule for himself. I hold that a too feeble and spineless readiness to pardon malefactors is the cause of their lightly doing wrong again. in the pernicious expectation of being pardoned. I bear in mind that Moses, the meekest man that was in his time on earth, sharply punished the mutineers and rebels among the children of Israel. I remember also that Julius Caesar, who was so gracious a commander, that according to Cicero, the ability to save and pardon every man was to him the height of good fortune, and the will to do so something to be counted among his supreme virtues. Nevertheless, in certain instances, rigorously punished the promoters of rebellion. Following these examples, I desire you to give up to me before you depart. First, that swaggering fellow Marquette, who by his vain presumption has been the origin and fomenter of this war. Secondly, his companions, the cake bakers, who neglected to correct his headstrong folly. And lastly, all Picrochole's advisers, officers, and servants, who have incited, encouraged, or counseled him to cross his frontiers for the purpose of troubling us. 51. How the victorious Gargantuans were rewarded after the battle. After Gargantua had delivered this speech, the mutineers he had named were handed over to him, with the exception of Swashbuckler, Dungby, and Chuckout, who had fled 6 hours before the battle, the first in one bound as far as the Col d'Agnello, the second to the Vir Valley, and the third to Logrogno, without looking back or taking breath on the way. Also missing were 2 cake bakers who had been killed in the battle. But the only punishment that Gargantua inflicted on them was to order them to pull at the presses in his printing house, which he had recently installed. Then he had those who had died there honorably buried in the Walnut Tree Valley and in Burnhag Field, and he had the wounded dressed and treated in his great hospital. Afterward he ascertained what damage had been done to the town and its inhabitants, and had them reimbursed for all their losses on their sworn declaration. He had a strong fort built there also, which he garrisoned with a guard of his people, so that he could be defended better in the future against sudden uprisings. On his departure he graciously thanked all the soldiers of his legions who had been present at this victory, and sent them to winter in their posts and garrisons, excepting some of the Duquesne Legion, whom he had witnessed performing feats in the field, and the captains of the companies, all of whom he took with him to Grand Gauzier. When he saw them coming, the good man's joy was such as to defy description. He immediately made them the most magnificent, the most sumptuous and delicious feast that had been seen since the days of King Ahasuerus. As they rose from table, he distributed among them all the ornaments of his sideboard, which weighed 1,800,014 bezants of gold, and consisted of great ancient vessels, huge pots, large basins, big bowls, cups, goblets, candlesticks, baskets, sauce boats, flower vases, sweet dishes, and other such plates, all of solid gold, besides the precious stones, enameling, and workmanship, which by common estimation exceeded the worth of their material. Furthermore, he had 1,200,000 crowns in cash counted out from his coffers for each one, and in addition gave to each in perpetuity, unless he should die without heirs, such of his castles and adjoining land as they should find most convenient. To Ponocrates he gave La Roche-Clermont, to Gymnas Le Coudray, to Eudemon, Montpensier, Les Revaux to Tolmer, to Iphibol, Montseroux, to Acamus, Cande, Varennes, to Chironact, Gravatt to Sebaste, Le Quinet to Alexander, Ligre to Sophrone, and so on with his other places. 52. How Gargantua had the abbey of the Lem built for the monk. There only remained the monk to be provided for, and Gargantua wanted to make him abbot of Souilly, but he refused the post. He next proposed to give him the abbey of Bourjul or of Saint Florent, whichever would suit him better, or both, if he fancied them. But the monk answered categorically that he wanted neither charge nor government of monks. For how should I be able to govern others, he said, when I don't know how to govern myself? If it seems to you that I have done you and may in the future do your welcome service, give me leave to found an abbey after my own devices. This request pleased Gargantua, and he offered him all his land of Thelem, beside the river Loire, to within 6 miles of the great forest of Port-Huault. The monk then requested Gargantua to institute his religious order in an exactly contrary way to all others. First of all, then, said Gargantua, you mustn't build walls round it, for all other abbeys have lofty walls, murs. Yes, said the monk, and not without reason. Where there's a mur before and a mur behind, there are plenty of murmurs, envy, and mutual conspiracy. Moreover, seeing that in certain monasteries in this world it is the custom that if any woman enters, I speak of chaste and honest women, they wash the place where she trod, it was ordained that if any monk or nun happened to enter here, the spot where he or she had stood should be scrupulously washed likewise. And because in the religious foundations of this world, everything is encompassed, limited, and regulated by hours, it was decreed that there should be no clock or dial at all, but that affairs should be conducted according to chance and opportunity. For Gargantua said that the greatest waste of time he knew was the counting of hours. What good does it do? And the greatest nonsense in the world was to regulate one's life by the sound of a bell, instead of by the promptings of reason and good sense. Item, because at that time they put no women into religious houses, unless they were one-eyed, lame, hunchbacked, ugly, malformed, lunatic, half-witted, bewitched, and blemished, or men that were not sickly, low-born, stupid, or a burden on their family. By the way, said the monk, if a woman is neither fair nor good, what can you do with her? Make her a nun, said Gargantua. Yes, said the monk, and a seamstress of shirts. It was decreed that here no women should be permitted unless they were beautiful, well-built, and sweet-natured, nor any men who were not handsome, well-built, and of pleasant nature also. Item, because men never entered nunneries except secretly and by stealth, it was decreed that here there should be no women when there were no men, and no men when there were no women. Item, because both men and women, once accepted into a monastic order, after their novitiate year, were compelled and bound to remain forever. So long as they lived, it was decreed that both men and women, once accepted, could depart from there whenever they pleased, without let or hindrance. Item, because ordinarily monks and nuns made 3 vows, that is, of chastity, poverty, and obedience, it was decreed that there anyone could be regularly married, could become rich, and could live at liberty. With regard to the lawful age of entry, women were to be received at from 10 to 15, and men at from 12 to 18. 53. How the Thelemites' abbey was built and endowed. For the building and furnishing of the abbey, Gargantua had counted out in ready money 2,700,831 fine gold Agnus Dei crowns, and for every year until the work was completed he assigned out of his home from the river Dive 1,669,000 sun crowns, and an equal number stamped with the sign of Pleiades, while for its foundation and upkeep he granted in perpetuity 2,369,000 rose nobles as a freehold endowment, exempt from all burdens and services, and payable every year at the abbey gate. And this he confirmed in due letters patent. The building was hexagonal in shape, and so planned that at each angle was built a large circular tower 60 yards in diameter, and all were alike in size and architecture. The river Loire ran along its north side, and on its bank was placed one of the towers, named Arctic, and facing to the east was another named Calais. The next in order was Anatole, after that came Mezembrine, then Hesperie, and lastly Syrie. Side note, these names are derived from the Greek and signify northern, airy, eastern, southern, western, and glacial. End side note. Between each tower was a space of 312 yards. The whole was built in 6 stories, including the underground cellars. The second was vaulted to the shape of a high arch, and the rest of the ceilings were of Flanders plaster in circular patterns. The roof was covered in fine slates with a lead coping, which bore figures of grotesques and small animals, gilded and in great variety, and with gutters projecting from the walls between the casements, painted in gold and blue diagonals to the ground, where they flowed into great pipes, which all led into the river below the house. Said building was 100 times more magnificent than Bonnevet or Chambord or Chantilly, for it contained 9,332 apartments, each one provided with an inner chamber, a closet, wardrobe, and chapel, and each one giving onto a great hall between each tower. In the middle of the said main building was an internal winding stair, the steps of which were some of porphyry, some of Numidian marble, and some of serpentine, but all 22 feet broad, 3 inches thick, and 12 in number between each landing. On each landing there was a fine old-fashioned double arcade through which the light was admitted, and through it one entered a lattice-windowed closet of the breadth of the stairway. The steps went on to the roof, and there ended in a pavilion. By the same stair there was an entrance on each side into the great hall, and from the halls into the apartments. From the Arctic Tower to the Sayuri Tower ran the fine great libraries of Greek, Latin, Hebrew, French, Italian, and Spanish books, divided story by story according to their languages. In the center was a marvelous winding staircase, the entrance to which was on the outside of the building, through an arch 36 feet wide, and this was built of such size and symmetry that 6 men-at-arms with lance in rest could ride abreast up to the top of the whole building. Between the Anatole Tower and the Mazembrine Tower were fine wide galleries, all painted with ancient feats of arms, histories, and views of the world, and in the middle was a similar ascent, a gate to the one described on the riverside. Above this gate was written in large Gothic letters the following inscription. 54. The inscription said above the great gate of Thelem, "Enter not here, vile hypocrites and bigots, pious old apes and puffed-up snivellers, wry-necked creatures, saunier than the Goths, or Ostrogoths, precursors of God and Magog. Woe-begone scoundrels, mock-godly sandal-wearers, beggars in blankets, flagellating cantors, hooted at, pot-bellied stirrers up of troubles. Get along elsewhere to sell your dirty swindles. Your hideous deceits would fill my fields and streets with villainy, and with their falsity would untune my song's notes, your hideous deceits. Enter not here, lawyers insatiable, ushers, lawyers, clerks, devourers of the people, holders of office, scribes and Pharisees, ancient judges, who tie up good citizens like stray dogs with cord on their necks. Your reward is earned now, and it is the gibbet. So go and bray there. Here is done no violence, such as in your courts sets men fighting lawsuits and wrangling. Set us not jangling. We come here for pleasure, but may your leisure be filled up with tangling, lawsuits, and wrangling. Enter not here, miserly usurers, gluttons and lechers, everlasting gatherers, tricksters and swindlers, mean pettifoggers, hunchbacked and snub-nosed, who in your lockers never have enough of gold coin and silver. However much you pocket, you're never satisfied. You pile up still more, you mean-featured dastards. May cruel death for this spoil your faces. Most hideous of faces, take them and their grimaces, shave them elsewhere, for here they're out of place, I fear. Shift them to other places, most hideous of faces. Enter not here, you rambling mastiff curs, morning nor evening, jealous, old, and spiteful, nor you either, seditious mutineers, spirits, goblins, and fawn husbands, familiars, Greeks or Latins, more to be feared than wolves, nor you with your sores gnawed to the bone by pox. Take your ulcers elsewhere and show them to others, scabby from head to toe and brimful of dishonor. Grace, honor, praise, and light are here our sole delight. Of them we make our song, our limbs are sound and strong. Their blessings fill us quite. Grace, honor, praise, and light. Enter in here, and you shall be most welcome, and having come stay, noble gentlemen. Here is a place where income comes and well, and having some come affords good entertainment. For great and small, though thousands of them come, Be then my cronies, my special favorites, merry and nimble, jolly, gay, and sprightly, and in a word, the best of good companions. All worthy gentlemen, keen-witted and serene, from every coarseness free, here find civility. Among your hosts will reign all worthy gentlemen. Enter in here, you who preach with vigor Christ's holy gospel, never mind who scoffs. Here you will find a refuge in a tower against the foeman's error, the picked arguments which falsely seek to spread about their poison. Enter here, let us found a faith profound, and then let us confound by speech and writing all that are the foemen of the holy writ. Our holy written word forever shall be heard in this most holy spot. Each wears it on his heart, each wears it on a sword, as a sword, our holy written word. Enter in here, you ladies of high lineage, here be frank and fearless, enter gaily in. Flowers of all beauty, with heaven in your faces, upright in bearing, modest in behavior. Here you will find the dwelling place of honor. That noble gentleman who of this place was donor and gives reward has destined it for you. He has provided gold sufficient for its upkeep. Gold freely given, a man's freely shriven. In exchange for rewards, for it brings rewards to all mortal men, gold freely given. 55. Concerning the establishment of Philemite's house. In the middle of the first court was a magnificent fountain of fine alabaster, on the top of which were the three Graces with horns of abundance, spouting water from their breasts, mouths, ears, eyes, and other physical orifices. The rooms of the building above this first court stood upon stout pillars of chalcedony and porphyry, with magnificent old-fashioned arches between, and inside were fine, long, spacious galleries decorated with paintings, with horns of stags, unicorns, rhinoceroses, and hippopotami, with elephants' tusks, and with other remarkable objects. The ladies' lodging stretched from the Arctic Tower to the Mesembrine Gate, the men occupying the rest. In front of this ladies' lodging, to provide them with entertainment, there was outside, between the first two towers, the tilt yard and riding ring, the theater, and the swimming bath, with excellent baths on 3 levels, well provided with all necessary accommodation, and with a store of mere water. Beside the river were the handsome pleasure gardens, in the middle of which was a neat maze. Between the 2 other towers were the tennis and balloon courts. On the side of the Crier Tower was the orchard, well stocked with all fruit planted in the pattern of the quincunx. And at the end of it was the great park, which teemed with all kinds of wild game. Between the third pair of towers were the butts for arquebus, bow, and crossbow. The offices were in a single-story building outside the Hesperi Tower. The stables were beyond the offices, and in front of them was the falconry, managed by falconers, most expert in their art, and annually stocked by Candians, Venetians, and Sarmatians, with all manner of birds, the finest of their breed, eagles, gerfalcons, goshawks, great falcons, lanners, falcons, sparrowhawks, merlins, and others, so well trained and tamed that when they flew from the castle to disport themselves over the fields, they would capture all the game they met. The hunting stables were a little further off, in the direction of the park. Every hall, room, and closet was hung with various tapestry according to the season of the year. All the floors were covered with green cloth. The beds were embroidered in each retiring room with a crystal mirror set in a fine gold frame, embellished all around with pearls, and it was large enough to give a true reflection of the whole figure. At the outer doors of the halls in the ladies' lodgings were the perfumers and barbers, through whose hands the men passed on their visits to the ladies. These attendants also provided the ladies' room each morning with rose water, orange water, and myrtle water, and brought for each lady a precious casket which breathed of every aromatic scent. 56. How the monks and nuns of Theleme were dressed. The ladies at the foundation of this order dressed according to their own taste and pleasure. Afterward, of their own free will, they reformed themselves in the following fashion. They wore scarlet or pink stockings, which they drew exactly 3 inches above the knee, and which were bordered with fine embroidery or slashing. Their garters were of the color of their bracelets, and were tied above and below and were tied above and below the knee. Their shoes, sandals, and slippers were of crimson, red, or violet, velvet, and jagged in points with lobsters' beards. Over their smocks they wore a corset of pure silk camblet, and over this a farthingale of white, red, brown, gray, or some other color, on top of which was a silver taffeta skirt, embroidered with gold thread and close patterned needlework. Or, according to a lady's taste and the temperature of the season, this skirt might be of satin, damask, or velvet, and orange, brown, green, ash gray, blue, bright yellow, crimson, or white cloth, gold thread work or embroidery as suited each feast day. Their gowns, according to the season, were of cloth of gold, fringed with silver, of red satin embroidered with gold thread work, of white, blue, black, brown taffeta, silken serge, silk camblet, velvet, cloth of silver, cloth of gold, gold thread, velvet, or satin picked out with gold in various patterns. On some summer days, instead of gowns, they wore beautiful light capes of the materials mentioned, or sleeveless Moorish cloaks of violet velvet, with gold fringe over silver thread, or corded with gold and studded at the seams with little Indian pearls, and always a fine plume of feathers, matching the color of their cuffs and spangled with little embroidered motifs in gold. In winter, on the other hand, they wore taffeta gowns of the colors already named, trimmed with the fur of spotted lynxes, black weasels, Calabrian martens, sables, and other costly furs. Their beads, rings, neck chains, and collars were of precious stones, carbuncles, rubies, spider rubies, diamonds, sapphires, emeralds, turquoises, garnets, agates, beryls, pearls, and magnificent marguerites. Their headdresses conformed to the season. In winter they followed the French fashion, in spring the Spanish, and in summer the Italian, except on feast days and Sundays, when they wore the French headdress, which is more dignified and more befitting to matronly modesty. The men were dressed in their fashions with stockings on their legs of light wool or serge, scarlet, pink, black, or white. Their trunk-hose were of velvet of the same color, or of one almost matching, and were embroidered or pointed to their taste. Their doublets were of cloth of gold or silver, velvet, satin, damask, or taffeta of the same color, cut, embroidered, and trimmed to perfection. Their points were of silk of the same color, with tags of well-burnished gold. Their mantles and cloaks were of gold cloth, gold tissue, silver cloth, or of velvet picked out according to their fancy. Their gowns were as costly as those of the ladies. Their belts were of silk, of the same color as their doublets. Each wore a fine sword at his side, with a hilt of gold and a velvet scabbard the color of his hose, tipped with chased gold, also a dagger to match. Their caps were of black velvet decorated with many rings and gold buttons, and with white plumes above them, neatly divided by gold spangles, at the end of which fine rubies, emeralds, etc., hung on wires. But such was the sympathy between the men and the women, that each day they were dressed in like apparel, and to ensure that this should be so, certain gentlemen were appointed to tell the men each morning what colors the ladies intended to wear that day, for everything followed the ladies' decisions. Do not suppose, however, that any time was wasted by either men or women over these handsome clothes and rich accoutrements, for the masters of the wardrobe had all the clothing so neatly laid out each morning, and the chambermaids were so skillful that in a minute they were all ready and dressed from head to foot. And in order that they might have these accoutrements close at hand, around the Thelem wood was a great block of houses 1.5 miles long, very smart and well arranged, in which lived the goldsmiths, jewelers, embroiderers, tailors, wire workers, velvet weavers, tapestry makers, and upholsterers. And there each man worked in his trade, and all of them for the aforesaid monks and nuns. They were provided with supplies and material by the Lord Nosiclet, who brought 7 ships to them each year from the Perlos and Cannibal Islands, loaded with gold ingots, raw silk, pearls, and precious stones, and if any pearls began to look old and lose their natural whiteness, they restored them by their art, which was to give them a certain fine cocks as castings are given to falcons. 57. The rules according to which the Thelemites lived. All their life was regulated not by laws, statutes, or rules, but according to their free will and pleasure. They rose from bed when they pleased, and drank, ate, worked, and slept when the fancy seized them. Nobody woke them, nobody compelled them either to eat or drink, or to do anything else whatever. So it was that Gargantua had established it. In their rules there was only one clause: do what you will. Because people who are free, well-born, well-bred, and easy and honest company have a natural spur and instinct which drives them to virtuous deeds and deflects them from vice, and this they call honor. When these same men are depressed and enslaved by vile constraint and subjection, they use this noble quality, which once impelled them freely towards virtue, to throw off and break this yoke of slavery. For we always strive after things forbidden and covet what is denied us. Making use of this liberty, they most laudably rivaled one another, and all of them doing what they saw pleased one. If some man or woman said, "Let us drink," they all drank. If he or she said, "Let us play," they all played. If it was, "Let us go and amuse ourselves in the fields," everyone went there. If it were for hawking or hunting, the ladies mounted on fine mares, with their grand palfreys following. Each carried on their daintily gloved wrists a sparrowhawk, a laneret, or a merlin, the men carrying the other birds. So nobly were they instructed that there was not a man or woman amongst them who could not read, write, sing, play musical instruments, speak 5 or 6 languages, and compose in them both verse and prose. Never were seen such worthy knights, so valiant, so nimble, both on foot and horse, knights more vigorous, more agile, handier with all weapons than they were. Never were seen ladies so good-looking, so dainty, less tiresome, more skilled with the fingers and the needle, and in every free, honest, womanly pursuit than they were. For what reason, when the time came that anyone in that abbey, either at his parents' request or for any other reason, wished to leave it, he took with him one of the ladies, the one who had accepted him as her admirer, and they were married to one another. And if at Thelem they had lived in devotion and friendship, they lived in still greater devotion and friendship when they married. Indeed, they loved one another to the end of their days, as much as they had done on their wedding day. I must not forget to write down for you a riddle which was found in digging the foundations of the abbey, engraved on a great bronze plate. It ran as follows. 58. A prophetic riddle. Poor mortals, who good fortune do desire, cheer up your hearts, to what I say give ear. If it be lawful firmly to believe that by the bodies in the firmament the human spirit can alone attain to prophecy of things that are to come, or if we may with aid of help divine obtain the knowledge of our future fate, so as to judge by certain argument the course and destiny of years remote, I here divulge to any who will hear that this next winter, without more delay, or even sooner in this present place, there will emerge a certain sort of men, weary of rest and tired of staying quiet, who will go boldly round by light of day, suborning men of every walk in life, to difference in factions, party strife. And those who listen and believe their words, at whatever cost or consequence, they'll bring to public in quite open feud, friend against friend and kinsman against kin. The headstrong son will not fear or reproach for taking part against his very father, and even great men, come of noble line, will find themselves attacked by their own vassals. Honor and reverence will lack their due, order and sense of rank will be forgotten, for men will say that each one in his turn should rise to heights and then return below. And on this point will be so many quarrels, so many discords, so much to and fro, that history, mighty wonders through it tells, has no record of like disturbances. Then shall there many valiant men be seen, pricked onward by the spur of their hot youth, too trusting of the flames of their desire, to live a while and then die in their prime, and none shall ever quit this enterprise. Once he has pledged his bounding courage to it, till he has filled, by clamor and disputes, the sky with noise, the earth with trampling feet, then faithless men will have authority, as great as have the champions of the truth. For all shall follow the will and beliefs of the ignorant and stupid multitude, the dullest of whom shall be held as judge. O hideous and most destructive flood, Noah's flood I call on, and I have the right, for this great turmoil's reign will never pass, nor shall earth ever be delivered from it, until the waters shall burst headlong forth of a sudden, and the hardened combatants speak hot and drenched, those who are fighting hardest, and this is just because their violent hearts, intent upon this struggle, will have spared not even the unoffending herds of cattle, but of their sinews and entrails unclean, will make a sacrifice not to the gods, but to the common use of mortal men. So I leave you to consider how the universe can be restored to rights, and what repose from this profound turmoil, this round machine, the mighty globe shall find. The happiest those who value her the most, and best abstain from damage and distraction, attempting in whatever ways they can to master her and hold her prisoner, in such a place that she, poor ruined globe, shall turn for help only to him that made her, and as the ugliest outcome of her troubles, the clear sun, before sinking in the west, shall spread a darkness over her more deep than the eclipse or normal nighttime's blackness, whence at a stroke shall lose her liberty and all the grace and brightness of high heaven, or at the least shall henceforth be deserted. But ere this ruin and destruction, she will long ago have shown for all to see an earthquake of more violence and vastness than Etna once was so much shaken by, when she was hurled upon the son of Titan. Nor should we think that tremor was more sudden than Ischia made that moment when Typhoeus let loose his rage and out into the sea, hurled the high mountains that were pressing on him. Thus in a little time she'll be reduced to sad condition and endure such change, that even those that shall have ruled upon her will leave their places vacant for successors. Then shall the good and happy times be near to put an end to all this long ordeal, for the greater waters of which we have told will make each think it time now to retreat. Nevertheless, before this parting comes, there shall be seen most clearly in the air the rigorous heat of a great flame, intent on quelling both the flood and enterprise. And when these dire events are done, remains to see the elect most joyfully refreshed with every good thing and celestial manna, and as an honest recompense rewarded with riches, while the others at the last will be stripped bare, for reason has it that, these labors once concluded at this point, each man shall have what's due to him by fate. Such was the bargain. How praiseworthy he who shall have persevered even to the end. The reading of this inscription concluded, Gargantua heaved a deep sigh and said to those with him, This is not the first time that men called to the gospel faith are persecuted, but happy indeed is he who is not offended and shall always aim at the mark or target that God, by his dear Son, has set up for us, and shall not be distracted or lured aside by his carnal affections. What is the meaning and significance of the riddle according to your understanding? Asked the monk. What? Replied Gargantua. Why, the continuance and steadfastness of divine truth. By Saint Goderon, exclaimed the monk, that is not my explanation. The style is like Merlin the prophet. You can read all the allegorical and serious meanings into it that you like, and dream on about it, you and all the world, as much as ever you will. For my part, I don't think there is any other sense concealed in it than the description of a game of tennis wrapped up in strange language. The suborners of men are those who make up the matches, who are usually friends, and after 2 sets are played, the one who is serving goes out of play, and the other comes in. People believe the first man who says whether the ball passed over or under the cord. The waters are the sweat. The racket strings are made of the guts of sheep or goats. The round machine is the pellet or tennis ball. After the game, they refresh themselves before a clear fire and change their shirts, and they are glad to feast, but gladdest of all are the winners. And here's good cheer.